Translator born to be. The outer sect contained the greatest number of people within the entire Xuanhuan Dao sect. Thus, the total number of points spread amongst all outer sect disciples and workers was enormous. Many of those points were the wealth parents had left to their children in hopes of them one day soaring. Chen was focused on them right now. He was establishing a marketing platform within the outer sect. After 3 batches of points, despite the fact that their price was now 50,000 middle-grade spirit stones for one, the supply did not meet the demand. Countless people were doing their best to buy them, but it was hard to get even a single one. What shocked Qian Duoju was that it was just as Chen had said. There really were people who went to find him, looking to buy points in bulk. They had come after the second batch. The price back then had been 30,000 middle-grade spirit stones, and they had offered to pay 50,000. Qian Duoju had acted according to Chen's instructions and ignored them. After the third batch, they came again, offering a price of 80,000 spirit stones. Qian Duoju had offered a price of 100,000, and if they were able to pay the price, they could buy out all the 600,000 points they still had. That person had mysteriously returned 2 days later, taking in all of those 600,000 points in one gulp. Other than a tiny reserve, the Dragonblood Legion had sold off all their points. Chen had obtained a total of 60 billion middle-grade spirit stones. They were packed into a mountain in his spatial ring. Once those points were bought, the person behind the scenes finally appeared. It was the Divine Beast Mansion's Hegemon. However, just Hegemon on his own was unable to afford such a thing. He had taken all his disciples, middle-grade spirit stones, and it still hadn't been enough. That was because their dependence on middle-grade spirit stones after advancing to sea expansion was too high. Normally, middle-grade spirit stones were all used as currency, not that many people would store up huge stockpiles of them. Without enough middle-grade spirit stones, they had used high-grade spirit stones to make up for the difference, but it still hadn't been enough. 60 billion middle-grade spirit stones was 10 times the amount of what Chen had paid to reconstruct the Eastern Wastelands branch sect. Furthermore, the actual reconstruction only took 3 billion. The rest had been for savings and extras. In other words, 60 billion was enough to build 20 of those branch sects. From this, it could be seen how much money the Xuanhuan Dao sect's disciples had. Hegemon wasn't able to eat it all by himself, so he had worked together with Fan Song's Hegemon Hall and Quezinyan's Flame Gate. Only altogether did they have enough spirit stones. Once they were bought, Hegemon and the others immediately released the news, mocking Chen for selling his incredibly precious points for some useless spirit stones. It was foolish to the peak. The news that Chen had sold all his points quickly spread throughout the Xuanhuan Dao sect. Countless people mocked him for his stupidity. Only Chen was sneering inside at them. He told the Dragonblood warriors to ignore them and just properly drill their formations and accumulate battle experience. Right now, Chen was the hegemon of the outer sect. The law enforcers didn't dare to touch him. Without anyone to bully them, the peddlers returned. Chen had the outer sect disciples form a region outside the city for the peddlers to sell their wares. He gave them a way to live that didn't disturb the order of the city. If you wanted high-quality things, you could go inside the city, and if you just wanted street stall goods, you could go outside the city. Those peddlers were incomparably grateful and took the initiative to pay a protection fee. Chen had the outer sect disciples take a small fee and send a few disciples to look after their safety, so no one would cause trouble for them again. The outer sect quickly began to thrive under Chen's rule. It was more flourishing than ever. In the outer sect's members' eyes, Chen was like a god, and they prostrated themselves before him. Even the law enforcers had to be obedient and didn't dare to leave their doors. At this time, everyone complied with the rules very properly, and there was basically no need for law enforcers. Everything was peaceful and harmonious. Chen essentially handed those matters to Wang Mang and Qian Duoju to handle. Using his few remaining points, he spent 5,000 on a treasure class, 7th-tier medicinal furnace. That made Chen's heart bleed, but there was no way around it. He hadn't refined pills in a long time, and his pill furnace was unable to keep up with his requirements. He had no choice but to spend a great deal of money on buying one. This pill furnace could only count as middle grade. High-grade ones cost tens of thousands of points, while peak-grade pill furnaces cost hundreds of thousands of points, or even millions. Chen didn't even dare to look at those. He had realized that in the Xuanhuan Dao sect, no matter how many points you had, it wouldn't be enough. That was because there were far too many good things to buy. In a private room within the city, Long Chen had a few outer sect disciples guard the door so that no one would disturb him. Because he was a worker, it was more convenient for him to stay in the outer sect. He still retained his privileges and could enter the inner sect, but he couldn't live there. A flame leaped into existence over his hand. The earth flame was much stronger now, delighting him. Long had devoured 2 new earth flames and was still in the process of digesting all their energy. But even now, there was an extremely obvious leap in its power. Once all that energy was digested, Long would reach a terrifying level. It's been a long time since I've done any alchemy. Will I have gotten rusty? Long Chen heated the furnace and took out a few medicinal ingredients from the primal chaos space. Right now, he was refining a 7th-tier medicinal pill known as the Bitter Earth Mortal Molting Pill. This pill's effect was the same as the peak-grade Divine Mortal Molting Elixir he had obtained in the Immemorial Path, but it definitely wasn't on the same level in terms of effect. That was because the Divine Mortal Molting Elixir increased a person's talent and cleansed their bone marrow without the person feeling the slightest pain. In fact, it was incredibly comfortable. But the Bitter Earth Mortal Molting Pill was unable to do the same. Its main ingredient was the Bitter Earth Dragon Bone Root, and that thing was both bitter and spicy. When it was ground into powder, it would automatically ignite. In any case, once the Bitter Earth Mortal Molting Pill was consumed, even a man of steel would soften. There was no way around this. Although the Xuanhuan Dao sect also had Divine Mortal Molting Elixir that could be bought, it would cost 800 for each person. That was 8 months of rations for an inner sect disciple, and there was no way for them to afford it. Nice, what a strong flame. Long Chen had just started refining some of the ingredients when he saw that the refinement was completed in just a breath. That delighted him. This was the result of being connected spiritually with his earth flame. What he wanted, it would immediately do. It was incredibly easy. If he had subdued another earth flame, it definitely wouldn't be this easy. Long Chen praised himself for making the right decision in not listening to the Eastern Wasteland Bell. Rather than subduing that lion whatever blaze, having Long to do his bidding was much more dependable. With Long's assistance, refining the ingredients into powders was as easy as turning a hand. In fact, after he repeated the same refinement several times, Long would memorize the flame control for that ingredient, and its control would be just as accurate as Long Chen's. Time passed, and eventually, a bang came from within the pill furnace. Long Chen opened the lid and saw 9 medicinal pills covered in lines and releasing strong medicinal fragrance. A treasure blade does not rust. 8 9-ring pills and 1 8-ring pill, a chew. Long Chen suddenly went through a sneezing fit, as the medicinal fragrance was too pungent and it irritated his eyes. He hastily tossed them inside a bottle. For the next few days, Long Chen gave his crystal card to Xuanhuan. Using the remaining points, he had Xuanhuan and Ran raise their power as much as possible. Within the Dragonblood Legion, the two of them had the greatest room for growth, and they would be the greatest guards of the faction's lives during the competition. Xuanhuan could learn wind magical arts, and within the trial regions of the Xuanhuan Dao sect, she could cultivate them twice as fast with half the effort. As for Long Chen, his main mission was to refine pills as fast as possible. Fortunately, with Long's assistance, his alchemy arts were practically miraculous. A furnace of pills could be refined without him even doing anything. Long had already memorized the process, and in just a dozen breaths, the refinement would be completed. This kind of terrifying speed would probably cause countless alchemists to commit suicide out of shame. Furthermore, each furnace of pills was comprised of 9-ring pills. Other than the first 8-ring pill, the rest were all 9-ring. After 3 days and 3 nights of refining, he had over 13,000 Bitter Earth Mortal Molting Pills. Just 1 pill was enough for each person. More accurately, if a person ate 2, they would be crippled. This was an extremely domineering pill. Long Chen left his seclusion. The outer sect was extremely normal. He went to the inner sect and saw far fewer people than before. The classes were over, so everyone had already chosen their best cultivation paths. They had entered the various cultivation lands, as there were specialized instructors there to guide them. Returning to Crouching Dragon Mountain, he saw that the majority of disciples were already cultivating. Long Chen waited until night, but the majority had yet to gather. At this time, law enforcers came to tell Long Chen that he should return to the outer sect. As a result, Long Chen simply told them to scram, and they didn't dare to make a sound. They obediently went to report this, but in the end, nothing else happened. Most likely, the law enforcement hall was also aware they were unable to cause Long Chen any difficulties over such minor things. Rather than wasting the effort, they just let him be. Finally, the Dragon Blood warriors were all gathered, with the new Dragon Mark warriors also present. They worshipfully looked at the person standing in front, the only person who could wear their personal robes in the inner sect. Looking at all those new faces, Long Chen felt a bit foreign, but seeing how passionate their gazes were, he was also full of emotion. "Brothers, I've come here today to give you candy. There's no need to be courteous. Come, each person can have one." Chapter 1053, Huo Long Split Bodies. Translator Born to Be. Candy. Everyone was flabbergasted. They had been gathered to get candy. Gu Yang, Guo Ran, come and distribute the candy to the Dragon Mark warriors. Long Chen tossed a case to Guo Ran. Guo Ran opened it and saw that they really were candy. What he didn't know was that these were medicinal pills Long Chen had added a layer of sugar to. That was to prevent their scent from spreading. Otherwise, once this case was opened, nobody on Crouching Dragon Mountain would be able to keep their eyes open. Dragon Mark warriors, listen well. Now you've joined the Dragon Blood Legion. I trust the Dragon Blood warriors have told you about the Dragon Blood Legion's history. In the Dragon Blood Legion, you don't need to have high talent. You just have to be absolutely loyal. You can never betray your brothers and sisters. They will also never betray you, and I also trust you. Starting today, you'll become true members. Swallow the candy in your hands. That little ball of sugar will be your first step toward the peak of the martial path, shouted Long Chen. Yes, boss. The Dragon Mark warriors directly swallowed the little balls in their hands. In their hearts, Long Chen was a god. Even if he wanted them to swallow a ball of dung, they wouldn't hesitate. Heavens, my stomach is burning, cried a Dragon Mark warrior. Following him, the others also began to feel like a fire was burning in their stomachs. Red vapor began to come from their mouths and noses when they breathed. Then it wasn't just their nose and mouth, but also their ears. In fact, even their eyes were emitting some of it. It was a ghastly sight. Brothers, don't be afraid. This is the effect of the Bitter Earth Mortal Molting Pill. With our points, we couldn't buy peak-grade Divine Mortal Molting Elixir, so you'll need to experience some bitterness. The Bitter Earth Mortal Molting Pill can greatly increase your talent, stabilize your foundation, and cleanse your bone marrow. Because your cultivation bases are high, you'll have to experience some extra pain, but everything you go through now is so you can survive on the battlefield. Endure it because it's all worth it, said Long Chen. Don't worry, boss, we can still endure. One person cried out, but as soon as he spoke, he coughed up red vapor, looking comical. Crouching Dragon Mountain became covered in a red haze. Guo Ran, don't cry. They'll definitely be able to bear it, comforted Gu Yang. Who's crying? This smoke. It's irritating to my eyes. I can't handle it, I have to leave. After saying that, Guo Ran vanished like a wisp of smoke. His constitution was too weak and he couldn't even handle this vapor. The Dragon Mark warriors had turned completely red now, like prawns that had been thoroughly cooked. Long Chen had the Dragon Blood warriors constantly splash water on their bodies. When the water touched them, it was like water splashing on red-hot iron. A crisp, boiling sound came from them. The Dragon Blood warriors couldn't help but rejoice in their good luck. They had already consumed the peak-grade Divine Mortal Molting Elixir, or they would also be experiencing this pain now. The Dragon Mark warriors looked like they were being cooked in flames. Their skin was roiling, and black liquid was seeping out of it. That liquid was extremely disgusting to smell. Seeing this, the Dragon Mark warriors firmed their resolve. They weren't fools. They knew this was the impurities that the medicinal energy had forced out of their bodies. That was an immensely beneficial thing to them. Although they felt unbearable pain, they were also grateful to Long Chen. They had heard of Divine Mortal Molting Elixir, and they also knew they couldn't afford to buy it. However, they hadn't thought that Long Chen would be able to use a different method to achieve the same effect as peak-grade Divine Mortal Molting Elixir. Long Chen nodded. Although these Dragon Mark warriors only had average talent, that battle of blood and fire had strengthened their wills. That was something many experts did not possess. The pain should last around 3 days. Once those 3 days are over, you should feel like you've completely transformed. After saying that, Long Chen left Crouching Dragon Mountain. Just as he was leaving, he suddenly thought of something and had Guo Ran send an application for him. That application was for the alchemy pavilion. Long Chen was applying to be one of their disciples and enjoy the benefits of such a position. He clearly listed his alchemy abilities and his experience in that regard. Boss, even if you used your butt to think, it's clear you'll be refused. You beat up one of their teachers. Aren't you asking me to go and get cursed? Said Xuanhuan bitterly. If you could figure it out, so could I. They definitely won't approve my application. What I want is to record their attitude and reason, said Long Chen. All right then. Xuanhuan helplessly thickened his skin and went over. He knew he was probably about to receive a bout of cursing. Long Chen continued to seclude himself in the outer sect. This time, he was refining a different pill. This was the very famous Heavenly Star Sea Merging Pill. This was a pill all sea expansion experts required. Its medicinal energy was extremely powerful, and it could raise a sea expansion expert's cultivation base the quickest. As long as your realm was high enough, you could consume it without any side effects. It was an extremely miraculous, but also precious medicinal pill. In the Xuanhuan Dao sect, one 9-ring Heavenly Star Sea Merging Pill cost 1 point. An inner sect disciple might spend all their points on them, and they would only get 100. That sounded like a lot, but the Heavenly Star Sea Merging Pill was different from ordinary medicinal pills. It could be classified as a lukewarm pill. Although its medicinal energy was extremely strong, its effect was very slow. In order to see a rapid effect, you had to constantly consume them. 100 of them could be eaten in 3 days. Only at that speed would the medicinal effect be apparent. That was why many disciples would store up hundreds, or even thousands of points to exchange for a huge number of Heavenly Star Sea Merging Pills. When they felt that they were about to advance a level, they would buy as many as they could and go into seclusion to attack the next barrier. The Heavenly Star Sea Merging Pill was an important pill for this realm. It could be compared to the Bone Forging Realm's Bone Tempering Pills. These two realms were both realms based on piling up a mountain of medicinal pills. Bang! Long Chen slowly opened his furnace lid. He let out a startled cry. Xuanhuan, you really are amazing. There were 9 pills inside, 7 of which were 9-ring pills. And this was the result of his first attempt. For other alchemists, just the rate of success in forming the pills would not surpass 30%. Even with his pill god memories, he hadn't thought that he would be able to refine 9-ring pills in his first try. Furthermore, there were 7 of them. Xuanhuan flew out of his arm and rubbed against him. It sent him a mental message. That message startled Long Chen. Previously, Long Chen could sense Xuanhuan's feelings, but this was his first time getting a complete mental message. Although it wasn't very clear, similar to a baby's babbling, he could comprehend the general meaning. Xuanhuan was expressing that it had grown up and could help Long Chen with some things now. Although it was just an unclear message, it delighted Long Chen. This meant that Xuanhuan's spirit was fully formed and it could properly communicate. If it possessed a full spirit, it would also possess spiritual strength. When it refined pills in the future, it could use that spiritual strength to increase the quality of the pills. There was no need for Long Chen to be actively refining in order to refine 9-ring pills. However, right now, Xuanhuan's spiritual strength was still very weak. It needed some more time to grow. This discovery delighted Long Chen. After devouring 2 powerful earth flames, Xuanhuan was now displaying its terrifying potential. If it could devour more earth flames, it would become his strongest trump card. After calming himself down, Long Chen continued refining. With Xuanhuan's assistance, his speed increased, and he was capable of refining over 10,000 Heavenly Star Sea Merging Pills in 1 day. They were basically all 9-ring. However, after all that refining, Xuanhuan needed to rest. Long Chen gave it that time. As for himself, he took advantage of that time to refine medicinal ingredients into powders. In truth, the most time-consuming part of refining a pill was refining the ingredients into powders. Because there were so many ingredients, all of which required different processing, refining a pill was extremely complicated. But there was no way around that. Refining pills was not the same as cooking soup. While he refined the medicinal ingredients, he also consumed a few Heavenly Star Sea Merging Pills to strengthen his own cultivation base. For half a month, Long Chen refined pills and cultivated like this. As he consumed Heavenly Star Sea Merging Pills like food, he advanced to the 7th heaven stage of sea expansion. As for the number of Heavenly Star Sea Merging Pills he had, that number had broken past 100,000, delighting Long Chen. It had to be known that it hadn't cost him a single point to refine all of these. and compared to the heavenly star sea merging pills on the market, the effect of his pills was several times greater. To say that one of his was worth 10 of what was on the market was a bit of an exaggeration, but its effect was definitely no lower than 7 times greater. His pills were just a little bit off from reaching top grade, or he wouldn't be able to advance so quickly. The thing that delighted Long Chen the most was that, as Xuanhuan absorbed the earth flame essence within its body, it suddenly split into 2 and then from 2 into 4. Long Chen now had 4 flame dragons. You awaken an ability. Long Chen was shocked by this. He hadn't expected Xuanhuan to awaken its own abilities as it grew stronger. It was now able to create split bodies, and each one of them was its own body, capable of moving freely. 4 flame dragons swam around Long Chen with delight. Xuanhuan was indescribably excited to have awakened its own innate ability. I wonder, could this work? Long Chen suddenly had a thought and took out another pill furnace. Communicating with one of the flame dragons, he sent it toward the pill furnace. Chapter 1054 Zheng Wenlong arrives. Translator Born to Be. Xuanhuan, you're truly amazing. Long Chen was startled to see that he was able to control any of the flame dragons to help him refine pills, and he could use 2 at the same time. In his delight, he ran over to Tang Wanner, took the crystal card, bought 3 more 7th-tier furnaces and tried them all at once. The result was 4 bangs, and those bangs weren't from the formation of the pills. All 4 refinements had failed. Long Chen looked at the 4 flame dragons. The 4 flame dragons looked back at him. For a long while, no one said a thing. I really should calm down a bit. Long Chen finally came to the conclusion that both he and Xuanhuan were too excited. Furthermore, Xuanhuan had only just managed to split into 4. Its control over its split bodies was still rough, and there was no way to perform alchemy like that. It would require Long Chen to use a great deal of soul energy to control all 4, and right now, he was also too excited, leading to the failure. Such a tumultuous state was not suitable for alchemy. But with this experience, Long Chen quickly adjusted himself. He had to use his spiritual control over the 4 flame dragons instead of relying on their own control. The results came quickly. The 4 refinements all succeeded at the same time, with each furnace having 9 pills. However, the highest quality pill was only 7 ring, while the worst was 3 ring. Xuanhuan's intelligence was very high, so it knew this wasn't a good result. But Long Chen said, "This is very normal, so don't grumble. We need to work on our cooperation. Since you brought out 3 more bodies to refine pills at the same time, we'll need some time to raise the quality. Just succeeding in the refinement so quickly is already amazing." Long Chen comforted Xuanhuan and continued refining with 4 furnaces. The difficulty of the refinement was high enough, so refining 4 at the same time was something that would probably be viewed as impossible in the alchemy world. For him to succeed in his second attempt was absolutely shocking. This was the result of their spiritual connection. Long Chen directly consumed the pills of this attempt, treating them as nothing more than a snack before continuing. After 13 tries, Xuanhuan's control over his flame was growing, and adding in Long Chen's cooperation, they were finally able to refine furnaces full of 9-ring pills. For their efficiency to multiply 4 times delighted Long Chen. Like this, he would be able to easily obtain 40,000 heavenly star sea merging pills in one day. When he wasn't refining pills, he was helping Xuanhuan rest by helping it absorb the earth flame essence. Another half a month passed. Long Chen had refined over 1,000,000 heavenly star sea merging pills. After another 3 days of refining, the number of heavenly star sea merging pills he had accumulated was over 1,300,000, including the 100,000 he had refined before. Only once he was close to 1,400,000 pills did he stop. In this month, Xuanhuan grew stronger and stronger, and its spirituality also rapidly rose. Long Chen suddenly had a thought and handed the process of refining pills to Xuanhuan on its own. The current Xuanhuan now had control over its own spiritual strength. Although the pills it refined on its own were of lower quality than when they cooperated, its quality was still high enough. When it refined heavenly star sea merging pills on its own, it could also refine 9-ring pills. Although they were no longer close to top grade like when they worked together, they were about the same as the pills sold by the alchemy pavilion. Refining pills on its own was taxing to Xuanhuan's spiritual strength. Long Chen was worried it wouldn't be cautious and told it not to go all out. If it got tired, it could focus on digesting the remaining earth flame energy in its body. With his help, Xuanhuan had digested the majority of the earth flame energy. He guessed that once Xuanhuan refined all that energy, it would not be any weaker than the flame leopard. After making sure that Xuanhuan would rest properly, Chen finally came out of seclusion. The city was still peaceful, with everyone following the rules obediently. The law enforcers didn't dare to cause any trouble. The outer sect disciples had become the commoners' guardians. They had completely taken the place of the law enforcers and were able to keep the peace. In fact, some of these outer sect disciples would help the commoners when they had time. They would go out hunting with them to increase their combat experience and teach them survival tricks. After all, just relying on the Xuanhuan Dao sect's rations was like waiting for opportunities to fall into their lap. With Chen as an inspiration, the outer sect disciples would bring some young disciples amongst the commoners to go hunting so they could get experience. They could hunt in regions that were less dangerous so their families could eat. When Chen came out of seclusion, he felt like the outer sect had gone through a heaven-toppling transformation. The outer sect disciples were now interacting very well with the commoners as if they were a family. Seeing this, Chen went directly to the inner sect. This time, he saw that the inner sect was basically deserted. There was no longer a sea of people. He guessed that everyone was training during this time because the inner sect competition was about to start. They didn't dare to waste any more time. "Boss, you're back." When Chen returned, Xuanhuan was in the midst of drilling the Dragon Mark warriors. With a proud expression, he said, "Look, what do you think of these brothers now?" The Dragon Mark warriors looked at Chen with emotional expressions. Ever since they had consumed the candy Chen had fed them, they felt like they had completely transformed. Furthermore, after a month of hellish training, they were finally beginning to release their own light. If they were previously rusty blades, then they had now shed that rust to reveal their sharpness. "Excellent, now you're finally showing your sharpness. You won't bring dishonor to the name of the Dragon Mark warriors," praised Chen. After 1 month, these disciples seemed to be new people. That wasn't just the effect of the bitter earth mortal molting pill. It was definitely related to how Xuanhuan and the others had patiently drilled and trained them. This praise made them feel endlessly grateful. For a godlike existence to say a single word of approval to them made their blood heat up. Counting the days, there's still half a month until the competition. I came over this time to give everyone some encouragement. Each person is getting 109-ring Heavenly Star Sea merging pills, said Chen. "Really, boss?" Xuanhuan was shocked. It wasn't just Xuanhuan who was shocked. Everyone was confused. Didn't that mean each person was using up 100 points? Weren't all their points sold? How did they still have so many? They were flabbergasted. Chen said, "As for how they came about, there's no need for you to care. Since I've been called boss by all of you, I won't let my brothers starve. You're all at mid-sea expansion or even lower. These 100 Heavenly Star Sea merging pills are enough for you to rise 1 realm at least. Although that's not enough for you to compete with those so-called elite geniuses, due to your transformation through the bitter earth mortal molting pill and your hellish training, your chances of survival on the battlefield have risen a great deal. For this competition, we don't care about our achievements and we don't care about the rewards. We just have one mission, to stay complete. However many people are going into the competition is how many people I want to see alive in the end. If any of you die, I'll have to charge my way into the netherworld to drag you back. After eating what's mine and drinking what's mine, do you think you can die like this? Wouldn't your boss have ended up losing out like that?" Everyone laughed, but the emotion in Chen's words made them feel protected, cherished. Other than that, you don't need to feel inferior compared to those so-called heavenly geniuses. In reality, you should feel like they're the inferior ones. If your positions were switched, they wouldn't necessarily be able to reach the heights you've currently reached. Furthermore, despite the setbacks you encountered, you were still able to persevere. That will be the greatest thing you rely on as you climb toward the peak of the martial path. This is also why your boss says that if you have to suffer, you should suffer as early as possible. Majority of the so-called elites manage to reach their levels smoothly like boats floating down a river, but as soon as they stumble, it will be difficult for them to ever climb back up. Cultivation is a marathon, and it's not about who runs the fastest or who runs the handsomest. It's about who can run the farthest. I see self-inferiority in your eyes, so I want you to release that useless feeling from today onward. If you can't find any aspect to be proud of, then just look at me. Just being able to follow me, Chen, is something worthy of pride. Chen patted his chest. "Boss." Those disciples were all affected emotionally, and began to cheer. Although Long Chen didn't like this kind of skillless showing off, there was no way around that. He had to have them build up their own confidence. Someone without any confidence couldn't walk far on the martial path. If they couldn't find their own confidence, then they could just worship him. As long as he didn't fall, their confidence wouldn't shake either. Xuanhuan, distribute the heavenly star sea merging pills. You brat, do you need a spanking? They aren't candies. Long Chen saw Xuanhuan stealthily check the pills he gave him, so he gave him a kick. Each person obtained 100 heavenly star sea merging pill. That made Long Chen sigh emotionally. As expected, there was not enough meat to go around. Once all these pills were distributed, none of them remained standing here. They quickly went into seclusion to refine the medicinal energy within the heavenly star sea merging pills. For the Dragon Mark warriors, advancing one realm with 100 pills was no problem. Even 2 realms was possible. For the Dragon Blood warriors who had advanced to the late stage, advancing would depend on how much they had accumulated beforehand. As soon as the heavenly star sea merging pills were divided, a disciple suddenly came to report that Crouching Dragon Mountain had a visitor. When he saw the weary Zhang Wenlong arrive, Long Chen finally sighed with relief. I prayed to the stars, I prayed to the moon, and finally you've come. Chapter 1055, The Competition Begins. Translator Born to Be. I'm truly sorry, Brother Long. Only once I moved to the Central Plains did I learn what it meant to be a drop in the ocean. I rushed over as soon as I could. I really couldn't tarry with my work. Zhang Wenlong bitterly smiled. Previously, although he had taken a trip to the Central Plains, it had just been a trip. But this time, he had truly gotten to work, and that was when he realized just how terrifying the Central Plains were. He was in charge of far too many things, and the pressure was like a mountain. Fortunately, he was a capable person. He quickly got a grasp on things, and as soon as he could, he rushed over. Just his exhausted expression said everything. As long as you've come, it's good. Damn, you're really doing well for yourself. You have this many expert bodyguards. Only now did Long Chen realize that amongst the dozen people traveling with Zhang Wenlong, there were 2 kings. While the rest were only at the sea expansion realm, their powerful auras marked them as true experts. These are the Sex Protectors. The Central Plains is full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Dangers are everywhere, so these seniors are looking after me so I don't accidentally lose my little life. Zhang Wenlong smiled. Zhang Wenlong's words were worthy of his profession as a businessman. His words were right on point, and Long Chen sighed in admiration inside. Zhang Wenlong's business was growing bigger and bigger. Brother Long, you're doing quite well yourself. As soon as I arrived at the Xuanhuan Dao sect, I asked for you, and everyone knew who you were. This level of fame makes me blush in shame, praised Zhang Wenlong. You're joking. Right now my situation is so bad that I need you to save me. Come, let's speak inside. Xuanhuan, bring these seniors somewhere they can rest. Zhang Wenlong and I have a business to discuss. While Xuanhuan led away the people following Zhang Wenlong, Long Chen brought Zhang Wenlong to his private residence. What is it, Brother Long? Is your situation really that bad in the Xuanhuan Dao sect? Asked Zhang Wenlong curiously. I don't want to talk about that tragedy. Getting to business, is there any news about the medicinal ingredients I asked you to help me find before coming to the Central Plains? Asked Long Chen. I only managed to get 3, and there is another portion where there's progress, but gathering them will take some time. The rest I'm still looking for, said Zhang Wenlong, ashamed. He felt like he had let Long Chen down. Which 3? The White Rock Spirit Immortal Grass, the 5-flavor Soul Devouring Flower, and the Lotus Heart Violet Orchid. There are a few others that I've found, but I was in such a hurry to get over here that I didn't have time to get them, said Zhang Wenlong as he took out 3 jade cases. Long Chen opened one, seeing a white plant that was like coral. It was the White Rock Spirit Immortal Grass. Ha, this is the one I needed the most right now. Brother Wenlong, you've really helped me out. Long Chen was delighted to see this. This White Rock Spirit Immortal Grass did not exist within the Xuanhuan Dao sect. That wasn't because it was incredibly precious, but because people didn't know its true use. Even in the alchemy world, the White Rock Spirit Immortal Grass had essentially been discarded as it had no uses. Thus, there were only a few people who knew of its existence. It had no spirituality nor immortal charm. Its name was recorded in ancient texts, but no one knew how to use it. Over time, it had faded from people's sight. As for the other 2, Long Chen had managed to obtain the Lotus Heart Violet Orchid in the Xuanhuan Dao sect, but he hadn't gotten the 5-flavor soul-devouring flower. The 5-flavor soul-devouring flower wasn't a medicine, it was poison. It was extremely easy to recognize because there would always be a pile of corpses on top of it. As soon as beasts got near it, their souls would be absorbed, and thus it was famed for its viciousness. If a person wasn't strong enough, they wouldn't dare to pick it. These two new finds were extremely useful to Long Chen, especially the White Rock Spirit Immortal Grass. Within his pill god memories, there was a kind of medicinal pill known as the Spirit Immortal Foundation Building Pill. It was an 8th-tier medicinal pill that allowed Sea Expansion disciples to directly advance to Foundation forging. That was a heaven-defying effect, and it had essentially vanished from the outside world. Long Chen had gone through the 10,000 pill hall's medicinal pills, and there was no such pill. And so there was naturally no White Rock Spirit Immortal Grass in the sect either. I'm glad I could help. To tell the truth, just bringing these 3 things makes me feel embarrassed. Zheng Wenlong smiled bitterly. Just these 3 things have helped me out of an emergency. Also, I've gathered quite a few middle-grade spirit stones during this time, so help me use them to buy king item materials, said Long Chen. Materials for king items, those things are very expensive. How many spirit stones do you have? Asked Zheng Wenlong. 60 billion. How many? Long Chen gave a simple recount of how he had exchanged points for spirit stones. Spirit stones are basically common currency with no actual value in the Xuanhuan Dao sect, like copper coins. Brother Wenlong, help me buy king item materials in bulk. I need to equip my faction. How much do you need? Asked Zheng Wenlong. As much as possible. I want to equip 13,000 warriors with armor made of king item materials, said Long Chen. You're crazy. How much money would that take? Even if you spent all 60 billion on material, you probably wouldn't even be able to buy a 10th, said Zheng Wenlong. That's fine. I don't want true king items, I just want the materials to have reached that level. That little fellow Xuanhuan is advancing at breakneck speed every day in the item forging pavilion. He needs to train with king item materials. Rather than having him practice over and over again with the little bit of materials they give him, it's better for me to buy a large batch of materials and have him practice while actually making things. By the time he finishes 13,000 sets of armor, his apprenticeship should be about finished. Then he'll be able to forge real king items, said Long Chen. Xuanhuan was being very hardworking these days. Other than drilling the Dragon Mark warriors, he was studying in the item forging pavilion. Xuanhuan was viewed importantly by the item forging pavilion. They doted on him, and whenever he didn't understand something, a teacher would come by to help. His talent in this regard was exceedingly high, and he was clever, knowing how to fawn and suck up. Quite a few teachers favored him, which allowed his forging arts to advance by leaps and bounds. However, he was limited by the rules of the sect. Each disciple could only be given a limited amount of materials to practice with. Furthermore, if they managed to forge something good, they had to hand it over for inspection, and only then would they be given a new batch of materials. For a forging madman like Xuanhuan to have to wait for them to evaluate his results before giving him new materials was torture. But the Dragonblood Legion didn't have leftover points for Xuanhuan to exchange for more materials. In the item forging pavilion, Xuanhuan saw many things he had never thought about before. He had countless thoughts and ideas now, but he needed materials to test those ideas. Compared to other people, Xuanhuan's forging table was completely heaven-defying. As long as he had spirit stones, he could refine any material. Right now, he had the skill, the capability, but not the materials. All right, king items are so precious because of the high failure rate in refining them, and in comparison, their materials are more reasonably priced, said Zheng Wenlong. I'll need an ocean's worth of materials in the future. Sorry for causing you so much trouble. Perhaps I'll end up owing you quite a bit in the short term, but don't worry, as long as I don't die, I'll double your investment, said Long Chen. Where did that come from? You were my first personal investment, and the only reason I have reached my current level is because of you. We're both benefiting, but we bear the danger together as well. When I get back, I'll definitely work hard on handling your matter, so don't worry about it. Will you run into any obstructions when you come to the Xuanhuan Dao sect? No, my Hegemon sect has ties with all the large powers. At least on the surface, we're all friendly. As long as I show my badge, no one will hinder me from entering the Xuanhuan Dao sect. However, their big business isn't something a rookie like me who has only just come to the Central Plains can participate in. Good, fuck, it's only been 2 months, and I have only made a few friends while I have enemies everywhere, sighed Long Chen. Isn't that perfectly in accordance with your style? Zheng Wenlong couldn't help but smile. The two of them looked at each other and laughed. Back then when they had met in the Geolai secret realm, was Long Chen also surrounded by enemies. Thinking of their first encounter, they felt a wave of emotion. Time flew by quickly. After sending off Zheng Wenlong, Long Chen returned to the outer sect. He didn't even get a chance to see Tang Wanner, because listening to his orders, she was constantly cultivating in the training region. According to her, the wind attribute training region was a huge cave. There were low, middle, high, and top-grade training rooms in there. There was powerful wind energy inside, and through absorbing it, it was possible to raise one's comprehension of the wind attribute. Cultivating in there was much faster than elsewhere. Outer sect disciples were given 10 days a month to train in a low-grade training room for free. Inner sect disciples could enter middle-grade training rooms for free, while core disciples could enter high-grade training rooms for free. Each increase in grade resulted in 10 times the amount of energy in the training room. The cost in points for each increase in grade also increased 10 times. Low-grade training rooms cost 1 point a day, middle-grade ones 10 points, high-grade ones 100 points, and top-grade ones 1,000 points. This was the benefit of being an inner sect disciple. Cultivating for 1 day was equivalent to 10 points, which was a month's income for an outer sect disciple. As for the high-grade training rooms, it cost an incredible amount of points. Tang Wanner had entered a top-grade training room a few times, and she found that cultivating inside was incredibly quick and relaxing. Her power advanced at an unbelievable pace. However, she didn't have enough points to go in often, so most of her time was spent in middle-grade training rooms. Days passed by as everyone was busy increasing their strength. Finally, the day came when all the inner sect disciples were gathered. Today was the bi-monthly competition for the inner sect disciples. This would determine the rankings and distributed rewards for the 6 factions. For them, it was a struggle for resources. Chapter 1056 Move your fists, not your mouths. Translator Born to Be. The inner sect disciples were gathered in the inner sect plaza. The 6 factions, 200-some thousand disciples were all present. Only the combat disciples were present. The support disciples and inheritance disciples were not amongst them. After 2 months apart, the disciples all sensed immense changes in their fellows. They had all greatly improved during these 2 months in the Xuanhuan Dao sect. Ignoring everything else, just the fact that they could enter the middle-grade training grounds free of charge allowed them to profit immensely. In comparison, the Dragonblood Legion's side was lacking. Although the majority of people had advanced a level, the majority of them were stuck in the mid-stage of sea expansion. In terms of cultivation base, that was the bottom level amongst the 6 factions. Furthermore, they hadn't gone to the training grounds as they hadn't had the time. They had always been undergoing hellish training on Crouching Dragon Mountain. Although their auras weren't very powerful, there was an icy, murderous aura present now that made them like sharp blades. When Long Chen brought the Dragonblood Legion over, everyone looked at him. Hua Xiu had a slightly complicated expression in her eyes. She had disliked all men in her life, but she didn't find him so loathsome. Beside her was Zhao Zian. It looked like she was enveloped in water, as if she was merged with the world. She had clearly reached the realm of merging with heaven and earth. Hua Xiu had spent an exorbitant sum to allow Zhao Zian to go through a baptism. Zhao Zian was no longer the old Zhao Zian. She now had the qualifications to be called an expert. It wasn't just Zhao Zian. Han Yunshan, Wei Changhai, and Yan Machin had gone through the same kind of baptism and reached the realm of merging with heaven and earth. Only once they reached that realm did they truly understand just how weak they had been before. Seeing Long Chen arrive, the 3 of them glared at him. Back then, Long Chen had caused them to lose a great deal of face. A big idiot leading a pack of small idiots. I'm looking forward to seeing how many of them die in the competition, sneered Han Yunshan. Hopefully they don't whine and wail when the time comes. As fellow inner sect disciples, it'd be an insult to us. Yan Machin followed along. They caused their own destruction. When they exchanged their points for spirit stones, they wasted the best opportunity to raise their power. The leader is an idiot, implicating all the others. Can such a person even be called a commander? Wei Changhai spat on the ground contemptuously. The Dragonblood warriors were infuriated. They could tolerate it if others wanted to insult them, but as soon as someone insulted Long Chen, their killing intent soared. Even the icy Wang Zhen frowned slightly upon hearing this. These words were going too far. Kill him. The Dragon Mark warriors weren't able to stay as cool-headed as the Dragon Blood warriors. Their fury instantly erupted, and they had to be stopped by Xuanhuan. Long Chen had already slowly walked forward to Wei Changhai. Seeing Long Chen approach him, Wei Changhai could feel his heart pounding, and he involuntarily retreated a few steps. But then he quickly realized he was no longer his old self. He was also a heavenly genius who had merged with heaven and earth. Why did he have to be afraid of him? Then, thinking of how he had been involuntarily retreating in front of everyone, he felt embarrassed. Therefore, he advanced forward with a disdainful expression. Fan Song, Hu Gishan, and Que Xinyan simply watched, waiting to see Long Chen being humiliated. This was their mission, as well as something they were happy to do. What, did you want to say something? Are you not precisely garbage? Sneered Wei Changhai. But what startled people was that Long Chen had no intention of opening his mouth. He merely raised a single hand. Pow! In front of everyone's flabbergasted eyes, Long Chen's palm struck Wei Changhai's face with great power. As for Wei Changhai, he seemed like an idiot. He didn't even try to dodge or resist, and simply allowed Long Chen's slap to send him flying. It wasn't that Wei Changhai hadn't wanted to dodge. The truth was that as soon as he had wanted to dodge, he suddenly realized this slap sealed off all possible paths of retreat. Long Chen's slap had reached such a realm that it caused a misperception. It looked slow, but it actually was as quick as lightning. By the time he reacted, he had been cleanly struck. Just as Wei Changhai had been mocking Long Chen, he was sent flying, his teeth sparkling through the air as they tumbled to the ground. Do you see? Learn from our boss. If you can move your fists, don't move your mouths. You're men who can stand while pissing, not cough, cough. Xuanhuan had just been in the midst of lecturing the Dragon Mark warriors when he suddenly felt an icy gaze like two blades. He immediately became covered in sweat. Not everything is worth worrying about. All you have to do is listen to boss and everything will be fine. Xuanhuan hastily changed what he was about to say, and only then did the feeling of two blades pressing against his back fade. Only now did he dare to turn around and stealthily glance at the distant Hua Xiu. She was glaring at him, the warning in her eyes clear. Long Chen, you're asking for it. Long Chen's slap was like poking the hornet's nest. Hu Gishan, Fan Song, and Que Xinyan immediately roared and charged over, surrounding him. Blooddrinker was already resting on Long Chen's shoulder, and his divine ring appeared. Killing intent overflowed from his eyes. You should go cultivate for a few more lifetimes if you want to humiliate me. I don't care what illness you have. If you don't submit, let's fight. Submit or fight, kill them. The Dragonblood Legion also charged over, all the disciples taking out their weapons. Everyone else became flabbergasted. Was this the inter-sect competition or the inter-sect war? I really admire you all. You're still so bored as to fight. A cold shout suddenly rang out, startling everyone. Looking up, they saw a long-haired man standing in the air. He was wearing battle robes covered in blood. He had dozens of cuts on his body where blood still continued to drip from. Senior Apprentice Brother Sumo. Everyone jumped in shock. This was the senior disciple Sumo who had led them to the inter-sect trial in the first place. Although he was covered in blood, his aura was still steady, and his expression was as cold as ever. But looking at their current state, a slightly helpless expression appeared on his face. I'm pressed for time. After I take you to your trial, I still have to return to the battlefield. Don't waste my time and prepare yourselves, ordered Sumo coldly. Senior Apprentice Brother Sumo, it was Long Chen who went too far. He beat an innocent person, breaking the sect's rules. He should lose his qualifications to participate in the competition, said Hu Gishan. Seeing Sumo look at him, Long Chen indifferently said, there was someone who dirtied the plaza with their shit. What I was doing was protecting the sect's cleanliness. Bullshit, who was taking a shit, roared Wei Changhai furiously. But after saying this, he suddenly saw many people looking oddly at him. It seemed that when he had provoked Long Chen before, he had spat on the ground. I don't have time to listen to your nonsense. This kind of trivial matter can be left to the law enforcers. Return to your factions. I'm going to explain the rules, and if anyone dares to interrupt again, they can fuck off, said Sumo slightly angrily. Only then did everyone return to their factions. Although Sumo was just a disciple from the senior generation, and his cultivation base was only one realm higher than theirs, his killing intent was too frightening. He seemed like a murderous devil. It was unknown when he would start taking people's lives. Facing Sumo gave them more pressure than facing elders. Sumo announced, "Listen closely. The competition is basically the same as your previous trial, but the number of devil beasts has doubled. I don't need to explain what you need to do. However, this time there is no finish line but a time limit. What you are competing in is the number of devil beasts you kill. That will determine the ranking of your faction. First place will obtain 5 million points. The commander will be allowed to use a top-grade training room for 10 days, while the faction members will be allowed to use a high-grade training room for 10 days free of charge. Second place will obtain 3 million points. The commander will be allowed to use a top-grade training room for 5 days, while the faction members will be allowed to use a high-grade training room for 5 days free of charge. Third place will obtain 2 million points. The commander will be allowed to use a top-grade training room for 3 days, while the faction members will be allowed to use a high-grade training room for 3 days free of charge. Fourth place will obtain 1 million points. The commander will be allowed to use a top-grade training room for 2 days, while the faction members will be allowed to use a high-grade training room for 2 days free of charge. Fifth place will obtain 500,000 points. The commander will be allowed to use a top-grade training room for 1 day, while the faction members will be allowed to use a high-grade training room for 1 day free of charge. Last place does not get any reward. Everyone's heart shook. The difference between first and second place was so immense. Was that intentional? Did they want them to go all out fighting for it? As for last place, there was no reward. This competition would determine life and death. Once the results of this competition were out, the difference between first and last place would be as great as heaven and earth. Distribute these bracelets. While you wear them, the devil beasts you kill will be recorded, and it will be easy to calculate your total points. Sumo tossed a spatial ring at Long Chen and the others. They were refined bracelets similar to arm guards inside. Currently, they all had one number on them, 0. It was clear it would only change once they killed a devil beast. Once everyone put them on, Sumo waved his hand. Runes lit up on the bricks beneath everyone's feet, and they felt the space twist. They were transported to a dark and gloomy world. As soon as their feet touched the ground, an ear-splitting roar rang out, and countless devil beasts charged toward them like a flood. Chapter 1057, Drilling Formations. Translator Born to Be. The 3-meter-tall devil beasts flooded over them. The disciples were in a barren land that stretched as far as they could see. An aura of decay filled the air, and this barren land was covered in innumerable devil beasts. 8-point flying star. Xuanhuan shouted, and all the Dragonblood Legion's disciples quickly formed an 8-sided formation. On each point was a powerful Dragonblood warrior. This was one of the most important formations they had been drilling during this time. It was also one of the most foundational formations for a large-scale chaotic battle. When they drilled it normally, they did it very well. But now that they were facing countless devil beasts, it was impossible that they wouldn't be worried. As a result, one person's panic led to another's panic, and the entire formation was in chaos. Xuanhuan's expression darkened, and he was just about to scold them when he was held back by Long Chen. Don't scold them. This is something they have to go through. You also had to go through countless life and death battles to temper your current will. They're still lacking in that regard, so don't make your requirements so demanding. Long Chen shook his head and beckoned to Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan had been waiting, and she formed hand seals. A sea of wind blades formed around the Dragonblood Legion, and any devil beasts that touched her barrier were instantly blown to bits. Brothers, don't panic, there's still time. If you're thirsty, you can have a drink first, said Long Chen. Hearing Long Chen's voice, those panicking Dragonmark warriors all felt ashamed, but the joking tone made some of their nervousness fade. Beauty Xuanhuan is mighty. Long Chen gave Xuanhuan a thumbs up. Her wind blades were incredibly powerful now. Each one of them was comparable to a treasure item, and for there to be millions and millions of them was truly powerful. Who asked for your praise? Snorted Xuanhuan, but the pleased expression in her eyes proved that Long Chen really did need to have praised her. Although the formation was chaotic below, after putting down their nervousness and fear, they quickly found their places. Brothers, are you ready? Asked Long Chen. Boss, we're ready, cried the Dragonmark warriors, their morale soaring. They didn't know why, but just hearing Long Chen's voice made their fighting spirits soar. Xuanhuan, release the defenses. The Festival of Carnage starts now. Kill. When Xuanhuan slowly released her wind blades, the devil beasts she had been holding back immediately crashed down upon them. The dragon mark warriors attacked, slaughtering them. The devil beasts were cut to pieces, their black blood dyeing the ground. Fools, if you were going to fight like this, what would be the point of the formation? Have you forgotten how to cushion the formation? You'll save the most energy that way and be able to fight longer, cried Xuanhuan. He directed them to make adjustments, while Long Chen and Tang Wan'er didn't say anything. The mission Long Chen had given Tang Wan'er was to protect everyone. If someone was accidentally injured and looked like they were in danger, she would go save them. 7356, you've already gone out of the formation. If you keep running, you'll reach the martial heaven sea ring. 8691, as you attack, you have to take note of the others. Don't fight over the enemies as there's nothing to fight about. 12357, pay attention to how far you are from the people on your left and right. Stay close to maintain equilibrium. Xuanhuan was constantly sending out orders from the air. Because the number of dragon mark warriors who had joined all at once was too great, there was no way for them to remember so many names. Long Chen had suddenly thought to give everyone a belt with a number on it. That would make commanding them easier. Long Chen, how about I go out and kill some on my own? Otherwise, we'll definitely be last place. Tang Wan'er looked toward the other factions and saw that they had already charged into the distance. There were countless high-level devil beasts there. She had noticed that the numbers on their bracelets were crazily leaping by twos. When she killed devil beasts, she had seen that these ordinary devil beasts were only worth 1 kill point, and the more powerful ones were worth more. The devil beasts the other factions were killing were worth 2 points each. Don't compete with them. For this competition, the only goal is drilling the troops. We aren't truly fighting over rankings. The dragon mark warriors need more tempering, and we can't be too impatient. Furthermore, don't you see that as they greedily charge forward, their people are constantly being killed? Long Chen shook his head. I can go out on my own. We can get more kill points like that, said Tang Wan'er eagerly. Long Chen didn't say anything. He just looked at the dragon mark warriors that were constantly fighting down below. Long Chen, are you angry? Tang Wan'er felt like something was wrong. Yes, a bit. Sorry, Tang Wan'er apologized. She knew that as the commander of the Dragon Blood Legion, Long Chen didn't like others ruining his plans and deployments. Wan'er, you're a good girl. Now you're powerful, and when you see a heroine like Hua Xiu leading her people, you want to compete with her, said Long Chen. Tang Wan'er immediately blushed with shame. His words had gotten right to the bottom of her heart. In truth, she was a very competitive woman. That was related to her wind attribute. She had a toughness that refused to admit defeat. She wouldn't compete with Long Chen, nor would she compete with Meng Qi, Chu Yao, Yue Zioqian, or Yi Zhikyu. But that didn't mean she wasn't competitive. It was simply that her competitiveness had always been suppressed. Now Hua Xiu's appearance had given her a fierce desire to compete to prove herself. Wan'er, I can excuse your toughness. If you want to be deliberately provocative, I can forgive that too because I like you. But sometimes, you should be clear on things. Since I've admitted the Dragon Mark warriors, that means I treat each one of them as a brother. The loss of any one of them would pain me. And if they fell because of your willfulness, then I don't know how I would face you, said Long Chen solemnly. Sorry, Long Chen, I was wrong. I'll listen to you, so don't get angry, said Tang Wan'er with a trembling voice. That was because Long Chen had always allowed her to be willful or petty. No matter what she did, he would just smile and laugh it off. He had never said such solemn words to her. Thinking of that possibility, she felt a burst of fear. She scolded herself for not being thoughtful enough. In order to fight for ranking, she had been willing to place the Dragon Mark warriors' lives in danger. Long Chen rubbed her head and smiled. Foolish girl, I wouldn't get angry with you. I'm just afraid. I'm afraid of losing you. Long Chen, Tang Wan'er teared up. In truth, it wasn't that she wasn't thoughtful enough, but that her wind attribute had decided this part of her character. All right, foolish girl, focus on looking after everyone. Once they get familiar with the formation, we'll advance. Seeing that Long Chen really wasn't angry, Tang Wan'er smiled and wiped away her tears. She focused on looking after the entire Dragon Blood Legion. Long Chen was right to be worried. With so many new people, there would definitely be flaws in their cooperation. And the bigger the formation, the more flaws there would be. Just this simple 8-point flying star formation was difficult for them. Learning to take advantage of the formation's power and being able to switch from offense to defense without showing openings took a long time for them. The battlefield could change instantly, and just one formation was not enough to deal with all situations. When Xuanhuan gave the order to switch to a second formation, one that they had drilled tirelessly before, Confusion once more appeared, but it was much better than the first time. There were only a few dozen mistakes this time, and with Tang Wan'er's assistance, those mistakes were quickly made up for. Then they began to constantly switch formations. After 2 hours, their formations were no longer so stiff. They became flexible, capable of advancing or retreating, attacking or defending. During this time, Tang Wan'er played a critical role. Her wind blades were in the air, and as soon as someone was in danger of dying, she would instantly go save them. There was no need for Long Chen or Xuanhuan to interfere. At the same time, Gu Yang, Song Minjuan, and Li Qi were the pillars at the center of the formation. They controlled the direction of the formation. Right now, there was no other way as they had to help organize everyone. Only once everyone was accustomed to this could they continue being the sharp blades of the Dragonblood Legion. Right now, they had to stay in their sheaths. As for Xuanhuan, he was constantly giving out directions and orders. As he rapidly changed the formations, it revealed the growth of the Dragonblood Legion. With a goddess like Tang Wan'er guarding them, Long Chen ordered everyone to begin pushing forward. The other 5 factions had already begun crazily slaughtering the devil beasts. At one point, Long Chen saw a flame beast running rampant through the devil beasts. There was a familiar person standing on its head. So he actually obtained another earth flame, and it seems quite powerful. Long Chen was shocked. I heard he spent 3 million points to exchange for it. It seems to rank somewhere in the 60s on the earth flame rankings. It's so powerful that it caused Que Xinyan's power to rise even greater than it was before. You have to be careful of him, boss, said Xuanhuan. How could that idiot have so much money? Did he spend all his people's points? Long Chen was a bit flabbergasted. The Flame Gate had over 30,000 disciples. If all their points were gathered, it truly was possible to gather 3 million. But not everyone was as loyal as the Dragonmark warriors. I've heard that the Law Enforcement Hall helped him. They seem to have lent him the points, said Xuanhuan. Only then did Long Chen understand. He doubted that they had lent him the points. The Law Enforcement Hall had probably directly given them to him. As Que Xinyan had lost his earth flames because he had targeted him, they had given him compensation to avoid him being bitter with them. Long Chen thought about it for a moment and summoned Huo Long. He stealthily gave it a few directions, having Huo Long as the vanguard for everyone as they continued forward. Chapter 1058, Bringing Out Their Power. Translator Born to Be. Within the Elder Hall, the Hall Master and the Elders were calmly looking at the screen in front of them. There were 6 marks with numbers beside them, and those numbers were constantly rising. These were the total kill points of the 6 factions. The disciples were unable to see each faction's total kill points, and only the people here could see them. The Law Enforcement Hall is truly extravagant. They directly bought an earth flame for Que Xinyan. This scarlet blood flame is ranked 73rd on the earth flame rankings and cost 3 million points. With my income, I'd need 300 years to be able to buy such a thing, said one of the elders with a bitter smile. The Elder Hall did not have any corrupt people. They were incorruptible, carrying out their duties with unquestionable integrity. None of them would accept bribes, and as a result, they were all poor to the point that the few coins they had jingled in their pockets. They couldn't help but feel emotional seeing Que Xinyan with a new earth flame. The Law Enforcement Hall was different. There were many times when disciples or elders who had committed a mistake had landed in their hands, and without paying a little extra, they wouldn't have been released. Who asked them to make a mistake in the first place? If that happened, all their possessions would be confiscated. And because of this, the Law Enforcement Hall had the ability to pay its disciples very well, and many disciples wanted to join them. Not only would they get a steady payment, but they would also have a powerful backer. Don't whine. When each of you joined the Elder Hall, I told you that the Elder Hall is the poorest place, as well as the richest place. It just depends on how you see life, said the Hall Master. Sorry, disciple wasn't complaining. It's simply that the Law Enforcement Hall just have to do our own work. The Xuan Master has his own plans and we don't need to worry about them. All you need to know is that no matter what comes, the Elder Hall will always be the foundation of the Xuanchen Dao sect. No one can shake our position. As for the Law Enforcement Hall, did you not see that after that little fellow Long Chen arrived, the spiritless Xuanchen Dao sect has started to bustle with noise and excitement? Laughed the Hall Master. Everyone looked at each other. It seemed that it really was the case. How many years had it been that generation after generation of disciples had been processed according to the prescribed order without anything new happening? This was their first time seeing a marvel like Long Chen. This Long Chen is truly worthy of admiration. As a worker, he managed to become a figure on the level of a savior to the outer sect. I heard that practically all the youngsters treat him as an idol, and all the outer sect's disciples have to treat him respectfully. His influence in the outer sect is astonishing, sighed an elder. The times create the heroes. The only reason Long Chen has it so good in the outer sect is because of the law enforcement hall. However, it goes without saying that his charisma is powerful. Many youngsters feel their blood heating up just by hearing a few words from him. Furthermore, he truly treats his people well. We can see that he's a good commander, but not a great one, said an elder. The hall master nodded. Your words are very reasonable. He has great charisma that allows all these disciples to unite. But he is affected by his emotions too much, meaning he is often impetuous. He does willful things, so he can't count as an amazing commander. But you've forgotten one thing. Long Chen views the world from the viewpoint of a cultivator. He has to maintain that unyielding heart that advances no matter what. Being overcautious and constantly scheming will not only exhaust a lot of time and energy, but it will also make a person indecisive. We shouldn't use our own viewpoint to judge Long Chen. We can't try to change him into a great commander just because we need one. That is essentially using our own yardstick to judge others, and that creates a great deal of bias. Furthermore, once we have this yardstick in our hearts, we won't be able to see things beyond the yardstick. That is not in accordance with the principles of the elder hall. Hearing this, the elder's hearts shook, especially the elder who had just spoken. He hastily said, "Disciple was too strongly attached to his preconceptions. Many thanks for your enlightenment." Hall Master nodded and smiled slightly. I can understand what you're thinking. You're all hoping for someone with charisma like Long Chen to become an amazing commander. But how do you know he doesn't have any other talents other than being a commander? Perhaps if he focused on other aspects, his accomplishments would be even greater than if he was a commander. Sometimes, good intentions are not necessarily able to create good results. What we need to do is to provide them with fertile soil for their dreams to grow and give them the help they need. But we can't try to change them. We can't lead our disciples astray. Other than that, the Xuanhuan master himself is paying attention to Long Chen. There's no need for us to worry about this matter. Just keep a steady heart. Yes, cried all the elders. Has that child Sumo left? Asked the hall master. Yes, after sending them in, he went directly to the infernal devil abyss, said Li Qingfeng. Su Mo and Qingshuan are good children. Amongst the talented disciples of the previous generation, they're the only two willing to stay within the elder hall. Just talking about it makes me feel ashamed. Instead of giving them any benefits, we're forced to make them win face for us, sighed the hall master. Hall master, don't be concerned. In my opinion, Long Chen will also stay in the elder hall, said Li Qingfeng. I know, but that little fellow is too unreliable. If he didn't cause any trouble for a day, I'd suspect it was an impostor. The hall master bitterly smiled. The others also had bitter smiles. Long Chen's ability to cause trouble could be rated as number 1 beneath the heavens. He had already broken quite a few trouble-causing records in the Xuanhuan Dao sect. However, this time it'll probably be troublesome for Long Chen. His faction's kill points are far too low. They're only at 300,000, said an elder gravely. The elder hall viewed Long Chen as one of their people now. Hu Gishan, Quez Xinyan, and Fan Song had already been bought by the law enforcement hall. It was fated for them to not be on the same side as the elder hall. As for Hua Shiyu and Wang Zhen, for now, it seemed they had no intention to choose a side for now. They just wanted to cultivate, and they were still indifferent to other people's enticements. In reality, the Xuanhuan Dao sect had quite a few departments that were pulling in elite disciples to continue their inheritance. It could be likened to sponsoring. The large departments would give them greater assistance, while they would also work for their respective departments. As for the Elder Hall, its integrity made it poor. Joining the Elder Hall basically didn't have any benefits to speak of, so for Su Mo and Mu Qingshuan to join them was already a great show of support from them. The Dragonblood Legion's 300,000 kill points were last, while the first place was already past 6 million. It was the Divine Beast Mansion led by Hu Gishan. Hu Gishan, Han Yunshan, and Wei Changhai were unleashing shocking magical arts. Each one of their moves killed a wave of devil beasts, allowing their points to constantly soar. The second place was the Hegemon Hall. Fan Song and Yan Machin were unstoppable as they charged forward. Hua Shiyu's Heaven Female Alliance was third. Although they also had 2 rank 5 celestials who had reached the realm of merging with heaven and earth, because they were worried about their faction's coordination. They didn't unleash huge moves, so their kill points were slightly lower than the Hegemon Hall. The fourth and fifth place were Xinyan's Flamegate and Wang Zhen's 10,000 Insect Guild respectively. Xinyan had summoned a powerful Earth Flame beast. The Scarlet Blood Flame ranked 73rd on the Earth Flame rankings. It had transformed into a huge tiger and didn't even look like it was formed of flames. Instead, it seemed to form of countless blood-colored runes. When its feet touched the ground, blood-colored flames would erupt and wipe out any devil beasts they touched. When it opened its mouth, it unleashed huge flame spheres that blew apart any devil beasts it touched. Its killing power was extremely terrifying. As for Wang Zhen, he had not only summoned a sea of insects, but he had also summoned hundreds of thousands of golden beetles the size of a rhinoceros. Those golden beetles had huge pincers, and wherever they went, those pincers would exterminate any devil beasts caught in their grasps. Furthermore, these golden beetles were covered in a hard carapace that allowed them to completely ignore the attacks of the devil beasts. The hundreds of thousands of golden beetles were like war chariots mowing down their enemies. But despite the two of them having such sharp attacks, they were unable to catch up to the other factions. The difference in the number of rank 5 celestial heavenly geniuses was apparent. Sometimes, just the number on the surface isn't enough. There are more subtle numbers. Although the Divine Beast Mansion is first right now, the number of their casualties is over 300, which is also number 1. As for Long Chen's Dragonblood Legion, they've maintained a 0 casualty count this entire time. The Xuanhuan Dao sect has its disciples form factions to groom their leadership capabilities. To be short-sighted and seek only instant benefit without caring about the deaths of one's subordinate is also not the quality of a commander. The Hall Master shook his head. Other than the Dragonblood Legion, casualties had appeared in all 5 other factions. The Divine Beast Mansion had the greatest casualties because their 3 peak experts had charged to the very front to kill devil beasts, while the people behind them were unable to keep up. They didn't pay any attention to those lagging disciples, leading to casualties. As they continued to advance further, the casualties increased. There's still an incense stick's worth of time. Dragonblood Legion is still at just 800,000 points. That's 8 million away from the 10,000 Insect Guild. Looks like there's no suspense about their ranking, said an elder. But that's within reason. After all, the Dragonblood Legion recruited so many weak newcomers, causing their average combat power to plummet. To maintain 0 casualties is already praiseworthy, said another elder. He felt Long Chen's decision to be very wise. These people needed time to grow. Rather than throwing them into battle to go all out, slowly tempering them was better. Furthermore, even if they went all out, they should consider their power. With it, they wouldn't be able to outcompete the others, so when they thought about it, this was the best option for them. The Dragonblood Legion is changing formations. Are they about to attack? The elder's expression suddenly changed. Chapter 1059, Not Possessing Good Memory. Translator Born to Be. 8-point Flying Star. Following Xuanhuan's shout, the Dragonblood Legion instantly switched formations, forming an 8-sided formation similar to a shuriken. It was completely different from the beginning. After 4 hours of drilling, all the disciples were able to take their places accurately and quickly. There were no more mistakes. Boss, you should encourage them a bit, said Xuanhuan. Can't you do it? Long Chen frowned. No, when it comes to raising morale, you're the pro, said Xuanhuan. Fine. Long Chen took a deep breath and clearly shouted, Brothers, the warm-up is over. Now it's time to show your youthfulness and hot blood. Go all out, let the earth bear witness to your courage. Let the sky feel your determination, let the world quiver because of your existence. Let those idiots who look down on you see what a true battle is. Brothers, raise your weapons. Use the devil beasts in front of you as your stepping stones. From today onward, we advance without retreat. The name of the Dragonblood Legion will resound throughout every corner of the Central Plains. Brothers, kill. Long Chen's voice resounded in the air, his voice growing louder and louder. Toward the end, it caused heaven and earth to rumble, and it was like crashing waves. How moving! Even I feel like my blood's heating up. The elders in the Elder Hall all involuntarily felt a burst of excitement. Long Chen's voice made them think of when they were young, when they had fought on the battlefield. Kill, the Dragonblood Legion's warriors roared, their eyes red. 8-point Flying Star Hurricane Slaughter. Following Xuanhuan's shout, the formation began to spin, going faster and faster. The formation was like 8 spinning blades that slaughtered any devil beasts they encountered. Now the importance of the core of the formation was revealed. Standing at the center of the formation, Gu Yang advanced at a steady pace, setting the rhythm of the entire formation. A huge shuriken rapidly advanced through the battlefield, with terrifying killing power. "Xuanhuan, the formation is complete. Go ahead with your slaughter," said Long Chen. Xuanhuan delightedly summoned her wind blades, which filled the sky, and she rushed forward. There was no need for her to do anything personally. Just the wind blades surrounding her could destroy any devil beasts around her. Behind her was Long Chen's Xuanhuan, and behind Xuanhuan was the Dragonblood Legion. Xuanhuan rushed off, forming a straight path dozens of meters wide. Then Xuanhuan came and widened that path to a few hundred meters. When the Dragonblood Legion passed, the path was forced to widen once more. If one could observe them from the sky, they would see that their path was completely straight. Their efficiency was frightening. That Long Chen really knows how to play. How did he think of such a bizarre way to push forward? The elders were startled. This method was the most effective and energy-saving way to push forward. Each bit of combat power was used perfectly without the slightest waste. The Dragonblood Legion's kill points were jumping crazily. I wonder if Long Chen can catch up to the 10,000 Insect Guild. Now that really is hard to say. If they can maintain this speed, there really is the possibility of a reversal. But the devil beasts ahead of them are much stronger. Just as the elders were guessing about the results, the Dragonblood Legion had already advanced hundreds of miles from their starting point. They had arrived at the core of the battlefield, and the devil beasts here were much stronger. But their value was also greater. The wind's fury exploding blades. Xuanhuan's blood chi suddenly erupted as she activated her spirit blood. The wind blades around her became dark red. Although these devil beasts were stronger than the ones on the edge of the battlefield, making their defensive strength extremely great, now that Xuanhuan had activated her spirit blood, she still killed them instantly. What pure energy and what precise control! The elders burst into praise. Following Xuanhuan, Xuanhuan roared and unleashed its power. Flame runes erupted from it, incinerating any devil beasts to nothingness. The main reason this was possible was because Xuanhuan was at the front opening the path, reducing the pressure on it greatly. The Dragonblood Legion's warriors needed no reminder. They all roared and unleashed their full power. They knew that they had reached the core of the battlefield. The other factions were also present, charging through this region. The Dragonblood Legion had finally reached the same playing field and were competing against them. These people had all looked down on them previously, but now their formation was able to kill devil beasts even faster than the heavenly geniuses they looked up to, shocking them. That made the Dragonmark warriors prouder and fiercer. Their attacks grew even more ferocious. They were like a pack of tigers and wolves. Wherever they went, the devil beasts were slaughtered. This kind of efficiency shocked the other factions. HMPH, even after devouring my 2 earth flames, it's still trash. Xuanhuan sneered at Xuanhuan. He saw that Long Chen's flame dragon was still not very strong even after devouring 2 of his earth flames. At its current power, it definitely wouldn't enter the top 90 of the earth flame rankings. But with Xuanhuan opening the path at the front, Xuanhuan widening it behind her, and the Dragonblood Legion committing a large-scale slaughter, their battle tactic was extremely refined. It was safe, fast, and painless, making others envious. As Xuanhuan led them through the devil beasts, their points crazily increased. Their efficiency was extremely high. They're just shy of surpassing the 10,000 Insect Guild. The elders were all watching with anticipation. Time's almost up, about 20 breaths left. It's hard to say if they can pull it off. But what is Long Chen doing? He's not doing anything. If he had started fighting earlier, he would definitely have caught up to the 10,000 Insect Guild. The elders couldn't understand why Long Chen was just standing in the air, watching. If it had just been to look after the Dragonblood Legion in the beginning, that was not a mistake. However, his faction was already on the right track, but he still didn't do anything. It couldn't be that he's too lazy to compete because he thinks there's no chance, right? After all, they can't see the points on the battlefield, guessed an elder. It doesn't seem like it. Why does his gaze look a bit mischievous right now? He couldn't be thinking of some evil plot, right? Li Chengfeng had been in contact with Long Chen the most, and he had the greatest understanding of him. Although he didn't manage to understand what Long Chen was thinking, he felt like Long Chen was definitely up to something. There's still 10 more breaths. The kill point difference is just 200,000. 5 breaths, the difference is just 80,000. 3 breaths, the difference is what is Xuanhuan doing. The elders suddenly became enraged. As Long Chen's side had been fighting, their faction had just happened to arrive right beside Xuanhuan's faction. At this moment, Xuanhuan's earth flame suddenly charged toward Long Chen's flame dragon, causing an uproar. 8-point flying star, reverse heaven and earth. Long Chen suddenly let out a shout, and the Dragon Blood Legion instantly moved. The back of the formation became the front, and they rapidly shot back. As for Tang Wan'er, she stopped killing the devil beasts and flew back. This sudden change caught all of them unprepared. "This bastard has gone overboard. No wonder Long Chen wanted to kill him," roared one of the elders. The other elders' expressions were all ugly. The last trial had been a survival of the fittest, and it was to choose the elites for the inner sect. Using any means necessary was not necessarily overboard. But this time was different. This was clearly cheating. However, Xuanhuan had the excuse that his earth flame had been provoked by Long Chen's flame dragon and erupted out of his control. This was a nonsense excuse, but there was no way to argue against it. Earth flames were natural enemies, and when an earth flame was provoked, it really might not listen to its master's words. The blood-colored tiger roared and suddenly lit up, enveloping the flame dragon with a bloody light. Although the flame dragon struggled, its body began to shrink. Truly worthy of being ranked 73rd on the Earth Flame rankings, it knows how to use its core energy to suppress its opponent. "Hee, if you eat what's mine, I'll make you spit it out sooner or later," sneered Xuanhuan as he watched. He was delighted, feeling like he should thank Long Chen. If Long Chen hadn't devoured his 2 earth flames, he wouldn't have obtained this even more powerful scarlet blood flame. Due to the competition between the Law Enforcement Hall and the Elder Hall, he was used as a tool, so naturally they had to properly entice him. The Law Enforcement Hall treated him well, spending 3 million points to give him the scarlet blood flame. Although they said they were just lending him the points, that was a lie for appearance sake. That made Hu Gishan and Fan Song incredibly jealous, firming their decision to follow the Law Enforcement Hall. They had so much money that they were incredibly generous. "You bastard, Xuanhuan, you really are courting death," roared Xuanhuan. This bastard was completely intolerable. The flame dragon was about to be devoured by the blood tiger, and right now, there were still 2 breaths until the competition was over. "Sorry, my earth flame isn't listening to my orders." Xuanhuan laughed with a pleased expression. "I'm the one who should be saying sorry." Long Chen smiled slightly. Boom! Suddenly, endless flames erupted, engulfing the sky. Chapter 1060 conned over and over. Translator born to be. With a heaven-shaking explosion, terrifying flames exploded. Space was constantly quivering as countless flames runes dashed back and forth in the air. It was like the sun had exploded. That apocalyptic scene stunned everyone. Fortunately, the 2 flame beasts were fighting in the air, and the impact to those on the ground wasn't very powerful. If they had been fighting on the ground, it was unknown how many people would have died from that explosion. What's going on?" Xuanhuan let out a heart-rending roar and vomited a mouthful of blood. The scarlet blood flame was his spirit beast. It was connected to him, and when it exploded, he received a powerful backlash. He felt like his soul was being torn. Xuanhuan had treated this powerful earth flame very importantly. He had sacrificed a great deal of spiritual strength and effort to place a slave mark on it, but now it had suddenly exploded. Within the countless flame runes in the air, 3 huge flame dragons suddenly appeared, devouring the blood-colored flame runes. Those were the scarlet blood flame's essence. "Long Chen, I'll kill you." Xuanhuan's eyes almost tore out of their sockets, and he clenched his teeth so hard they creaked. Although he didn't know what had happened, he knew he had been schemed against by Long Chen. The 3 flame dragons devoured all the flame runes in the air, in just the blink of an eye. Suddenly, everyone's bracelets quivered and they disappeared from the battlefield. When they reappeared, they were once more in the Xuanhuan Dao Sect's plaza. "Long Chen, hand over your life." Xuanhuan charged at Long Chen like a madman. As a result, he was sent flying by a slap in the face. While Xuanhuan was in the air, Long Chen suddenly grabbed his hair and shoved his face down toward his knee. Bang! Long Chen repeatedly smashed his knee into Xuanhuan's nose. Suddenly, with a ripping sound, Xuanhuan shot back, a huge piece of his scalp staying in Long Chen's hand. Heavens, isn't this exactly what happened last time? All the disciples looked at the miserable Xuanhuan, speechless. They clearly remembered how 2 months ago, in this very plaza, Long Chen had slapped Xuanhuan, slammed his head into his knee a few times, and then tore off a large piece of his scalp. Xuanhuan had been partially bald for half a month. Medicinal energy had helped him regrow his hair. It was a foot long, but now it was like he had intentionally grown it out to let Chen grab it again. Now the same shocking scene played out in front of them again. Chen, I will definitely kill you, roared Xuanhuan, his eyes scarlet. He looked as if he had gone insane. If you want to fight, let's fight. What are you shouting so loudly for? Don't be so petty. It's just one earth flame and insignificant 3 million points. To the rich and generous law enforcement hall, it's a drop in the ocean. Cool down and don't worry. I guarantee the law enforcement hall will get you another earth flame. You're the partner they bought, and they invested so much in you. They didn't feel any pain over how much they invested, so why do you have to feel pain? Chen gave Xuanhuan some well-meaning advice. In reality, Chen had been planning this move for a long time. Back when he had encountered Xuanhuan in Treasure Gem Island, he had sensed a powerful earth flame in his body. He just hadn't known what it was exactly. While he had been resting, he had pondered how to con Xuanhuan once more. He had thought of a kind of true ice ancient pill. That was an attack pill, not to be consumed. It could be considered a defensive pill for alchemists and had the effect of exploding ice. This kind of pill was part of a very neglected branch of alchemy. It didn't have many uses. Although it was a 7th-tier medicinal pill, its power wasn't enough to menace sea expansion experts. At best, it would be able to kill Xiantian experts, and that would be in a situation where they were caught off guard. That kind of pill was absolutely useless. Those who could refine 7th-tier medicinal pills were at least at sea expansion. Only people whose heads had turned to mush would bitterly refine the true ice ancient pill to kill Xiantian rookies. But in Chen's hands, this pill managed to instantly handle Xuanhuan's terrifying earth flame. The flame dragon that had flown out and fought during this time was nothing more than one of Long's split bodies. It was bait for Xuanhuan. If Xuanhuan hadn't attacked, Chen really wouldn't have had any way to handle him. But an idiot like Xuanhuan was easy to bait. Chen had first sealed the true ice ancient pill in some special material and hid it within Long's split body's mouth. Before Long bit through its outer layer, it wouldn't explode. When the split body had been attacked by Xuanhuan's earth flame, Chen had had the flame dragon act as if it was struggling before being devoured. Once it was inside the earth flame's stomach, it activated the pill. As a result, both the split body and the flame tiger exploded. Both Long and the flame tiger were formed of the purest flames. Although they might not be afraid of ice attacking them from the outside, if such powerful ice exploded inside their bodies, it would be like pouring a bowl of water into boiling oil. And then, there was no then. Long had only lost one of its split bodies, and it would quickly be able to condense a new one. There was basically no damage. A split body for a stronger earth flame's essence. That was tens of thousand times the return. Chen felt like flowers were about to bloom in his heart. He had essentially obtained 3 million points, and he felt incredibly refreshed. In fact, he had a thought that he definitely shouldn't kill Xuanhuan yet. He was the chicken that laid the golden egg. After devouring so much earth flame essence, Long was doing its best to keep it all within the primal chaos space. It felt like it was about to explode from how full it was. Chen hastily helped with some spiritual strength to suppress the berserk energy. Bastard, if I don't avenge this enmity, Xuanhuan will swear I'm not human, roared Xuanhuan, clenching his fists. You're just a dog of the law enforcement hall who knows how to speak human words. Let me just say it again, if you want to fight, let's fight. Last time, I was the one who challenged you to a life and death battle. This time, if you really have any guts, you can challenge me as well. Chen will definitely accept, said Chen. The hostility in the air was like gunpowder. How could Xuanhuan dare to challenge Chen now? He had no earth flame and was like a toothless tiger. Challenging Chen would be simply courting death. Chen, don't go too far. How about I praise how strong you are? At this time, Fan Song walked over. His tower-like body released such powerful blood chi that it felt like he would explode. Everyone's heart shook. Fan Song was a vicious person, tyrannical and powerful. No one dared to go against him. Fan Song was different from Xuanhuan. He was a brute force fighter with basically no weaknesses. There wouldn't be the slightest bit of technique in a fight against him. If it's a life and death battle, I will welcome you at any time. If it's a game for children, I don't have time for such nonsense. Those familiar with me know that my specialty isn't fighting, it's killing. Chen stared coldly at Fan Song. Fan Song was very powerful, most likely even stronger than Xuanhuan, but Long Chen felt no fear toward him. He just didn't like senseless battles. Since they had chosen to be enemies with him, then they shouldn't blame him for being vicious. Long Chen had already made his determination. If Fan Song challenged him to a life-and-death battle, he would definitely go all out to kill him. It just so happened that he needed a rank 5 heavenly Dao fruit. Just as Long Chen had an urge to kill Fan Song narrowed his eyes. He sensed Long Chen's desire to kill him. Snorting, he raised his status badge and was just about to drip blood onto it. Everyone, it's time to announce the results of the first competition. Li Chengfeng suddenly appeared in the plaza, making it so Fan Song could only put away his badge. He glared at Long Chen before returning to his faction. Everyone returned to their factions and stood properly, staring at Li Chengfeng. They all wanted to know the results, just who had taken first place. First place is the Divine Beast Mansion at 29,370,000 kill points. Second place is the Hegemon Hall at 25,260,000 kill points. Third place is the Heaven Female Alliance at 22 million kill points. Fourth place is the Flame Gate at 16,070,000 kill points. Fifth place is the 10,000 Insect Guild at 15,990,000 kill points. Hearing that last number, the 10,000 Insect Guild's disciples couldn't help but feel that it was regretful. They had just been 80,000 points from moving up a ranking. Then they would have gotten double the rewards. Last place is the Dragonblood Legion at 15,980,000 kill points, said Li Chengfeng. Everyone let out a cold gasp. Although the Dragonblood Legion had taken last place, no one dared to look down on them. It had to be known that they had spent the first 4 hours drilling their formations. Only then had they truly gone out to get kill points. And in that short time, they almost caught up to the 10,000 Insect Guild. That was too shocking. And this was a group of the weakest disciples that was known as the weakest faction. My 10,000 Insect Guild owes you a favor. What no one expected was that the always silent Wang Zhen would actually open his mouth to express his gratitude. At first, people were dumbfounded, but they quickly understood his meaning. From the start of the competition to the end, Long Chen hadn't done anything. As for how he had conned Xuanhuan, that didn't count, because that wasn't worth any kill points. So it was equivalent to Long Chen giving the reward to the 10,000 Insect Guild. Don't be so courteous. For this competition, we were just testing the waters. We didn't obtain any less than you, so there's no need for favors. Long Chen shook his head. Wang Zhen nodded. If you need anything, send me a message. That startled everyone. It seemed that Wang Zhen was essentially forming an alliance with Long Chen. This was too sudden. Even Long Chen was stunned. He hadn't expected the usually silent Wang Zhen would say such a thing. He smiled to express his acceptance. All right, everyone can scatter. The rewards will be distributed later, said Li Chengfeng before disappearing from everyone's sights. Chapter 1061, The Elder Hall's Attitude. Translator Born to Be. Once Li Chengfeng left, other than the Dragonblood Legion, everyone began to celebrate. No matter how they put it, this was a good start, and they needed to use this time to raise morale. That was especially true of the Divine Beast Mansion's disciples. They were laughing with delight. Han Yunxian and Wei Changhai were even openly expressing their contempt of the Dragonblood Legion. Long Chen smiled and led the Dragonblood Legion back to Crouching Dragon Mountain in front of the jeering from the Divine Beast Mansion, the Hegemon Hall, and the Flame Gate. Fuck, looking at their petty pride infuriates me. What's so great about them? We were just a bit off. In truth, we implicated Boss. If he didn't stay back to look after us, we'd definitely have gotten into the top 3. The Dragon Mark warriors sighed and cursed at the same time. They hated themselves for being weak and shaming the Dragonblood Legion. But the Dragonblood warriors were indifferent, as if nothing had happened. Come, let's talk. Are you very angry? Asked Long Chen. Boss, it's our bad. We brought you shame, Wheel. Wait, what shame are you talking about? Long Chen interrupted. The ridicule and contempt of those irritating people. That's shame. That is shame. Then aren't you a bit too childish? You need more tempering, said Long Chen. Boss, does this not count as shame? We're all right if they insult us, but they dare to insult you. We feel bad inside, said that Dragon Mark warrior. Long Chen smiled slightly and patted him on the shoulder. Brother, I can understand your hearts, but if this kind of matter infuriates you, then you truly need more tempering. Having experienced blood and fire, you should know what honor truly is. I know you feel bad when others insult me. You wish that everyone would respect me the way you do. But think, why would they have to respect me? For them to not respect me is normal. Let alone me, not even a god will receive everyone's recognition, or there wouldn't be so many religions, nor would there be so many battles and so much hatred. Don't be so petty. You are different from them. By getting angry, you are punishing yourself for their mistakes. That's very foolish. The consequences of foolishness are very frightening, so learn to be cool-headed. Once you reach that realm of having a tranquil heart, if someone tries to infuriate you again, remember, don't waste your time talking. Just directly take their life. You are a member of the Dragonblood Legion. You have a powerful backer, and you don't need to be afraid of anyone. Many of those people are just trash that don't have any beliefs, and they don't even know why they want to grow strong. Quibbling with them has no meaning. The Dragonmark warriors' anger faded. They truly felt themselves to be a bit immature. Their opponents were intentionally infuriating them, and they obediently became infuriated. That was foolish. Come, just now I used the few 10,000 points we have left to get some good wine and food. Let's properly celebrate. Your display today was very well done. You finally found the calmness and steadiness you need on the battlefield, as well as how to cooperate. Our gains were even greater than the divine beast mansions, so let's properly drink. Long Chen waved his hand, and a mountain of wine jugs appeared before him. Nobody bothered with glasses and just drank directly from the jugs. Long Chen was very happy. The Dragonblood Legion's first battle had gone even better than he had expected. Beginnings were difficult, but once you got a good start, the rest would be easier. This start to the expansion of the Dragonblood Legion was a good sign for the future. He would lead these 13,000 people and turn them into the most terrifying army that would be at the top of the Central Plains. The thing that delighted Long Chen the most was the gift Xuanhuan had sent him. The Dragonblood Legion started a crazy celebration, all of them drinking multiple large jugs and then directly falling asleep right there and then. This was set up deliberately by Long Chen. Only once they were drunk to the point of almost melting would they fully relax. An intense battle followed by a complete relaxation was extremely beneficial. Once everyone was sound asleep, Long Chen used his soul energy to expel the alcohol out of his body and chatted with Xuanhuan. After all, he had said some grave words to her during the day. He had to comfort her a bit, as Meng Qi wasn't present. He was worried about her overthinking things. Chatting with Xuanhuan about some happy times in the eastern wasteland allowed her to fully put down her worries. Only then did Long Chen return to his room and enter the primal chaos space. Within the primal chaos space, Xuanhuan had already completely suppressed the scarlet blood flame, but to devour such enormous energy would require a certain amount of time. Long Chen didn't dare to let it fall into slumber at this time. He had Xuanhuan use 3 split bodies to refine alongside him. With 4 furnaces working, he focused on refining Heavenly Star Sea merging pills. After refining for 3 days, Xuanhuan gave Long Chen a pleasant surprise. It had condensed another 4 split bodies, so now it had 8 split bodies. With Long Chen's help, it continued refining pills and digesting the Scarlet Blood Flame's energy. The Scarlet Blood Flame was incredibly powerful, and Long Chen felt Xuanhuan's power rapidly growing day by day. Without hesitation, Long Chen went out to buy another 4 pill furnaces. With 8 furnaces active at the same time, it would truly be mass production. As long as Long Chen's spiritual strength was strong enough, refining 100,000 pills in one day would be easy. But as soon as he went out to buy those furnaces, he saw Xuanhuan rushing over. There was an elder by her side. "Elder Li, hello." Long Chen was startled. Li Changfeng smiled. "It's the day to distribute the monthly rations. I decided to personally send the points to your side." "How could such drudge work be left to you? I'm sure you have some other matters. What is it?" Long Chen didn't believe that Li Changfeng had run over here just to bring the rations. "Then I'll skip to it. I came here to represent the Elder Hall in giving you 2 million points. After all, your defeat this time is related to the Elder Hall. This is the Elder Hall's compensation to you." Li Changfeng took out a crystal card. In truth, the Elder Hall didn't have so much money. The crystal card's points were the result of all the elders pooling in their resources. He was now one of the Elder Hall's people, and he had lost out because he had gone against the Law Enforcement Hall. It would be wrong of the Elder Hall to not show their sincerity. Long Chen thought about it for a bit and quickly saw through the crux of the problem. He shook his head with a smile. "Disciple accepts the Elder Hall's intentions, but I already had dealings with the Law Enforcement Hall before, and our enmity was fated. Even if I have to be used as a chess piece, I am willing. The Elder Hall owes me nothing. It's the opposite. For the Elder Hall Master to personally interfere for me makes me endlessly grateful. I don't need the Elder Hall's resources. As long as the Elder Hall can stand by my side at crucial times, that's enough. As for points, I can get them myself. How are you going to get them? Don't tell me you're going to rob others. Li Chengfeng didn't believe him. Robbing others is so coarse, lacking any skill. I definitely wouldn't do something like that. I'm just preparing to exchange a few medicinal pills with other disciples for points, said Long Chen. Although that doesn't break the rules, if the number is too great and disturbs the regular circulation of medicinal pills, the alchemy pavilion will interfere. Li Chengfeng frowned. They can try. I'm a true alchemist, but they refuse to let me join, intentionally humiliating me and keeping me out. I was trying to work for the sect, but for some selfish enmity, they refused a generation's alchemy genius, hindering the development of the sect and rattling the sect's foundation. Li Chengfeng hastily said, Stop, don't just give them a bad name. Do you have any proof? Of course, take a look. Long Chen handed Li Chengfeng a photographic Jade containing the scene of how Xuanhuan had brought his application to the alchemy pavilion. But before he could even send in the application, the alchemy pavilion had locked the door and refused to see him. There was also another scene of how in the 10,000 pill hall, Luo Bo had intentionally raised the price on him, as well as his arrogant, unbridled words. They had all been recorded. Li Chengfeng was speechless, feeling like Long Chen had long since begun paving this path for himself. The alchemy pavilion and 10,000 pill hall had both gone too far. You should know that the alchemy pavilion and law enforcement hall have a close relationship. This time I'm going to play with them. I'll first sell medicinal pills, and when they come to arrest me, the Elder Hall should come out to protect me. Then it would be best if the matter continued to blow up until even the Xuan master gets disturbed. Then I'll release these photographic jades and then then it'll be fun, laughed Long Chen. You really don't know how to be peaceful. Li Chengfeng shook his head. No, I want to be peaceful, but they don't want to let me. But if it weren't for that, where would this business opportunity come from? And without this business opportunity, how am I supposed to make money? Without money, how am I supposed to raise my family? Said Long Chen innocently. This matter is too big. I have to go report it to the hall master. Li Chengfeng bitterly smiled as he left. Later that day, he returned and told Long Chen that the hall master had agreed. But the Xuanhuan Dao sect had its rules, and pills sold within the sect had to be refined within the sect. Disciples could not sell pills they obtained from outside. Hearing that, Long Chen couldn't help but laugh. He directly bought 4 more pill furnaces and began crazily refining pills. Alchemy Pavilion, Luo Bo, get ready. I really have to thank you for giving me this way to get rich. A sinister smile appeared on Long Chen's face. Chapter 1062, Peak Grade Heavenly Heart Soul Calming Elixir. Translator Born to Be. With 8 furnaces crazily refining pills and his spiritual strength helping Huo Long refine the Scarlet Blood Flame's energy, Long Chen was at maximum efficiency. His original refining speed had multiplied by 8. Refining 1 furnace of pills took just 2 breaths' time. That would definitely frighten other alchemists to death, because for other alchemists, refining a furnace of pills would at least take an incense stick's worth of time. 2 breaths, let alone refining a pill, that wasn't even enough time to refine 9 mud balls. In the Central Plains, quite a few people possessed earth flames, but there was no one who possessed an earth flame like Long Chen. Other people's earth flames either had their spirits erased and were refined into core flames, or they were like Quezinians, enslaved. Either way, it was impossible for there to be absolute trust between the masters and the earth flames. And this exact bond had resulted in a refining speed that even shocked Long Chen. He swore to properly raise Huo Long and Lei Long, as they would be his greatest helpers in the future. At the same time, he rejoiced that he had the primal chaos bead. It was a source of riches for him now, as precious medicinal ingredients came out of it endlessly. Otherwise, let alone raising a huge group like the Dragonblood Legion, just raising himself would be difficult. This time, Long Chen spent 10 days to refine 1,500,000 Heavenly Star Sea merging pills. He once more distributed them to the Dragonblood Legion's warriors. However, even with Long Chen's vast soul energy, refining at such speed for 10 days made his head feel like it was about to split. This exhaustion was not something a human could bear. But it had been worth it. Blood-colored runes had started to appear amongst Huo Long's flames. Its aura was even stronger, with half the scarlet blood flame's energy absorbed. Long Chen was delighted to see Xuanhuan's power increase with each passing day, but he was unable to bear it any longer. After distributing the medicinal pills, he fell fast asleep. When the competition had ended, it revealed which factions were stronger. The inner sect spent quite a few days discussing that matter. The first-place Divine Beast Mansion's disciples were high-spirited, swaggering wherever they went, and enjoying other people's worshipful and envious expressions. As for the last-place Dragonblood Legion, after the competition ended, they all chose to enter high-grade training rooms to cultivate. But after cultivating for only a day, they all had to leave, because they only had enough points to cultivate that long. This was Long Chen's orders. Using the training room right after experiencing a large battle was the best time. With the medicinal pills he gave them, and the effect of the high-grade training rooms, their cultivation bases leaped forward before quickly stabilizing. As for the rest of the time, they continued to drill crazily. The Dragonmark warriors felt themselves to be lacking far too greatly when compared to the Dragonblood warriors. Even though they were all rank 3 Celestials, if the Dragonblood warriors wanted to kill them, they wouldn't even need a second attack. During the battle, the Dragonblood warriors had been the cornerstones of their strength, making them all envious. So after stabilizing their cultivation bases, the Dragonmark warriors all went to beg the Dragonblood warriors to turn them into true experts. The other disciples all sneered at the Dragonblood Legion for being fools. Having spent all their points on the first day, what about the future? Whenever the Dragonblood Legion's people went out, they would be mocked. But after Long Chen's teachings, the Dragonmark warriors were no longer as quick to anger. They were indifferent to their provocations. Long Chen's sleep lasted for 3 whole days. When he awoke, he felt completely refreshed, as if his body was brimming with energy. Once he was awake, he learned that the Dragonblood Legion's warriors were all in seclusion, consuming Heavenly Star Sea merging pills. He returned to the primal chaos space and saw that Xuanhuan was in the midst of refining pills on its own. There was a pile of Heavenly Star Sea merging pills beside him. There seemed to be 100,000 of them. "Hey, there's no need to work all the time like this," laughed Long Chen. Xuanhuan gave Long Chen a very clear message. It said that through refining pills, it could focus better on digesting the scarlet blood flame in its body. Long Chen was dumbfounded and then involuntarily laughed. Because he had been constantly helping Xuanhuan digest the earth flame's essence while refining pills, Xuanhuan had now formed a dependence on it. It wasn't used to just focusing on absorbing the energy without refining pills. "This is a good habit, keep it up," Long Chen laughed wickedly as he encouraged Xuanhuan. He began a stroll through the medicinal fields in the primal chaos space. It was time to make some money, but which pill would have the greatest effect and make the most money the fastest? Checking over all the medicinal ingredients he had, he felt a bit conflicted. He couldn't sell the Heavenly Star Sea merging pills because he didn't even have enough for himself. Furthermore, since the Heavenly Star Sea merging pill was one of the fundamental pills of the Sea expansion realm, the Xuanhuan Dao sect heavily suppressed its price, afraid of raising the price so high that it affected the disciples' cultivation. That was why the price was only 1 point. That was basically the price of manufacturing it without the alchemist taking any fee. Even if his Heavenly Star Sea merging pills were 7 times more effective, there was no way he could sell it for 7 points. No one would believe it was that effective. This first business was extremely important. He wanted to get as many customers as possible. He wanted it so there was so much demand for his medicine that the supply couldn't even keep up with it. He also wanted to set it at a lower price than the Xuanhuan Dao sect while offering higher quality. Only then would his business proliferate as fast as possible. Just what should I refine? Long Chen pondered this question for half a day. He carefully went through all the medicinal pills sold by the 10,000 pill hall, and in the end, he decided on a kind of medicinal elixir. The name of it was the Heavenly Heart Soul Calming Elixir. It allowed a person to quickly enter a meditative state and expel any random thoughts. It was something everyone needed. Due to its vast applications, people from the Foundation Forging realm, Sea Expansion realm, or Xiantian realm could all use it. Most people would have some in their spatial rings, and they would use a huge amount of it. However, this kind of medicinal elixir was not very precious. A whole bottle could be bought for 10 points. This bottle contained 800 drops of it, and using it at a normal rate, this bottle would be enough for over a year. I have the Heavenly Heart Soul Calming Fruit, and I have the supplementary ingredients. Yes, and by adding the explosive dragon grass's root, I can strengthen the medicinal effect. It'll be at least twice as effective as the Heavenly Heart Soul calming elixir sold by the 10,000 pill hall. Long Chen laughed sinisterly and sectioned off a large space just for the elixir's ingredients. Growing them in proportion to how much he needed, he set up 10 medicinal fields. By pouring spiritual energy into the primal chaos bead, just a few breaths after he finished planting them, they grew to the necessary maturity to refine them. With a wave of his hand, Long Chen pulled out a medicinal field's medicinal ingredients and tossed them to Huo Long, who devoured them all. He gave Huo Long directions on how to refine them. Refining a medicinal elixir was easier than refining a pill. With just a few instructions, Huo Long could refine it without any trouble. In just several breaths' time, he had a barrel of medicinal elixir. It practically couldn't be any simpler. After refining one barrel, Long Chen called over Qian Duojuo, Wang Meng, and the others. This is peak-grade Heavenly Heart Soul Calming Elixir. Distribute it to the outer sect disciples. Boss, what are you talking about? Couldn't this much Heavenly Heart Soul Calming Elixir be sold for a huge sum? Asked Qian Duojuo. At the very least, this barrel was worth several 100,000 points. Before selling things, the first step is to set up the marketplace. We have to let people know where the things came from and how good they are. Treat it as propaganda, but just like before, each person can only get 10 drops to try it. We'll only sell it 3 days from now, and the price will be half that of the 10,000 pill haul, said Long Chen. Qian Duojuo immediately understood now. It seemed the points that Long Chen had sold previously were all foundational work for the Heavenly Heart Soul Calming Elixir he was about to sell. Qian Duojuo, Wang Meng, and the others all left. Long Chen returned to the primal chaos space and got to truly refining the Heavenly Heart Soul Calming Elixir. He alternated through the 10 medicinal fields. By the time he finished the 10th one, the first one's medicinal ingredients would be mature again. It was a perfect cycle. Within the primal chaos space, 7 flame dragons were refining pills, while one was refining medicinal elixir. As for Long Chen, he was being a farmer, constantly harvesting his field. While Long Chen was busy with work, Qian Duojuo and Mang Wang were also busy as they spread the news of the free peak-grade Heavenly Heart Soul Calming Elixir. Qian Duojuo, Wang Meng, and the other outer sect disciples in their group now had a certain amount of influence in the outer sect. Their announcement drew over countless disciples. Hundreds of thousands of drops were gone in just 3 incense sticks worth of time. As a result, on the second day, countless disciples came over begging for more. This peak-grade Heavenly Heart Soul Calming Elixir was incredible. The elixir they normally used took half an incense stick's worth of time to bring them into their meditative state. Furthermore, if their hearts were burdened with heavy stress or other emotions, it would take even longer. But this peak-grade elixir brought them firmly into their meditative states in just a few breaths. It was practically miraculous, and the announcement said that the price was half that of the 10,000 pill haul S. The announcers said that they would only start selling 3 days later, but on the second day, people had already formed a huge line, with some prepared to buy it in huge quantities. Qian Duojuo used the tricks he had learned from Long Chen and told everyone that in order to make sure that everyone could enjoy the effect of the peak-grade Heavenly Heart Soul Calming Elixir, each person was limited to 2 bottles. If they wanted to buy it again, they could, but they had to line back up. As a result, the line extended for several hundred miles. 3 days later, Long Chen finally came out. When the line outside saw Long Chen, they were so excited that the cheering was like an explosion. Chapter 1063, Violently Beating an Elder. Translator Born to Be. Everyone, there's no need to be so panicked. I guarantee each person will get a portion. To make it easy, prepare how much you're paying ahead of time, called out Qian Duojuo. Wang Meng and the other outer sect disciples began to distribute the bottles filled with peak-grade Heavenly Heart Soul Calming Elixir. Qian Duojuo and 2 other disciples were in charge of the card transactions. As a result, the dozen of them weren't enough, and Wang Meng had to summon dozens of others, setting up 6 distribution points. 2 bottles of Heavenly Heart Soul Calming Elixir were sold for 10 points. Any disciples who managed to buy it were incredibly excited. Its medicinal effect was much greater, but its price was halved. Such a good thing had never occurred before, as the 10,000 pill hall never had a sale on their medicines. As for the other disciples who offered to sell a few of their own personally refined pills, there was no way to guarantee the medicinal effect, and others were worried about getting ripped off. If it weren't for how Long Chen had repeatedly sold points as a foundation for these customers' trust, there wouldn't have been so many people who dared to buy his medicine now. But now it was different. The line for buying his merchandise was now hundreds of miles long. In the end, after buying it, people lined up to buy more. Due to Long Chen laying down a solid foundation of trust, there was a huge uproar. Many people ran over with half-believing attitudes. They bought a drop from others to test its effect, and as a result, they were completely shocked and hastily lined up with the others. More and more people were drawn over, and the line also grew longer. Even Long Chen was surprised. He had misjudged one thing. He had thought his main customers would be outer sect disciples. But he had forgotten, other than the over 8 million outer sect disciples in the sect, there were even more workers, and even the commoners bought a few. After all, peak-grade Heavenly Heart Soul Calming Elixir was useful for many things. No one would mind buying a bit, as after all, this opportunity was too rare. They were afraid of never getting such an opportunity again. Most importantly, people were lining up again as soon as they bought some. That made some hesitating people also join the line. Damn, what a spectacle. When Xuanhuan and the others came over, they were stunned by what they saw. Stop wasting time and help. Set up 10 more distribution spots. I'm going to get more medicine. Long Chen quickly arranged for Xuanhuan and a few Dragonblood Legion's warriors to help. The speed at which the elixir was selling was too fast. Looking at the huge crowd, the amount he had refined would probably not be enough. Boss, in just 2 hours we sold 200,000 bottles. That's 1 million points. Qian Duoju's voice quivered with excitement. In just 2 hours, this 1 million points was close to the sum of what the entire Dragonblood Legion got in a month. And looking at the trend, they would be selling even more. Yup, just keep going. This is just the start. Keep going at this speed. Long Chen nodded, having them continue working while he returned to his hotel. With 2 Dragonblood warriors guarding him, his mind sank into the primal chaos space again, and he continued to refine the elixir. 6 hours later, he suddenly sensed something, and his mind exited the primal chaos space. He saw that the 2 Dragonblood warriors had come in with grave expressions. Boss, bad news. The Alchemy Pavilion's people have come. There's nothing bad about it. It's well within expectations. Let's go. Long Chen went with the 2 of them back to their distribution point. There were dozens of people standing in front of the distribution points, roaring furiously at Xuanhuan and the others who were selling the peak-grade Heavenly Heart Soul Calming Elixir. Who permitted you to sell medicinal elixir here? Shouted a middle-aged man clad in the Alchemy Pavilion's elders' robes. Behind him were dozens of Alchemy Pavilion's disciples. They coldly stared at Xuanhuan and the others. Seeing the middle-aged man, Long Chen couldn't help but laugh. They truly had fate. This person was the one who had threatened him and raised the prices on him in the 10,000 pill hall, Luo Bo. Long Chen hadn't expected him to be an elder, and he had also never thought that such a person could be a king. Boss had to sell them. If you have any objections, you can go find him. Now get out of the way and stop holding up our business, said Xuanhuan impatiently. Bastard, who is your boss? Demanded Luo Bo. It's me, what is it? Long Chen walked forward, his mind rapidly working. Just what was the best way to resolve today's matters? Long Chen, haha, you really are brazen. Seeing that it was Long Chen, Luo Bo's eyes brightened and he smiled. I've been brazen for a long time now. Do you need anything? Asked Long Chen lightly. Do I need anything? Haha, now you've done it. Do you have a license from the Alchemy Pavilion to sell this medicine? Do you have any authorization at all? Is there any guarantee of the medicinal effect? No one can save you now, Long Chen. Without the Alchemy Pavilion's approval, selling medicines in large quantities is a grave crime, laughed Luo Bo delightedly. Long Chen's actions in the outer sect had caused all the law enforcement hall's subordinate workers to flee. There was no way for them to enforce the law, and so his profits had drastically shrunk. Although the outer sect was poor, there were many people. In those numbers, there was still plenty of profit to be dredged up. But Long Chen had run off the law enforcers' dogs, and even the true law enforcers were fearful of him. The outer sect was now Long Chen's land. During these days, the Law Enforcement Hall and Alchemy Pavilion had constantly been thinking of how to handle Long Chen in one move, so that he would never be able to extricate himself from his charges. But since he had the Elder Hall's support, they found it very difficult to frame him for anything. Without assurance, they didn't dare to strike. Now seeing that it was Long Chen selling huge quantities of peak-grade Heavenly Heart Soul Calming Elixir, Luo Bo was ecstatic. Long Chen was doomed now. This was a huge matter that gravely went against the Xuanhuan Dao sect's rules. He would be forced to undergo a trial in the law enforcement hall, and once Long Chen arrived in the law enforcement hall, would there be any hope for him leaving? So Luo Bo was very happy, flowers almost blooming on his face. He could already see the scene of Long Chen screaming miserably as he faced the law enforcement hall's torture. Now I've done it, I disagree. In fact, I feel like you're the one who has done it. Do you think I came here to do business without any approval? You're wrong, and very wrong at that. I never do anything I'm not assured of, so why don't you come and take a look at this? Long Chen extended a hand. Luo Bo was startled. For Long Chen to be so fearless, did he really have authorization? But that was impossible. Luo Bo had always been in the alchemy pavilion, and he hadn't heard anything like that. Seeing Long Chen extend his hand, Luo Bo lowered his head to look at his palm. But Long Chen's hand was empty. Then it began to rapidly grow larger in his eyes. Pow! A resounding slap struck Luo Bo across the face. Those outer sect disciples selling the elixir were scared witless. That was a king. Long Chen dared to slap him. The matter of Long Chen beating up a teacher had been intentionally suppressed by the alchemy pavilion. The outer sect had received some information about it, but not very many people believed it. After all, the disciples who listened to those classes were all trying to form good relations with the alchemy pavilion. If the alchemy pavilion wanted them to shut up, they would obediently shut up. But now, in front of millions of people, Long Chen clearly demonstrated how to slap a king across the face. Long Chen, roared Luo Bo. His reply was a fist to the nose. Luo Bo shot back like a shooting star, crashing into a distant wall. Kings were truly kings. When he landed on the same place Long Chen had stuck those loaves of flatbread, he smashed a large hole into it. Don't move, if you dare to I'll kill you. Those disciples who had come with Luo Bo all became still upon hearing Long Chen's cold shout. The current Long Chen appeared incredibly fierce, like a bloodthirsty magical beast. These alchemists that lived in their ivory tower while refining pills had essentially never gone to a battlefield. They were too intimidated to move. Long Chen shot forward. Just as Luo Bo came out of the crumbled wall, Long Chen gave him a kick to the chest. He vomited blood. He was truly worthy of being an inheritance elder. His battle experience was essentially zero, and he had no ability to dodge nor defend. Long Chen, I'll kill you. Bang! Luo Bo's roar was cut short as a kick from Long Chen struck his dantian. The pill flame he was about to unleash was interrupted. Long Chen gripped Luo Bo's throat, and then using his other hand, he repeatedly slapped him across the face. Did it feel good taking my points? Keep feeling good. Long Chen's slaps didn't stop as he cursed. Long Chen felt his irritation at being cheated fading quite a bit. The disciples watching were all dumbfounded. Just what kind of monster was he to be able to repeatedly slap a king so easily? In truth, they didn't know that not all kings were such marvels. Inheritance elders had terrible combat abilities. They never went to the battlefield and they rarely fought others. Even if they did fight, it definitely wouldn't be a close-range battle of fists. That kind of coarse and low-class fighting style was too crass for them. They would compete in other ways. Bastard, die! Pill flame, Luo Bo's face had swelled into a pig's head before he roared furiously. But just as runes lit up around his body, a flame dragon coiled around him. Long Chen had summoned Xuanhuan. When Xuanhuan bound Luo Bo, the flames that were just summoned by Luo Bo dimmed and almost instantly disappeared. No, Luo Bo's expression suddenly changed. Sorry, those who take my points will have to repay what they took with the interest. Xuanhuan, devour his earth flame. Chapter 1064 Tower Department Head. Translator Born to Be. Xuanhuan let out an excited roar. Its body suddenly shrank, becoming only 30 meters long. The compressed Xuanhuan tightly bound Luo Bo, and its runes suddenly lit up. Luo Bo's expression completely changed. He felt the flame energy in his body surging out. It was gradually being absorbed by Xuanhuan. He was both startled and infuriated. He was about to launch a counterattack with his pill flame. After all, he was a king, and devouring his pill flame wasn't going to be so easy. You should stay still. Long Chen pointed a finger at his forehead. Spiritual strength condensed in front of his finger, forming a spiritual arrow. If Luobo dared to circulate his spiritual strength to activate his pill flame, this spiritual arrow would pierce through his mindset and instantly exterminate his soul. What appalled Luobo was that despite only being at the sea expansion realm, Long Chen's spiritual strength was not any weaker than his. That was shocking, as he was an alchemist, and his strongest aspects were his spiritual strength and pill flame. No one understood how terrifying Long Chen's spiritual arrow was better than him. This spiritual arrow was condensed from all his spiritual strength. If he wanted to resist, it would take his full power, but then he would only be able to watch as Huo Long devoured his pill flame. But if he wanted to control his pill flame to resist, he would have to use his spiritual strength. Long Chen would take advantage of that time to kill him in one blow. Luobo began to sweat. "I don't believe you dare to kill me," said Luobo coldly. "Who knows, you can try it," Long Chen smiled indifferently. His words were calm as if he was just joking, but Luobo really didn't dare to resist. Long Chen was too wild, too domineering. He was capable of doing anything, and Luobo didn't dare to bet with his life. He felt his pill flame's energy being constantly sucked away. In just a few breaths' time, 20% of his core flame had been extracted. "Long Chen, don't go too far. You're leaving yourself with no way out either," roared Luobo. That was his most precious core flame. He had been nurturing it for countless years, and it was comprised of the purest flame energy. He was unwilling to let it be sucked away just like this. "Too far? It seems it really is a bit too far, but have you forgotten what you did to me? I'm a sea expansion disciple, but you're an elder. Your conscience allowed you to con me out of hundreds of thousands of points. For you, a grand king, to now say that this is too far, do you not feel embarrassed at all? No wonder after slapping you for so long, I wasn't able to slap off your face. If your skin was peeled off without adding anything to it, it would be able to block the attack of a king item," sneered Long Chen. He wanted to shout that this was too far now. Why hadn't he shouted that when he had been conning him out of his points? "Long Chen." Luobo clenched his teeth, and flames suddenly erupted off his body. But as soon as he did, that terrifying spiritual arrow pierced into his mindset. That spiritual strength ran amok, making him feel like his soul would be torn apart. Luobo was horrified. He had hoped to force Long Chen off with his pill flame, because if this continued, his pill flame would be sucked dry. But just as he tried to force him off, Long Chen mercilessly attacked. Now he was sure that Long Chen wasn't trying to frighten him. He really did dare to kill him. Long Chen hadn't been merciful with this attack. Luobo couldn't bother controlling his pill flame any longer, and he hastily circulated his spiritual strength to resist. But Long Chen's spiritual strength had taken the initiative. Although both their spiritual strengths were around the same level, Long Chen had the advantage. Furthermore, as soon as he started attacking, he had no intention of stopping. That fierce spiritual strength was truly trying to kill Luobo. "You've gone crazy. If you kill me, you'll also die," roared Luobo. Blood poured from his 7 orifices. He appeared incredibly miserable, terror in his eyes. The disciples watching trembled in fear. Long Chen was too domineering. Was he really planning on killing a king? In their hearts, kings were supreme existences that were undefeatable. But in front of Long Chen, he didn't have the slightest ability to resist. "I'm just a sea expansion rookie. To bring down a grand alchemist king for my life, I'm definitely profiting. What's there to be afraid of?" said Long Chen indifferently. Although his words were indifferent, his spiritual strength didn't stop. It surged like an angry sea without the slightest mercy, seeming like it wouldn't stop until Luobo was dead. Luobo bitterly endured, his face twisted in terror. He was afraid, he was regretful. He regretted that he ever provoked this madman. Now he could only resist as best as he could. If he relaxed even slightly, Long Chen's spiritual strength would take his life. Just at this moment, Luobo felt a wave of weakness wash over him. His core flame was half gone. An alchemist's pill flame was their core flame, an energy linked to their spiritual yuan. Extracting his pill flame was extracting his essence. 50%, 40%, 30%. Luobo grew weaker and weaker, causing his pill flame to be absorbed even faster. In just a dozen breaths, he only had 10% of his pill flame. Luobo was powerless to resist. All his spiritual strength was spent on blocking Long Chen's spiritual attack. Long Chen suddenly smiled. "Do you know that you are an idiot? You're an abandoned chess piece. Your people are waiting for me to kill you so they can use your death to make sure I'm doomed. Your life really isn't worth much." Die! Suddenly, a cold shout rang out, and a chain shot toward Long Chen from a crafty angle. It was merciless, containing immense power that was clearly more than enough to kill him. Long Chen snorted coldly. He put away Huo Long and was just about to use Luo Bo as a shield when a sharp ray of sword chi severed the chain. Space twisted and dozens of figures appeared in the air. They were all kings, and they were split into two camps. One was the Elder Hall, and the other was the Law Enforcement Hall. Dozens of kings stood in the air, weapons raised in hostility. The atmosphere instantly grew incomparably tense. Li Chengfeng sheathed his sword. That attack had come from him, he said. Long Chen, don't be rude. Quickly release Elder Luo. Oh, Long Chen tossed Luo Bo to the Law Enforcement Hall's elders. If you wanted him, you should have just asked. Why bother doing something as shameful as attacking a junior generation disciple? No wonder you don't use shields. Your skin is impervious to blade or spear. Amazing, absolutely amazing. The Law Enforcement Hall's elders were infuriated, having an urge to kill Long Chen right now. They were elders, and the Law Enforcement Hall's elders at that. They represented the Xuanhuan Dao sect's top authority, but were criticized by a mere disciple. At this time, another group of people appeared in the air. These people were also wearing elder robes, but they were the robes of the alchemy pavilion. The person at the front of them had high cheekbones, and his face was lean. He was the alchemy pavilion master. Liu Kang, you should come out as well. I think you need to give me a perfect explanation, said the alchemy pavilion master. His voice was full of anger. Space twisted slightly and the Elder Hall Master appeared as well. He said, if you want a perfect explanation, I have it, but we're still missing one person. Luo Fan, come out. We can all ask our questions openly so we can perfectly resolve things. As expected, the Law Enforcement Hall Master, Luo Fan, appeared as well. For three people on the level of Hall Masters to appear in the outer sect at the same time made all the disciples' eyes almost pop out. In the outer sect, many people might never set foot into the inner sect in their lifetimes. Some had never even seen a king. But now, 3 Hall Master-level experts had appeared. Good, keep going. It would be best if even the Xuan Master would come out as well. Seeing 3 huge figures had descended, Long Chen was about to dance with joy. Excellent, I also want to hear your perfect explanation, Liu Kang, said Luo Fan. Liu Kang smiled slightly. I've long since reported everything that happened to the Xuanhuan Tower Supervising Department. Conveniently, I also sent some evidence of how the Alchemy Pavilion intentionally refused to allow Long Chen to join, instead mocking and insulting him. As for this elder Luo Bo, he intentionally abused his power to extort a disciple. As a result, the Supervising Department has been watching this as well, and they've managed to investigate quite a few behind-the-scene details. I'm sure that they will be able to give you a perfect explanation. Hearing that the Xuanhuan Tower Supervising Department was involved, the expressions of the Law Enforcement Hall Master and the Alchemy Pavilion Master completely changed. Just at this moment, a strict voice rang out from the air. The Supervising Department has already investigated this matter to its roots. The Alchemy Pavilion refused to let a genius join due to selfish reasons, causing Long Chen's alchemy skills to have nowhere to be practiced. Therefore, it is the fault of the Alchemy Pavilion that Long Chen had to refine pills on his own without being supported by the sect, and his selling of them is also due to the fault of the Alchemy Pavilion. Luo Bo was greedy and used his position to take advantage of the outer sect's disciples, preying on the people. His reprehensible crimes cannot be forgiven. Within 3 days, his cultivation base is to be crippled, and he is to be expelled from the Dao sect. No, Luo Bo's expression completely changed. That was no different than killing him. Without a cultivation base, he wouldn't be able to get far before being eaten by wild beasts. The Alchemy Pavilion Master's expression also changed, and he immediately knocked Luo Bo unconscious, bowing to the air. We will follow Tower Department Head's orders. That Tower Department Head's voice continued. The Law Enforcement Hall caused the outer sect to be in turmoil and depressed. It requires serious reorganization to fix, and so the law enforcers' posts in the outer sect are cancelled. The outer sect will now be overseen by the Elder Hall. Yes. Liu Kang and Luo Fan both voiced their acceptance, but the latter's voice was clearly a bit uncomfortable. It was just that he didn't dare to voice his dissent. Long Chen. Just as Long Chen thought things were over, and he was about to continue making money, the Tower Department Head's voice once more rang out, as icy as ever. Chapter 1065 I'm rich. Translator born to be. A disciple is present. Long Chen immediately had a bad feeling. It seemed the tower department head's voice wasn't very happy. You've broken the sect's rules multiple times, disturbed a class, and beaten up a teacher. Do you even place the Xuanhuan Dao sect in your eyes? The tower department head's voice was incredibly intimidating. The Elder Hall's people's expressions became odd. For even the always emotionless tower department head to now sound angry, Long Chen's ability to cause anger was truly amazing. Tower department head, if you put it like this, I'll have to disagree, said Long Chen. All the elders present sucked in a cold gasp of air. That was the tower department head, the figure who overlooked the entire Xuanhuan Dao sect. He was a supreme existence, and his decisions could not be changed even by the sect leader, the Xuan master. Others might not be afraid of the Xuan master, but they would definitely be afraid of the tower department head. After seeing that Long Chen wanted to argue against him, everyone's jaw dropped so low that you could stick an egg inside. You want to argue? The tower department head's voice clearly contained some shock. In all his years as the tower department head, no one had dared to speak to him like that, so he wasn't used to it. You said that I didn't place the Xuanhuan Dao sect in my eyes. I disagree. If I didn't place it in my eyes, I wouldn't have worked so hard to become a core disciple. You said that I broke the rules multiple times. I disagree with this as well. Each time I broke the rules, it was because someone else broke the rules first and I had to fight back. Am I supposed to just accept being beaten while others break the rules? I'm also a victim because if it weren't for others breaking the rules and provoking me first, there would be no reason for me to break the rules. If you want to punish someone, you should first punish them. If you punish them first, then I will accept any punishment. But if you only punish me while letting them get away with their crimes, disciple will not feel comfortable in his heart, said Long Chen. Are you saying you feel wronged? Demanded the tower department head coldly. I wouldn't say that. I just hope that you can treat me fairly and not wrong an obedient disciple, Long Chen shrugged. You are an obedient disciple. The tower department head's tone seemed to have changed slightly. It was like he was so infuriated that he wanted to laugh, but his voice quickly became cold once more. Stop spouting nonsense. Although you might have been the one wronged at the beginning, the way you handled it was completely overboard. As the Dao sect's disciple, your conduct caused grave damage to the dignity of the sect. Even if you were right before, you're wrong now. When you handle things in the future, you have to first consider the Xuanhuan Dao sect's dignity first, understood? Disciple understands, said Long Chen. Of course he didn't dare to not understand. So since you were wronged by others and since it was just your way of handling things that was incorrect, and due to your attitude of admitting your errors I can reduce your punishment. Starting today, you are demoted. Demoted too? Well, you can just continue being a worker. This matter ends here. If anyone has any complaints, you can report them within the next 3 days. The tower department head had originally been thinking of giving Long Chen a small slap on the wrist, but Long Chen was already a worker. He had been demoted to the bottom and couldn't be demoted again. If he was demoted again, the only rank left was commoner. But a commoner was not a disciple of the Xuanhuan Dao sect. That would be equivalent to expelling him from the sect, and that wouldn't be a slap on the wrist. After this result was announced, the Law Enforcement Hall Master and the Alchemy Pavilion Master both coldly left. This time, they had completely lost. The Elder Hall Master had beautifully made a fool out of them without giving them any power to resist. Once they left, the Elder Hall Master smiled at Long Chen and also vanished. Li Chengfeng patted Long Chen on the shoulder before leaving. Child, even if you feel bored, you should take it easy. In just a short moment, all the experts left and Luo Bo was brought away. What awaited him was a miserable fate. All right, brothers, starting today, the outer sect's medicinal pills will be sold here. There's no need for anyone to worry about not getting any, so take your time, laughed Long Chen. Only then did everyone recover from their shock and continue lining up for medicine. The disturbance caused by the alchemy pavilion ended up benefiting Long Chen's business. That was related to his powerful charisma. They felt that such a figure would definitely only sell peak-grade items and was worthy of trusting. They sold the elixir for a whole day and night. Meanwhile, Long Chen refined more elixir as the day went on. It was like he was squeezing fruit juice, constantly having Huo Long refine more and more. Boss were rich. Within Long Chen's hotel, Kaian Duoju held a dozen crystal cards as well as a list of their sales. He had practically gone crazy with joy. How much did we sell? Asked Long Chen. Guess. Stop talking nonsense and tell me. Hee, we made 38 million points. Heavens, I can't believe it. 38 million points. Qian Duojiu didn't know what to say. Although Long Chen had been prepared, hearing this number still shocked him. It was no wonder it was said that alchemy was the profession that made the most money in the world. Boss, how much did we get once we deduct the manufacturing costs? Asked Qian Duojiu suddenly. Once the manufacturing costs were out, just how much profit did they truly make? Manufacturing costs, those could be neglected, so the number of points they had gained was 38,520,000. Long Chen directly gave 20,000 points to Qian Duojiu to give to Wang Mang and the others. One reason was for their work, and the other was for their starting bonus. They had put in quite a bit of work for this business. Boss, this is way too much. 20,000 points for a dozen people, each person would get almost 2,000. It had to be known that outer sect disciples would only get points if they worked all out for a month. 2,000 points were 20 years worth of income. We don't want untrustworthy people, and we don't question the people we trust. There's no need to worry about making them fat and having them get greedy. I'm good at judging people, so don't worry about it. They're outer sect disciples, so their potential is limited. Now that we're all acquainted, if we can help them, we should do our best. We don't want to have regrets in the future, said Long Chen. I understand, boss. I'll send them right away. Qian Duojiu couldn't help but feel that this was why all those who followed Long Chen were so unswervingly loyal. This kind of generosity was something he was incapable of. He wasn't willing to give away so many points to outsiders. 38 million points split amongst 13,000 people meant that each person would get less than 3,000 points. As expected, without being the manager of the household, you wouldn't realize just how precious each piece of rice and firewood was. He had thought that this profit would be able to make them fat, but as soon as he calculated it, he realized it wasn't as amazing as he had thought. Long Chen couldn't help but sigh. However, when he thought about it, he felt like he was being too greedy. Hu Gishen's Divine Beast Mansion had only gotten 5 million points for first place. He should know how to be content. Qian Duojiu quickly returned, but Wang Mang and the others followed him, saying that they couldn't accept this many points. Long Chen couldn't be bothered to say anything to them, and he directly tossed them out. Long Chen had Qian Duojiu return to Crouching Dragon Mountain. He was to give each disciple 2,000 points, and they could do whatever they wanted with it. They could learn what techniques they needed, they could buy what weapons they wanted. Even if they wanted to go pick up girls, it was fine. But Long Chen knew that no one in the Dragonblood Legion would do something like that. They were very dependable. The only possible exception was Xuanhuan. Once Qian Duojiu left, Long Chen's mind returned to the primal chaos space. Xuanhuan's 8 split bodies had all turned scarlet like blood. Its powerful fluctuations shocked even Long Chen. Xuanhuan coiled around Long Chen, sending him a message that it had absorbed 90% of Luo Bo's pill flame. That had been extremely helpful to it, and it had instantly refined the remaining scarlet blood flame's essence. Long Chen thought about it and quickly realized that Luo Bo's pill flame was a merger of spiritual yuan and an earth flame. It was definitely an earth flame, but it had no life and its ranking was unknown. However, after being nourished by spiritual yuan for countless years, it had become a delicacy to Xuanhuan, and there were no side effects from absorbing it. It could be directly digested. Now Xuanhuan was so strong that it made even Long Chen afraid. Xuanhuan's terrifying potential allowed it to grow without limit. Back then, the Eastern Wasteland Bell had looked down on it and had wanted Long Chen to switch to another earth flame and feed Xuanhuan to it. Even the Eastern Wasteland Bell had been wrong. It definitely would have never imagined that Xuanhuan had this much potential. Even Xuanhuan's spiritual strength had greatly improved. It could communicate with Long Chen without any hindrances. Long Chen told Xuanhuan to help him refine Heavenly Star Sea merging pills when it had time. He wanted to get everyone to the peak of sea expansion as soon as possible. The next day, Long Chen received some good news. Zheng Wenlong had sent people over, and Long Chen immediately went out to receive them. Zheng Wenlong's people had brought over 100 kinds of materials to forge king items. They included essence metal, mithril, wind copper, blood tin, etc. When Xuanhuan saw those, he almost wept. Although there had been quite a few fragments of king items from when the Eastern Wasteland Bell had attacked, those fragments weren't enough to refine true king items. This material completely resolved his most pressing issue. Before leaving, those people told Long Chen that after a while, more materials would come successively. Xuanhuan also vanished like a wisp of smoke with those materials. He wanted to confirm some theories that he had learned. The Dragonblood Legion was now sufficiently rich to go all out cultivating. As for the Alchemy Pavilion and Law Enforcement Hall, in all likelihood, they would be forced to calm down for a while due to their failure this time. Long Chen also gave himself a vacation from refining to raise his own cultivation base. The peak heavenly geniuses like Hu Gishan and Hua Xiu had already reached the peak of sea expansion, and he couldn't fall behind. I can't stop eating medicine. Long Chen grabbed a handful of Heavenly Star Sea merging pills and stuffed them in his mouth. Chapter 1066, Internal Battle, External Battle. Translator Born to Be. Long Chen entered seclusion. Because of his seclusion, the Xuanhuan Dao sect gradually returned to calm. The matter of the medicinal elixir in the outer sect had caused a huge disturbance. This time, there was absolutely no way to keep news of it quiet, because far too many people had seen it. It had practically shaken the entire Xuanhuan Dao sect. Everyone came to learn of how domineering Long Chen was. In front of millions of people, he had repeatedly slapped a king across the face. The people who had seen that scene would never be able to forget it. Long Chen's name became even more resounding. At the same time, everyone came to learn of the peak-grade Heavenly Heart Soul calming elixir. Many outer sect disciples were also moved by it, and they came over to buy it from Caiyan Duojuo. This result was within Long Chen's expectations, except, due to Luo Bo, his plans had accelerated even more. Originally, he had thought it would need 1 to 2 months for the name of the peak-grade Heavenly Heart Soul calming elixir to spread to the inner sect. He thought it would be a steady increase. So before going into seclusion, he had left behind a huge amount of stock for Caiyan Duojuo. Now Caiyan Duojuo was constantly busy in the outer sect. However, he had also run into a certain situation. That was that the Divine Beast Mansion, Hegemon Hall, and Flame Gate's disciples had all stealthily sent people to buy it. That made Caiyan Duojuo very displeased. He still remembered how their people had immediately begun to sneer at them after buying their points. However, Long Chen had told Caiyan Duojuo not to mind them. They could buy as much as they want. Businessmen only cared about maximizing profit. They did business with anyone. There was no need to worry about fattening their enemies, because those people had no qualifications to be enemies with the Dragonblood Legion. Caiyan Duojuo sold them the peak-grade Heavenly Heart Soul calming elixir, and a huge amount of points entered his pocket each day. For Long Chen to publicly sell the peak-grade Heavenly Heart Soul calming elixir in the outer sect was a provocation to the Alchemy Pavilion. It was especially humiliating because Luo Bo had his cultivation base crippled and was expelled from the Xuanhuan Dao sect. But because of various reasons from before, they had fallen into Long Chen's trap. He had a protective talisman now, making them incapable of doing anything. At first, the Alchemy Pavilion thought that Long Chen would eventually run out of elixir. On his own, there was no way for him to refine so much peak-grade Heavenly Heart Soul calming elixir. But they quickly realized that he had so much elixir that he was unable to even sell it all. They had immediately raised suspicions that the elixir wasn't refined by himself and was instead bought from outside the sect. That was completely against the sect's rules. The Elder Hall had called Long Chen, and in front of everyone, Long Chen had summoned Hua Long and allowed them to see how it refined the elixir. When the Alchemy Pavilion's people saw Hua Long refine the elixir on its own, their eyes almost jumped out. This kind of alchemy technique dumbfounded them. This speed and efficiency were absolutely ridiculous. Long Chen only gave them a simple demonstration before calling back Hua Long. The Alchemy Pavilion's people could only dejectedly leave. Although their disciples raised suspicions that Long Chen couldn't have that many medicinal ingredients, the Dao sect's rules only explicitly stated that it was not permitted to sell pills bought from outside. There was nothing about buying medicinal ingredients. As long as Long Chen refined it personally, he could sell it to others. Technically, he couldn't sell it in huge amounts, but now he had gained that authority because of how the Alchemy Pavilion had rejected his application. Very quickly, the 10,000 Pill Hall sent out word that their Heavenly Heart Soul calming elixir's price was going down by 50%. Furthermore, they were holding a buy two get one free sale. But when the disciples calculated it, they still felt that it was better to buy Long Chen's peak-grade Heavenly Heart Soul calming elixir. After all, its medicinal effect was amazing. Even though the 10,000 Pill Hall reduced the price, there was still no one who bought it. As a result, In their fury, they directly cut the price in half again and had a buy one get one free sale. Finally, some disciples were moved and began to buy their elixir. Long Chen sneered inside. They wanted a battle of prices. Selling it like this would cause them to lose money. Long Chen knew the alchemy pavilion was intentionally harming itself just to stop him from getting so much profit. The 10,000 pill hall's large discount was truly vicious. Fewer and fewer people were coming to Long Chen's side, making Caiyan Duoju uneasy. He went to ask Long Chen if they should lower the price as well. Long Chen shook his head. Competing in prices is the display of the incompetent. Playing like this would be embarrassing. In any case, during this time, another 30 million points had entered their pocket. Calculating the total, the peak-grade Heavenly Heart Soul Calming Elixir had brought him over 70 million points in profit. Long Chen told Caiyan Duoju to stop selling it and have everyone focus on cultivating in peace. They could just watch how lively the situation was. As a result, it truly became lively. Many people had thought there would be a price war between Long Chen and the 10,000 pill hall. Then the ones to profit would be them. But then Long Chen ignored the 10,000 pill hall. He refused to play with them, and he stopped selling the peak-grade Heavenly Heart Soul Calming Elixir. Now all those waiting disciples became dumbfounded, but they quickly reacted and charged toward the 10,000 pill hall, almost causing the entire 10,000 pill hall to explode. They were dumbfounded. They had no idea what to do in front of this crazy demand for the peak-grade Heavenly Heart Soul Calming Elixir. Due to the drastically reduced price, they were basically losing 3 times the manufacturing cost each time they sold a bottle. The disciples buying it had also seen through some clues and were going all out to buy as much as possible. This elixir didn't go bad, so however much they bought was how much they would save. As a result, just half a day after this crazy surge, the 10,000 pill hall announced that they had sold out, drawing the ire of all the disciples. "What are you talking about? You're just playing with us. How could you sell out this fast?" "Exactly, after lining up for half a day, you want to tell us there's nothing. After putting on such a show, how are you going to explain yourselves to the ones who lined up all day?" Seeing that there were so many disciples who had lined up without being able to buy any, the 10,000 pill hall could only thicken their skin and explain that they truly had no more stock, but more of the elixir would appear later. This explanation was unacceptable to everyone, but there was also nothing they could do. At most, they would shout a few complaints. They didn't have Long Chen's guts to beat people. Long Chen had long since expected all of this. For now, the alchemy pavilion would have to pay the bill for their own idiotic promise. They had to continue selling the Heavenly Heart Soul Calming Elixir. Although it would probably in limited quantities, they definitely had to continue selling it. Otherwise, it would be a slap in their own face. As for Long Chen himself, he was busy consuming medicinal pills each day. Occasionally, he would go out for a stroll in the inner and outer sects. Suddenly, there came a day when he was called over by the elder hall master. He arrived in front of a tranquil lake. He saw the leisurely Xuanhuan master fishing in a relaxed manner. "Xuanhuan master, did you call this disciple?" asked Long Chen carefully. The elder hall master had left after bringing him here. Facing the most powerful expert in the Xuanhuan Dao sect, even he felt a bit nervous. "Do you feel like I'm leisurely?" The Xuanhuan master smiled slightly. "Well, you seem all right. You don't seem very busy." Long Chen nodded. "I feel like you're very busy." "Yes, I feel like I'm very busy as well." "Why are you so busy?" Long Chen was dumbfounded. It seemed this question had some kind of hidden meaning. He thought about it for a moment before saying, "I suppose because I was forced to." The Xuanhuan master nodded. "If you stood in my position, would you be as leisurely as me?" "Probably not. If I were you, I'd first ferret out all those idiots in the Dao sect, give them a fierce beating and kick them out of the sect. Tidying up the atmosphere of the Dao sect would keep me very busy," said Long Chen. "Once the sect was tidied up, what's next?" asked the Xuanhuan master. It seemed he didn't feel any anger toward Long Chen's words. "Then it'd be peaceful, and everything would go on the right track. Perhaps I'd be able to relax a bit at that time," said Long Chen. "I'm afraid that such a thing is unlikely. Battles never end. There are 2 kinds of battles, internal battles and external battles. Right now, the Dao sect is filled with unending internal battles, and from your point of view it feels very chaotic. But this is a very normal state. A person's heart is naturally very competitive. Think about it for a moment. If you didn't have internal battle, then you would have to point your spears outwards and find a new enemy to unite the people. For example, your Dragonblood Legion doesn't fight amongst themselves. That's because you are surrounded by enemies and have no opportunity for internal battle. But once the enemies around you are gone, you would have to either choose internal battle or find a new enemy. You rose from the eastern wasteland. I greatly admire your leadership abilities, but you are too domineering while lacking control and patience. So I want to ask you again. Think about your answer. If you stood in my position, would you be as leisurely as me? The Xuan master looked at Long Chen. Long Chen's heart pounded as he thought of an extremely inconceivable thing. After a long while, he shook his head. I am me. No matter what height I stand at, my thinking will not change. The Xuan master smiled and allowed Long Chen to leave. As soon as he left, an ancient voice rang out. You still haven't given up on this. The Xuan master sighed. I really am unwilling. I can pretty much tell a person's future with a look, but I can't see through Long Chen. He has too many variables to him. I really wonder if I gave the Xuanchen Dao sect to him, what would happen? Either it would soar to the peak or be destroyed, and the chances of the latter are extremely high, said that ancient voice. Master, for so many years you were peaceful, doing nothing special. Isn't that too boring? Asked the Xuan master. What are you thinking? Don't do anything stupid. We stand guard over our ancestors' foundation. Don't make me have no face to meet the successive patriarchs once I die, warned that voice. You were too conservative, causing me to also become conservative. The Xuanchen Dao sect has already lost the attitude of dominating the heavens that the original founder had. Instead, it has taken the attitude of an elder with a foot in the grave. If we continue like this, just how much longer can we last? Asked the Xuan master. The ancient voice was silent for a long time before sighing. Do what you want. The Xuanchen Dao sect has truly lost its former glory. Since you have ambitions, your master will support you. Thank you, master. Don't worry, disciple will not let you down. The Xuan master smiled. A bright light shone in his eyes. Long Chen's arrival had allowed him to see many things. Perhaps this was a chance for the Xuanchen Dao sect to rise. Chapter 1067, Infernal Devil Abyss. Translator Born to Be. Time truly passed quickly, and 2 months went by quickly. The day of the competition once more arrived. On this day, all the inner sect disciples who were supposed to participate gathered in the plaza. The Divine Beast Mansion, Hegemon Hall, Heaven Female Alliance, Flame Gate, and 10,000 Insect Guild's disciples all looked at the Dragonblood Legion's members in shock. The last time they had seen them, the majority of the Dragonblood Legion's people had still been at the mid-sea expansion realm. But in just 2 months, they had all advanced to the late stage. 80% of them had reached the 9th heaven stage of sea expansion, and the remaining ones had all reached the 8th heaven stage. It had to be known that one of the key reasons they had been refused by the other 5 factions was because of their low cultivation bases. However, after joining the Dragonblood Legion, they had gone through a heaven-toppling change. Their cultivation bases were not weaker than any of the other factions now. The difference, which had been like a heavenly chasm, had been completely made up for in just 4 months. Standing at the front of the Dragonblood Legion was Long Chen. His aura was vast and powerful, seeming like the peak of sea expansion. For others, it truly would be the peak of sea expansion. He had reached the 10th heaven stage. He had eaten heavenly star sea merging pills like they were candy, practically never stopping his consumption. He had finally managed to raise his cultivation base to the same level as the other commanders. But breaking through 3 times had caused his aura to grow a bit out of his control. That was especially true when he had advanced to the 10th heaven stage, as his aura had instantly risen a great deal. The 9-star Hegemon body art was different from ordinary cultivation techniques. He had 13 heaven stages, and once he reached the 10th heaven stage, his power would leap. Each advancement afterward would be incredibly difficult, but the increase in power would be amazing as well. Furthermore, when he had reached the 10th heaven stage, his chi seas had instantly exploded in size. It was like a cup that had shattered. The limits of his chi seas were broken, allowing them to expand to a new level. Furthermore, he sensed the mysterious energy that seemed to have been limiting his chi seas had also vanished. His chi seas had broken their old limits and were once more expanding. That resulted in him now having twice as much spiritual yuan as before. That wasn't the most amazing thing. Once his chi seas began to grow again, the divine runes of the 3rd form of split the heavens being nourished in his acupuncture points were like dried-up riverbeds that had received rainwater. Just yesterday, they had been fully satisfied and stopped growing any stronger. In other words, he could now use the true power of the third form of split the heavens. Everyone in the Dragonblood Legion looked like they had transformed. All of them were like completely new people, filling quite a few others with envy. The matter of Long Chen selling medicinal elixir in the outer sect for points was common knowledge to them, but being envious didn't have any use. They had seen the Dragonblood Legion's warriors use their plentiful points to equip themselves and cultivate in high-grade training rooms. They practically spent all day in high-grade training rooms. Their newly rich conduct irritated them, but for the Dragonblood Legion's warriors, it was extremely refreshing. To use some wise words that Xuanhuan had once said, "I like it the most when looking at me irritates you, but you also can't do anything." During this time, the Dragonmark warriors had experienced the true meaning of what it meant to advance by leaps and bounds. They were full of gratitude and reverence for Long Chen. In their hearts, Long Chen was a god. In just 4 months he had turned them, the trash that no one else had wanted, to the same level as those other geniuses. Their power had not only leaped to an unprecedented level, but they had also used points to get treasures that they had needed. All of them had the best treasure items possible, and some even had leftover points to buy some defensive equipment. That made them all very confident about the competition this time. A pack of country bumpkins. Seeing Long Chen's side in high morale, Xuanhuan let out a sneer and spat on the ground. He was full of hatred and envy. Pow! Xuanhuan had only just finished when a thunderous sound rang out. A figure appeared in front of him and slapped him across the face. "How many times have I told you not to dirty the plaza?" said Long Chen coldly. Intolerable bullying. Fan Song's expression turned hostile. He was standing not far away, and he charged over, smashing a fist toward Long Chen. Powerful rumbling erupted and caused everyone's expressions to change. Long Chen also sent out a punch, and when they collided, the entire plaza rocked. Everyone was shocked by this power. The most shocking thing was that Long Chen and Fan Song had not released any of their auras. In other words, this was just a simple attack. Long Chen's heart shook. Fan Song was truly powerful. This exchange made his wrist slightly numb. Although he had known that Fan Song was a rarely seen body cultivator, Long Chen hadn't expected to still be slightly weaker in terms of physical bodies after advancing 3 realms. Long Chen was shocked, but Fan Song was even more shocked. He was a rank 5 celestial, someone with exceptional talent and power. Moreover, he was a 1-in-1,000-year body cultivator genius. In all his years, he had never encountered anyone who could compete with him in power. Whether it was in the same realm or the realm above, in terms of pure power, he had never met his match. Although Long Chen had displayed great power in his battle against Xuanhuan, he still didn't consider Long Chen to be a match for him. But in this exchange, they were equally matched. That shocked and infuriated him. This was his specialty, and he should have destroyed him. For them to be equally matched was a loss for him. Fan Song frowned, and was just about to start using his real power when an icy voice rang out. "I'm glad you're so energetic." Long Chen and Fan Song hastily fell back. Sumo once more appeared in the air. He was still covered in blood. Moreover, there was a cut to his shoulder that was so deep that they could see bone. There was some kind of energy trying to corrode his flesh, making his healing speed very slow. "We are at the front fighting a bloody battle, while you are all happy and bored enough to fight amongst yourselves. Amazing, truly amazing," sneered Sumo. "Senior apprentice brother Sumo, I." "Shut up." Xuanhuan had been about to complain when Sumo interrupted him. "I'm not as bored as you, and I don't care about your trifles. Do you realize that while you idle about with your nonsense, people are constantly falling each day to protect you? I didn't know how I was supposed to tell you this before, but seeing how much energy you have, I won't stand on courtesy." His gaze swept over everyone. He continued, "Originally, you should have participated in the competition 3 times to get you used to the fight against the devil beasts. Only then would you be sent to the true battlefield. But you're very unlucky. The past few days, the infernal devil abyss began to grow chaotic, and countless devil beasts have charged through the world barrier to enter the martial heaven continent. The defensive line of the Xuanhuan Dao sect is under pressure, so the competition this time is cancelled and will be replaced with a true battle. In other words, you will be stepping onto the battlefield of one of the Xuanhuan Dao sect's strongholds. All your factions will cooperate to defend one stronghold. This is a true battle, and it will be bloody and cruel. But the one thing worth rejoicing about is that the devil beasts appearing in the infernal devil abyss are still under control. There won't be any devil beasts you can't defeat, but you have to know, in a true battle, changes can occur in an instant. Anything is possible. I have nothing to teach you here. You'll need to learn everything on the cruel battlefield. Time is pressing. Keep the bracelets on because this battle has even greater rewards than last time. Killing 7th rank devil beasts will be worth 1 kill point. 8th rank devil beasts are worth 100 points, and as for 9th rank devil beasts, you shouldn't run into them. You are one team focused on killing your opponents. When the battle is over, you can directly exchange the kill points you have with points in the sect. 1 kill point is worth 1 point. 1 kill point was worth 1 point. All the disciples were delighted. Each 7th rank devil beast they killed was 1 point. Remember, this is not the usual competition. This is a true battle. If anyone flees without orders, even if all the people around them were killed, they will be executed by the sect, said Sumo icily. Everyone's hearts shook. They were no longer disciples in a trial, but soldiers in a battle. Military orders had to be obeyed, with violators being executed. Long Chen didn't feel much surprise. The sect had spent so much on training its troops. Eating and drinking what was the Xuanhuan Dao sect wasn't free. After taking what was theirs, they had to do work for them. You will be transported to your own defensive zones. Remember, if any devil beasts charge past your zone, not only will all your kill points be cleared, but you will also receive a heavy punishment. After that, the bricks beneath their feet lit up, and each faction was enveloped by countless runes. The runes formed a huge sphere in the air, making sure to envelop each one of them. Buzz! They felt the space twist, and then they saw endless darkness. They stayed within this endless darkness for several breaths before the darkness faded, and they appeared on a dusky battlefield. Chapter 1068, The Battlefield in the Abyss. Translator Born to Be. The sky was dull and gloomy, and the sun was nowhere to be found. Blood-colored mist filled the air with a brutal aura. The scent of death was strong. Long Chen and the others appeared in a canyon. The canyon was definitely not natural. It was a pass created by humans. It was 100 miles wide. This was a specially constructed channel, and when Long Chen spread his divine sense, he sensed another channel 1,000 miles away. Between these two channels was a huge and thick wall. The wall was covered in runes and incomparably sturdy. The channel on his right side was guarded by Hua Shiyu's Heaven-Female Alliance. On his left side was a precipitous mountain. The huge mountain soared high and spread far into the distance. This mountain was a natural barrier. Behind the Xuanhuan Dao sect's disciples was a giant stronghold. Long Chen and the others were the final barrier in front of the stronghold. There were 6 channels here, and when the army of devil beasts arrived, they would spread throughout the 6 channels. That scattered their power, which was beneficial for ambushing and stopping them. If the disciples could see further, they would see that their channels were all connected to another huge channel in front of them. At the end of that huge channel was an even larger channel. Each channel had several branches. It was similar to trying to stop a river. When the people at the front were unable to stop the huge devil army, they would let a few of them go through the branches at the end of their passes. Through several layers of checkpoints, if the devil army still couldn't be stopped, then they would be forced to activate the stronghold. This stronghold was the Xuanhuan Dao sect's strongest defensive measure. Once it was activated, it was unknown how many devil beasts it would be able to kill. The sect had spent an exorbitant amount of manpower and wealth to build it. But such a terrifying stronghold would also cost a terrifying amount of resources to activate. Even the Xuanhuan Dao sect wasn't willing to use it unless they were forced to. Just using it once would be a grave blow to their core. The Dragon Blood warriors felt like a stone was pressing against their hearts upon entering this battlefield. Seeing these grand fortifications as well as the scent of death that hung in the air, no one could remain indifferent. This was the pressure of the battlefield. The more lives that had died, the greater the pressure would be. This kind of mental pressure was nerve-wracking. Form the whirlwind slaughter formation. Take care of the space and distance between you. Don't accidentally attack your own people, or the jokes that will be made about you will never end. Long Chen clapped his hands, drawing his people's attention. They quickly spread out. The whirlwind slaughter formation involved forming groups of 9. It was a very nimble and adaptable formation. They could quickly form up once more, linking up 9 groups of 9 into a larger formation. It was a simple but very practical formation. For over 13,000 people to guard a space around 100 miles wide was very simple. At the Sea Expansion realm, A single full-strength attack could instantly cover such a distance. At closer range and by compressing the attack, it would make the attack even stronger. The Dragonblood Legion's warriors quickly took their places. Just by busying themselves with taking their positions, they felt the pressure of the battlefield lessen. Don't be so nervous because that's a very foolish thing. Now that you're on the battlefield, the only thing that matters is strength. If you're strong enough, then the devil beasts in front of you are just points. If you aren't strong enough, then there's even less reason to be worried. You'll definitely die, so why be nervous, said Long Chen. The Dragonblood Legion's members involuntarily laughed. Seeing how easygoing Long Chen was as he stood at the front of their formation, unaffected by the battlefield's pressure at all, their tense hearts loosened slightly. Other than that, let me give you some good news. Our neighbors are the Heaven Female Alliance's beautiful army. Long Chen's voice suddenly quietened as he said, "Everyone, work hard to show off a man's selling points. Show them how domineering a man should be. If we kill all the devil beasts on our side, we could go to the other side and help them. Hee, you understand. Not only can you get points, but you can also be the hero-saving beauties." Long Chen raised his brows at them with a naughty smile. Tang Wan'er looked at Long Chen and didn't say anything. She knew he was using this wretched method to encourage people and make them forget their nervousness. Sometimes, a man's desire for such a thing could allow them to explode with unprecedented power. She saw people's passions were ignited. HMPH, a nice thought. But my Heaven Female Alliance's warriors don't need any stinky men. Don't even think about coming over here to take advantage. Just as the Dragonblood Legion's men had started smiling, Hua Shiu's icy voice came from the other side of the wall, along with a few maidens' tinkling laughter. Long Chen was struck speechless. Now it was awkward. He had been exposed. The thing that infuriated him the most was that Tang Wan'er also laughed at him. Suddenly the ground began to rumble, and all the disciples' expressions changed. The devil beast army had arrived. Just a few breaths later, a tide of devil beasts could be seen charging over at them. It was different from the trial and competition. There were all kinds of devil beasts now. Although their bodies weren't huge, their auras were very tyrannical. Furthermore, some of these devil beasts were stronger than the others. Black runes covered their bodies, and that powerful pressure was clearly the aura of 8th rank devil beasts. The 8th rank for devil beasts was equivalent to human cultivators, foundation forging realm. They were very powerful. As the endless devil beasts rushed over, the ground constantly shook. As they got closer, people saw that some devil beasts were like apes that had grown fangs, some were like crocodiles in human form, and some only had limbs with no head. It was unknown what they were. Even from dozens of miles away, they could smell the scent of decay and death pouring over them. It was no wonder this place was called the Infernal Devil Abyss. It was like they were facing devils from hell. Brothers, get ready to work. Xuanhuan, you're in charge of directing people. Call out people to kill the 8th rank devil beasts that slip by. Tang Wan'er, Gu Yang, Li Qi, and Song Minjuan follow behind me as the first line of defense. Everyone else, the small fish will be left to you. Long Chen waved a hand, and a huge flame dragon flew out. Its flame runes were blood-colored, and when it opened its mouth, a flame meteor shot out at the devil beasts. Boom! Flames exploded, devouring any devil beast struck. 7th rank devil beasts were instantly turned to dregs, and a dozen 8th rank devil beasts were also struck and let out ear-piercing cries. Although they didn't immediately die, they were heavily injured. Huo Long turned, and with a flick of its tail, it blew apart those burning 8th rank devil beasts. It flew to the very front. When the disciples in the other passes saw how powerful it was, they were completely shocked. Only one person had flames about to shoot out of his eyes. That person was Que Xinyan. The strength of Long Chen's flame dragon was entirely because of him. 3 of his earth flames had been devoured by it. The other 5 factions also took action. Hua Shiu was surrounded by flying flower petals, and the devil beasts all exploded upon contact. Even 8th rank devil beasts were unable to resist. What a terrifying woman. Those flower petals definitely contained some kind of secret, or they couldn't possibly be so sharp. Long Chen was shocked by this power. He didn't sense any elemental energy within those petals, but their sharpness surpassed even treasure items. As Hua Shiu displayed her power, she slaughtered masses of devil beasts at the very front. Only a portion of them avoided her blockade and attacked the people behind her. But behind her was Zhao Ziyan, and she directed the female warriors to attack the devil beasts. Everything was under control and they weren't panicked at all. On the other side of Hua Xiu was Wang Zhen's 10,000 insect guild. Wang Zhen was also displaying his terrifying power. It was unknown when exactly he had raised this many insects, but he had all his disciples retreat. Using just a huge army of insects, he formed a death trap at the entrance to his channel. All kinds of shelled insects appeared on the ground. Those insects were constantly spitting out poison from their mouths, and any devil beasts touched by it would instantly begin to corrode and let out wails. In the air, there were countless 3-meter-long bee-like insects. They shot out long stingers from their tails that pierced through the devil beasts. After the devil beasts were struck by the poison, these stingers instantly caused their bodies to explode like rotten flesh. Once the devil beasts were killed, countless pincer insects would crawl out of the ground and devour their corpses. There weren't just 3 types of insects. There were all kinds, some acting as bait, some acting as shields, some launching sneak attacks. It was a true endless army of insects. The insect army had essentially blocked the entrance to the pass, and the 10,000 Insect Guild's disciples basically didn't need to do anything, so they just watched. On the other side, the Divine Beast Mansion, Hegemon Hall, and Flame Gate had also attacked. The thing that startled Long Chen was that Xuanhuan had a new commodity. He had summoned a huge flame ape, and the fluctuations from its flames were very powerful. It was actually not weaker than the Scarlet Blood Flame. In fact, its ranking might even surpass it slightly. Xuanhuan stood at the head of his flame ape as it constantly attacked the devil beasts, but the only thing he was staring at was the distant Long Chen. His eyes were full of rancor. Long Chen coldly looked at him. A faint sneer appeared on his face. Was this idiot about to send him more food? Chapter 1069, Yuan Energy Fluctuation. Translator Born to Be. On Long Chen's side, Huo Long was at the very front, incinerating any devil beasts near it. After devouring 3 earth flames and Luo Bo's pill flame, it had undergone a complete transformation. The current flame dragon had reached a level of control over its power that even shocked Long Chen. Its control was equal to an alchemist controlling their flame during a pill refinement. Each bit of power was used perfectly without the slightest waste. Is this the result of devouring Luo Bo's pill flame? It also absorbed his flame control experience. Seeing how unstoppable Huo Long was, Long Chen was pleasantly surprised. Huo Long's power surpassed his expectations. Behind Huo Long were Tang Wan'er, Gu Yang, Song Minjuan, and Li Qi. They had formed one long defensive line. Tang Wan'er's wind blades along with Song Minjuan and Li Qi's earthen spears were both large-area attacks. The majority of the devil beasts that got past Huo Long were killed by them. As for Gu Yang, he had no large-area attacks. He focused on the 8th-rank devil beasts that got by, not letting them charge into the formation behind him. Through these layers of obstructions, the number of devil beasts that reached the Dragonblood Legion was not high. Furthermore, they were all 7th rank. With 9 people in a team, their formations moved out, forming sharp blades that cut through them. From the air, this channel was a land of death for the devil beasts. The formations were like meat grinders. As they moved, the devil beasts were torn apart. Black blood and flesh flew through the air. It was miserable and bloody, but these devil beasts didn't seem to have any fear of death. They continued to crazily charge forward even as they saw their companions being killed. Within the entire Dragonblood Legion, Long Chen was the most leisurely one. He was squatting on the ground, studying a devil beast's head that had just been cut off. That devil beast's teeth were as sharp as a treasure item, black lines covered in the teeth that emitted the aura of death. This was a special aura, and once bitten, it would invade your body. Even heavenly Tao energy had trouble erasing it, so being injured by a devil beast was a very troublesome matter. Long Chen snapped off one of its half-a-foot-long teeth and carefully examined its aura. For some unknown reason, he felt another very familiar aura within its sinister aura. Suddenly, an 8th-rank devil beast broke past Gu Yang's blockade. Xuanhuan was just about to shoot it with his golden crossbow when Long Chen flung out the tooth. It pierced straight through the devil beast's head. It only possesses a berserk will and has no spiritual fluctuations. In other words, it has no intelligence. It only has desires but has no fear of death. How curious. As that 8th-rank devil beast died, Long Chen locked onto it with his spiritual strength to see what it would feel during death. It was a very strange life form. It had to be known that any creature would feel innate fear toward danger and death, but these devil beasts didn't. They didn't even have spiritual fluctuations. If they didn't have bodies of flesh, Long Chen would suspect that they were puppets made to kill people. Puppets, they really are like puppets. Long Chen's eyes brightened. These devil beasts were just like a kind of puppet. Their attacks were practically instinctual, and that was the basic nature of a puppet. This is, Long Chen reached into the devil beast's chest and pulled out a black stone. The stone was the size of a baby's fist, and it was covered in lines that were like wriggling centipedes. It looked very evil. But he also sensed another kind of energy fluctuations within this stone. He suddenly cried out, "These are Yuan energy fluctuations. It's practically the same as the fluctuations from Yuan spirit stones." Long Chen couldn't help being dumbfounded. These devil beasts could produce Yuan spirit stones. That had to be nonsense. Yuan spirit stones were mined. How could devil beast cores become Yuan spirit stones? When he carefully sensed it, he found that only a small amount of the devil beast core's energy was Yuan spiritual energy. The energy inside was complicated. The Yuan spiritual energy only made up 1/10 of its energy. The remaining 90% was a berserk dark kind of energy, and that kind of energy was poison to cultivators. There was no way to extract the Yuan spiritual energy like this, so there was no way to use this stone. After studying it a bit longer, Long Chen stopped and began to pay attention to the Dragonblood Legion's battle. "Ha ha ha, I've made 375 points," cried out a Dragon Mark warrior as he excitedly killed the devil beasts. It had just been less than 2 hours since the battle had begun, but an ordinary inner sect disciple had made 375 points. That was like striking gold. Working 2 hours here was worth more than 3 months of rations. It was no wonder he would be so excited. After all, these were the points he had earned with his own power. "What's so amazing about 300 points? I'm already at 500, but did you see me say anything?" shouted one of the Dragonblood warriors. "Do you think you're quiet? If you shout a bit louder, I bet people would be able to hear your excitement all the way to the eastern wasteland," roared one of the Dragonblood warriors beside him. His ears were ringing from that person's shouting. "Head Gu Yang, what are you at?" asked the Dragonblood warrior. 27, replied Gu Yang. 27, impossible, wait as in thousands, 10 of thousands. Everyone was startled. Gu Yang, who was just in charge of the 8th rank devil beasts that got past, had already reached over 200,000 points. Then wouldn't Xuanhuan be at over 1,000,000? Long Chen looked at his bracelet and saw that he had reached 3,270,000 points. Huo Long was incredibly powerful, unrivaled in alchemy and battle. It was unknown what secret technique the Xuanhuan Dao sect was using so that the devil beasts killed by Huo Long were counted by his bracelet. "Hey, can you focus, or are you going to chat until the day ends? Sister Wanner, these brothers are getting lazy out of boredom. Let a few more points come by," cried Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan saw that these brats were getting too arrogant. Having forgotten their fear, their confidence ended up inflating. It was time to give them some more work so they would get a bit tense. Xuanhuan reduced her attack range slightly. As a result, a huge swarm of devil beasts charged past. The Dragon Mark warriors roared and started a slaughter. After discarding their fear, after putting down their nervousness, after being led through multiple battles by the Dragonblood warriors, the Dragon Mark warriors had finally found the feeling of a battle. The difference between them and the Dragonblood warriors was rapidly shrinking. Long Chen's side had it extremely easy, while the other factions were about the same. However, the Divine Beast Mansion and Hegemon Hall had both already expanded their attack range. They were unwilling to just guard their channel. Yan Machen, Han Yunshan, and Wei Changhai had charged forward 100 miles and were slaughtering any devil beast in sight. "Fuck, how despicable. They're fighting over our points," raged Xuanhuan. The 3 of them had charged to the front, interfering with Dragonblood Legion's share of devil beasts. As a result, the number of devil beasts reaching their channel had dropped a great deal. Those 3 were taking this opportunity to snatch their points. However, not every faction had the ability to send people out to the front. Only the Divine Beast Mansion and Hegemon Hall were both able to guard their channels safely after sending them out. In truth, Hua Xiu's side also had the power to send out Zhao Ziyan, but Hua Xiu didn't do that. Instead, she continued according to their original rhythm. As for the 10,000 Insect Guild, when Wang Zhen saw that Long Chen wasn't doing anything, he seemed to also realize something. If he continued killing all the devil beasts himself, his people wouldn't have anything to do. He opened a path to allow a few devil beasts to get by for his subordinates. "Boss, do you want to go out as well? Xuanhuan was irritated that those three would snatch their points like this. Do you think I'm as stupid as them? If even Sumo was beaten into such a miserable state, do you think this mission would be this easy? Even an idiot would be able to tell this is just time for us to adapt. Soon, more powerful devil beasts will be released to our side. If they want to be stupid, let them. Let's see how long they're capable of being so stupid, said Long Chen. As expected, not long after, people sensed something was wrong. The number of the devil beasts was still the same, but the proportion of 8th rank devil beasts was increasing. In the beginning, only one 8th rank devil beast would appear amongst over 2,000, but now there was one every 1,000 devil beasts. Their proportion had doubled. As soon as that happened, the Divine Beast Mansion and Hegemon Hall's sides became unsteady. Several 8th rank devil beasts got past Xuanhuan's blockade and reached his faction behind him, causing great chaos. Although those devil beasts were eventually subdued, dozens of disciples had been killed under their attacks. Xuanhuan and Fan Song immediately called the three of them back. In their panic, their formations became unsteady, and over 100 of their people died, causing their faces to turn green with fury. This was a typical case of trying to steal a chicken only to lose the rice used to lure it. In order to get a few more points, so many of their people had died. It was completely not worth it. On the contrary, the other factions' blockades were still completely steady. Although the number of 8th rank devil beasts was increasing, their formations didn't become chaotic and no casualties appeared. Meanwhile, Xuanhuan and Fan Song felt like they had been slapped in the face. More and more 8th rank devil beasts were appearing. The Dragonblood Legion's formation switched once more. The Dragonmark warriors fell back while the Dragonblood warriors advanced. More and more devil beasts were getting by, and the Dragonblood warriors began to join in on killing the 8th rank devil beasts. They also occasionally let an 8th rank devil beast get by for the Dragonmark warriors to experience their power. But they would always call out a warning before letting one get by so that they would be prepared. Only once the Dragonmark warriors got used to it, and were no longer afraid of the 8th rank devil beasts did they truly allow 8th rank devil beasts to get by. Now, the Dragonmark warriors had also joined in on the fight against the 8th rank devil beasts. After another 2 hours, the number of 8th rank devil beasts had increased once more. Now one would appear around every 500 devil beasts. The other factions all found it taxing now. Casualties were starting to appear, and they no longer had it as easy as before. They finally understood that this was a true battlefield, not a trial. However, Long Chen still didn't do anything. He stood in the air, overlooking the Dragonblood Legion. To him, the battle had only truly just started. Now was the true time to temper the Dragonblood Legion. Suddenly, a furious roar rang out in the distance, and a terrifying pressure descended, causing everyone's expressions to change. Chapter 1070 Powerful Show of Killing. Translator Born to Be. That was a 30-meter devil beast with an ox head and rodent body. It was covered in fine vein patterns, and there was a long tail growing out of its back. Its roar caused the sky to shake, and a terrifying pressure crashed down upon them, making everyone's hair stand on end. 9th rank devil beast, it's definitely a 9th rank devil beast. Didn't they say no 9th rank devil beasts would appear? Everyone turned pale with fright. That was an existence on par with a king. As the 9th rank devil beast charged over, it knocked aside any 7th and 8th rank devil beasts in its path. The ground trembled as it moved. Long Chen's expression was serious. He flew to the front of the Dragonblood Legion. At the same time, Hua Shiyu, Wang Zhen, Xuanhuan, Fan Song, and Xinyan also appeared at the front of their factions, their guards raised. There was only one 9th rank devil beast, but there were 6 channels. Therefore, there was a 1 in 6 chance of it coming toward them. It would be up to luck. Each channel was equally big, and was thinner at the entrance before widening. The 9th rank devil beast would only be able to go down one of them at a time. Everyone was nervous. That was a 9th rank devil beast. If it charged into any faction, there would definitely be immense casualties. It rapidly advanced, crossing hundreds of miles in practically an instant. As it rushed over, Tang Wanner and the others' expressions changed. That 9th rank devil beast was charging directly for the Dragonblood Legion's channel. Once they saw which direction it was going, the other factions sighed with relief. The Divine Beast Mansion, Hegemon Hall, and Flame Gate's people had smiles on their faces, rejoicing in their misfortune. Long Chen, let me handle it. Tang Wanner's aura began to rise as wind blades revolved around her. With your power, handling it should be no problem, but you'd need some time. Let me do it. "It'll be good to raise morale," said Long Chen. "Do you need help?" Just as Long Chen was about to attack, unexpectedly, the neighboring Hua Shiyu offered her assistance. "Thank you. When I can't handle things, I'll definitely ask for your help." Long Chen smiled and declined. The wings behind him flapped, and he shot out like a bolt of lightning at the ninth-rank devil beast. All the Dragonblood Legion's members' hearts clenched. That was a terrifying ninth-rank devil beast. Despite knowing that Long Chen was incredibly powerful, they were still worried. Buzz! The rushing ninth-rank devil beast saw Long Chen, and countless black lines lit up on its body. It opened its mouth, shooting out a black beam at Long Chen. Thunder rang out around Long Chen, and he suddenly shot to the side, dodging the black beam. The beam ended up striking against the wall of the channel, and the world trembled intensely. Quite a few people were thrown into the air by its power. However, the wall was fine. Instead, it was the nearby devil beasts that were blown apart by that attack. It caused everyone's scalps to turn numb. It was truly worthy of being a ninth-rank devil beast on par with a king. This attack was enough to instantly kill any of them. Long Chen continued to dodge as he advanced, not giving the ninth-rank devil beast any chance to aim at him. As he pushed the lightning body blinked to its peak, in just a few flashes, he appeared in front of it. The ninth-rank devil beast sent out a huge claw. As Long Chen dodged it, a long tail suddenly whipped toward him. Long Chen leaped into the air, just narrowly avoiding it. Lightly stomping on the tail, he flipped over to its back. His little hops were done very cleanly and efficiently. Amazing people. The terrifying ninth-rank devil beast's attacks were only dodged by a hair's breadth by Long Chen. It was incredibly dangerous. But Long Chen's expression was still indifferent despite that danger. It was like he was intentionally cooperating with the ninth-rank devil beast to put on a thrilling show. Once he jumped onto its back, a blood-colored saber appeared in Long Chen's hands. "Split the heavens too." A blood-colored saber image slashed down, dazzling people's eyes. The ninth-rank devil beast's head flew high into the air, its black blood spurting all over. Even once it was beheaded, it didn't stop. Its headless body's momentum carried it forward for dozens of miles. It practically reached the Dragonblood Legion before it finally came to a stop. Long Chen arrived on top of it. Standing on it, he took on a victory pose for the Dragonblood Legion. Just at this moment, a large head fell from the sky and landed right in front of the corpse, as if it had been trying to land there on purpose. It was right in front of the ninth-rank devil beast's neck. "Boss is mighty." Following a moment of deathly silence, the Dragonblood Legion burst into thunderous cheering. A ninth-rank devil beast had been killed with a single blow from someone at the Sea Expansion Realm. Who else was capable of such a thing? If Long Chen had used his full power to kill it, that would be one thing. But Long Chen hadn't even released his aura. It had just been a single, easy slash of his saber. It was like he hadn't killed a terrifying ninth-rank devil beast but a rabbit. It had been so simple, so easy. This shocked everyone. Tang Wan'er looked at Long Chen worshipfully. She liked it the most when Long Chen displayed his domineering side. Even Hua Shiyu's eyes shone. Long Chen's attack had just been that stunning. He had just displayed the true essence of battle tactics, using the smallest price to get the biggest return. In truth, as soon as Long Chen had seen the ninth-rank devil beast, he had determined from its body build that it was a power-type existence. Its agility was very weak. So while he had been rushing toward it, he had been accumulating power the entire time, all to create an opportunity to kill it in one blow. If it was effective enough, just one attack was enough. This attack had seemed simple, but in reality, it was a display of Long Chen's true combat powers. It required sharp vision, accurate judgment, great control over power, and most importantly, absolute confidence. If this attack hadn't managed to kill it, the ninth-rank devil beast would have charged through the Dragonblood Legion. That was also why this one flawless attack made people feel even more excited and passionate. Ninth-rank devil beasts aren't as frightening as you think. During a battle, the most important thing is your observation skills. As long as you can grasp your opponent's fatal weakness, they are like cabbage waiting for you to harvest. "Everyone, continue killing," said Long Chen, jumping off the corpse. The Dragonblood Legion's warriors roared and attacked all out. Long Chen's attack had raised their morale to an unprecedented height. They felt like their bodies were full of energy, so much so that if they didn't go all out attacking, their energy would cause their bodies to explode. What a handsome attack, an amazing saber, and an even more amazing man. It was unknown how many maidens in the Heaven-Female Alliance were starstruck by this attack. To a woman, such a domineering display possessed a fatal attraction. To the cultivation world's women, the more domineering the man, the more moving they would be. And Long Chen's domineering side was different from other people's. He never displayed it intentionally. It would just spontaneously reveal itself. It was normally hidden in his bones, or even in his soul. "Don't get distracted on the battlefield like love-struck fools," chided Huashiu. But that attack really was handsome. Even Zhao Ziyan couldn't help but sigh emotionally. Huashiu glared at her. Zhao Ziyan stuck out her tongue and didn't say any more. While Long Chen's attack had stunned everyone, some people were also envious and uneasy. After killing the 9th-ranked devil beast, Long Chen extracted a crystal core from its chest. He sensed vast Yuan spiritual energy. The Yuan spiritual energy inside this core was hundreds of times stronger than the one from the 8th-ranked devil beast. It was almost equivalent to gaining a Yuan spirit stone. But just like the last core, the Yuan spiritual energy only took up a tenth of its total energy. The rest was useless energy that was completely entangled with it. It would be very difficult to extract. Thinking of Yuan spirit stones, Long Chen smiled. Those were priceless treasures to Foundation forging disciples, and he had over 1 billion of them. Originally, Long Chen had been thinking of selling a few to Zhang Wenlong for some resources, but before he had gone through with that plan, the Dragonblood Legion's wealth had soared. It was best to use the Yuan spirit stones for himself. As time passed, the devil beasts' numbers increased, and now a tenth of them were at the 8th rank. The proportion was only growing, and all the factions were starting to find it taxing. Some factions had already started to have casualties. Despite the elites of the factions doing their best to slaughter the devil beasts, there were just too many of them. There was no way to protect everyone, and quite a few comparatively weaker disciples ended up dying. The Flame Gate had the highest number of casualties. From the start of the battle until now, over 700 of their disciples had died. One reason was because they only had one rank 5 celestial, and the other reason was that their leader, Quezinyan, had no leadership abilities. Their formations were stiff and rigid. Casualties had also appeared in the Heaven-Female Alliance. However, there weren't that many. Huashiu's flower petals covered a shockingly large area, and on her own, she blocked over half the attacks of the devil beasts. But one person's strength didn't represent that their collective strength was great. There were still areas she couldn't look after. The only ones that had maintained a 0 casualty count were the Dragonblood Legion and the 10,000 Insect Guild. But although no humans had died in the 10,000 Insect Guild, casualties had appeared in Wang Zhen's insect army. He was also starting to find it difficult. Long Chen constantly paid attention to the Dragonblood Legion, and everything was still well under control. Yu Ran was directing them from the air. Thus, for now, there was no danger. However, the pressure on them was extremely great now. But at the same time, what Long Chen wanted was that pressure. The new Dragonmark warriors still needed to experience this kind of life and death battle to temper their sharp points. And the number of devil beasts is dropping. Is this the end? Long Chen saw that the devil beasts' numbers were truly starting to drop. Suddenly, the ground trembled and huge figures rushed over. Seeing that, even Long Chen's expression changed. Chapter 1071, Despicable Means. Translator Born to Be. Change formations. Heaven-Earth Crane Wing Formation. Long Chen's expression changed and he hastily shouted. The Dragonblood Legion's warriors didn't even think. With Long Chen at the head, they formed a huge 2-winged formation. This was their strongest defensive formation. Everyone saw dozens of huge figures in the Devil Beast army. They were all 9th-ranked Devil Beasts. After Long Chen had killed the first 9th-ranked Devil Beast, 2 more had appeared successively. They had been killed by Fan Song and Huashiu. Although the 2 of them had managed to kill the Devil Beasts, they didn't have Long Chen's accurate judgment and were unable to kill it in one easy blow. They had been forced to go all out to kill their targets. When Long Chen had killed his, it had felt like it was over before it had started. But Huashiu and Fan Song had both gone all out, causing everyone to be aware of how terrifying 9th-ranked devil beasts were. Other than rank 5 celestials, none of them could block them. Now that 70 to 89th rank devil beasts had appeared at once, everyone's expressions changed. There was basically no way for them to survive this. Yan Machen. Seeing this many of them, Hu Gishen's expression changed several times before he suddenly cast a special glance at Yan Machen. Yan Machin instantly understood Hu Gishen's intention. He hesitated slightly, but after looking at the distant Long Chen, a ruthless light appeared in his eyes, and then he disappeared. The massive ninth-rank devil beasts charged forward. There were no longer any more devil beasts behind them. Suddenly, a huge earthen wall appeared, but those devil beasts instantly slammed their way through it. That huge earthen wall was as weak as paper in front of ninth-rank devil beasts. There was no effect at all. Has Yan Machin gone crazy? He's blocking all the ninth-rank devil beasts on his own. Everyone saw a figure rapidly retreating at the front. Yan Machin was hastily forming hand seals, forming earthen walls one after another that were rapidly blown apart by the devil beasts. As a result, these devil beasts were drawn over to Yan Machin and targeted him. Yan Machin retreated as he repeatedly formed barriers. Killing intent exploded out of Long Chen. Yan Machin, if you dare to harm us, I, Long Chen, swear that whether you ascend to the heavens or flee to hell, I will still kill you. Following Long Chen's furious shout, Hua Shiyu and Wang Zhen's expressions also changed. Yan Machin was retreating straight toward Long Chen. He was clearly drawing the devil beasts over to him to exterminate the Dragon Blood Legion. He Long Chen, I'm helping you stall for time, but you treat me like this. Then fine, we can just handle our own sides. Yan Machin suddenly sneered and disappeared from the ground. A rune flowed across the earth, returning to the Hegemon Hall. Yan Machin had used an earth evasion technique to escape. Those ninth-rank devil beasts lost their target and roared. With furious roars, they charged right toward Long Chen's channel. Because there were so many of them, a portion also scattered through the other channels. But the Dragon Blood Legion was facing the main force, with almost half the ninth-rank devil beasts coming to them. Long Chen's side had 35 ninth-rank devil beasts charging at them, while the neighboring Hua Shiyu was also unlucky. 16 of the devil beasts had gone to her side, an icy killing intent shone in her eyes. Of the remaining 4 channels, the closest channel guarded by Wang Zhen had to deal with 9 of them. It was unknown whether it was because they were intimidated by the insect army, but those devil beasts preferred to spread to the other channels. Hu Gishen, Fan Song, and Que Xinyan charged to the front of their channels, doing their best to kill the ninth-rank devil beasts. Behind them, Yan Machin, Han Yunshan, Wei Changhai, and the other peak experts also attacked. These 3 factions had gathered practically all the peak experts from the 4 outer regions. Other than Yan Machin, Han Yunshan, and Wei Changhai, there had also been 2 other rank 5 celestials who had been recruited. Although they were not innate rank 5 celestials, they were much stronger than rank 4 celestials. These 3 factions possessed the highest number of peak experts, and they were facing less than 30 devil beasts in total, making it so they were under the least pressure. Xuanhuan, don't keep holding back. Bring out your killing weapon quick, shouted Long Chen. Xuanhuan clenched his teeth and took out a huge crossbow the size of a war chariot. Its body was dark red and covered in runes. As soon as it appeared, it smashed a hole in the ground. Xuanhuan was unable to hold it on his own. He quickly took out a golden spear with a yuan spirit stone embedded in it and set it on the crossbow. Buzz! Xuanhuan pulled the trigger. A golden light flew out at the ninth-rank devil beasts. Boom! The spear exploded once it reached the ninth-rank devil beasts, its body transforming into sharp fragments that pierced through the 9-rank devil beast's flesh. A rain of blood erupted. A month's work for just a bang. Xuanhuan's heart was dripping blood. This was a new weapon he had just created. Only Long Chen had known about it, and he hadn't even tried using it before. Those fragments were so sharp that even the flesh of 9th-rank devil beasts was unable to resist it. However, such small fragments were also not able to kill 9th-rank devil beasts with their huge bodies. But the power behind this explosion had caused the charging 9th-rank devil beasts to slow down for a moment. That was exactly what Long Chen had wanted. Raging Flame Prison. Long Chen formed hand seals, and countless flame chains appeared in the air, enveloping all those 9th-rank devil beasts. At the same time, a sacred light came from Long Chen's face as he began to chant a scripture that resounded with heaven and earth. It was like gods were chanting along with him. Heaven and earth's flame energy surged toward the flame chains. Long Chen also used all of Hua Long's power to condense this flame prison. He made it as strong as possible. More chains continuously appeared. Back when he had used this move in the eastern wasteland, the flame chains had only been the width of an arm, but now they were already as thick as a person's waist. As the chanting of the Nirvana scripture filled the air, The chains continued to grow, and the flame energy also grew stronger. The ninth-rank devil beasts crazily attacked the raging flame prison. Intense rumbling sounded, but they were unable to shake the flame prison. Xuanhuan, squeeze out all your power. Flame prison death blow. Long Chen ordered Xuanhuan not to hold back. His own spiritual yuan poured forth. The huge flame prison immediately trembled. The world seemed to lose all its sound, as if time had frozen. The flame prison suddenly shrank, compressing all the ninth-rank devil beasts into a 3-meter ball. Then the flame prison exploded. Long Chen's hands also exploded, turning into lumps of flesh, and he vomited blood. Xuanhuan's current power was too great, and after being amplified by the Nirvana scripture, the flame energy had far surpassed what the magical art was able to bear. Thus, Long Chen received a heavy backlash. Fortunately, all the ninth-rank devil beasts had been killed. However, Xuanhuan had also been heavily injured and would be unable to move for a short time. After killing all the ninth-rank devil beasts, Long Chen looked back to see that Tang Wanner and the others had already charged over to Hua Shiyu's faction, helping her with the devil beasts. Long Chen took a deep breath and also rushed over. Hua Shiyu's face was currently as pale as paper. She had previously used a forbidden technique to kill 8 ninth-rank devil beasts. That had caused her to suffer heavy internal injuries, but she clenched her teeth and continued to fight. The Heaven-Female Alliance was taking huge casualties. These ninth-rank devil beasts simply weren't something they could handle. Tang Wanner, Gu Yang, and an armored Guo Ran were each fighting against one ninth-rank devil beast on their own. Li Qi and Song Minjuan were circulating the Earth's energy to protect the Heaven-Female Alliance's people to avoid even greater casualties. Blood-colored light flashed. One of the 2 devil beasts that Hua Shiyu was fighting was killed with a slash from Long Chen's saber. Thank you. Hua Shiyu's eyes were slightly red. If it hadn't been for the Dragon Blood Legion, there might no longer be a Heaven-Female Alliance. Quickly kill them. Long Chen had already charged over to the 9th-rank devil beast that was forcing Song Minjuan and Li Qi to repeatedly retreat. The 2 of them had already activated their spirit blood and were doing their best to protect everyone. But it still wasn't enough. Seeing that their defenses were about to break, Long Chen hastily slashed his saber. Blood-colored light filled the sky and then disappeared. The Heaven-Female Alliance's disciples couldn't help but be stunned. That huge 9th-rank devil beast's body slowly split apart. Through that crack, they saw a wild and domineering figure that was charging at another 9th-rank devil beast. Long Chen found that although these devil beasts' offensive power was extremely great, they had no intelligence. As long as someone was capable of blocking them from the front, a sneak attack from one of their blind spots was fatal. They could be killed in one blow. Long Chen killed 3 of them, while Hua Shiyu killed hers and went to assist Tang Wanner. All the devil beasts were quickly handled. The battlefield descended into a deathly silence. Hua Shiyu looked over the Heaven-Female Alliance. In just an instant, thousands of her sisters had died. Killing intent raged in her eyes. I'm going to kill people. Do you want to come? Asked Long Chen. Let's go. Hua Shiyu clenched her teeth. All of you just stay here. Don't move, ordered Long Chen to the Dragon Blood Legion. Walking side by side with Hua Shiyu, he looked toward the 3 factions. They were also icily staring back at them. Chapter 1072, Ruthlessly Slaughtering Heavenly Geniuses. Translator Born to Be. With his blood-colored saber resting on his shoulder, Long Chen walked over directly to Hu Gishan and the others with Hua Shiyu. His eyes were both calm. Those familiar with Long Chen knew that this calm represented that his killing intent had reached a peak. There was no longer any need for him to suppress it, because he was about to kill people. Yan Machen, come out and face your death. Long Chen's killing intent caused space to twist around him. It was like the arrival of a death god. Long Chen, do you think you can arrogantly kill my people? Do you think you have the qualifications? Sneered Hu Gishan. I'm going to kill. Those who block me will die, replied Long Chen icily. His footsteps didn't stop. His aura was continuously rising. Ha ha ha, then let's see how you try to kill me, laughed Fan Song. Hu Gishan, Fan Song, Que Xinyan, Yan Machen, Wei Changhai, Han Yunshan, and the other 2 rank 5 celestials all stood at the front. 8 powerful experts stared coldly at Long Chen and Hua Shiyu. I'm about to start. Take care, said Long Chen to Hua Shiyu. Suddenly, a 4-colored divine ring emerged behind him and 4 stars appeared in his eyes. Green dragon battle armor. Scales covered Long Chen's body, and his aura erupted like a volcano, causing heaven and earth to rumble and astral winds to rage. A blood-colored saber image tore through the sky and slashed down at the 8 of them. Gishin and the others were startled. They had thought that with their absolute superiority, Long Chen and Shiyu wouldn't dare to fight them. The power difference was too great, and they thought the two of them were just putting on a show. But this attack from Long Chen had no mercy, no leeway. The killing intent within this attack could cause ghosts to sob and gods to weep. He was truly trying to kill them. Flower Sea buries the heavens. At the same time as Long Chen, Shiyu also attacked. An endless sea of flower petals condensed into a huge ring. That ring began to rapidly spin, acting as a huge circular blade that tore through the void toward them. Gishin's body suddenly grew, and black hair covered him. His teeth became sharp, and he instantly transformed into a huge devil ape. No one had thought that Gishin was a beast cultivator, as he had never revealed this beast-merging art before. He was now a 6-meter devil ape, and he smashed a fist forward. At the same time, Fan Song attacked. His blood chi erupted, and punching with Gishin, they blocked Shiyu and Long Chen's attacks. In their opinion, if too many of them fought, it would make them appear weaker. What they wanted was to force the two of them back in the fairest manner. Boom, the 4 attacks crashed together. What? Astral winds erupted, but that wasn't what caused the shocked cry. The shocked cry had come from someone who suddenly noticed that a person carrying a saber had appeared right beside him. The person who cried out was Han Yunchen. He was arrogantly standing with his hands clasped behind his back, eagerly waiting to see how Long Chen was humiliated. He hadn't thought that Long Chen would bypass Gishin without anyone noticing him. Ice Frost Shield. His ice shield had only just begun to appear when Long Chen's saber reached his body. He was blown to bloody mist. When the astral winds finally faded, everyone just managed to see a blood-colored flash as Han Yunchen was killed. Seeing that, it felt like the world had become still. Han Yunchen, a generation's heavenly genius, a rank 5 celestial who had awakened the ability to merge with heaven and earth, someone with overflowing battle power, was killed in one blow by Long Chen. Furthermore, the power within Long Chen's saber had also destroyed Han Yunchen's soul. There was no chance of any revival for him. Courting death, Gishin roared furiously and smashed a fist toward Long Chen. At the same time, Xinyan's flame blade slashed over, but Long Chen ignored their attacks. As soon as he had killed Han Yunchen, he slashed his saber at a tricky angle toward a shocked Wei Cheng. Wei Changhai was horrified. The feeling of death instantly filled his heart. He didn't even have the courage to block. Water chi appeared around him, and he rapidly retreated. Bang! Just at this moment, Xinyan and Gishin's attacks arrived, but they didn't reach Long Chen. They were blocked by a petal shield from Shiyu. No, a miserable cry rang out. In the distance, Wei Changhai was entangled by a lightning dragon and unable to move. A blood-colored saber stabbed through his back and out his chest. Die! Berserk power exploded out of Blooddrinker, and Wei Changhai's body was blown apart. Another rank 5 celestial was killed. Long Chen put away Lei Long and vanished. Like a phantom, he rushed back toward Gishin and the others. This goddamn madman! Gishin was infuriated. He was sure Long Chen was a madman. He really did dare to kill people, and not just anyone. He was killing the top heavenly geniuses raised by the Xuanhuan Dao sect. He had signed his own death sentence. Long Chen, that's about enough, shouted Shiyu. In the beginning, when she had said she would kill people with Long Chen, she had just been venting. She hadn't really thought of killing anyone. But now, after 2 people were killed, there were no signs of Long Chen stopping. Now she was a bit panicked. If you're afraid, you can go. You might be fine with your sisters dying for nothing, but my brothers can't die for nothing. Long Chen ignored Shiyu. Because of helping out the Heaven Female Alliance, 7 Dragon Mark warriors had died. Long Chen didn't regret that the Dragon Blood Legion had gone to help the Heaven Female Alliance, nor did he blame them. Each member of the Dragon Blood Legion was a hot-blooded man, and they definitely wouldn't just watch as weak women were butchered in front of them. If they did, they wouldn't be fit to be warriors of the Dragon Blood Legion. But their deaths had been because of a certain idiot. That idiot would have to pay the price. Provoked by Long Chen's words, Shiyu clenched her teeth. Seeing that Long Chen had already attacked, her flower petals condensed into a spear that pierced toward Gishin. Boom! Gishin blocked Shiyu's attack with a punch, but Shiyu's flower petals contained runes that possessed some kind of strange energy. He was knocked back. "Hua Shiyu, you've also gone mad. Do you want to die with him?" roared Hu Gishan. But Hua Shiyu ignored him. An unhealthy redness appeared on her beautiful face, and 2 runes suddenly lit up within her eyes. The flower petals suddenly seemed to come alive. They formed a huge dragon that attacked Hu Gishan. Despite her condition, Hua Shiyu had decided to use her forbidden technique once more. Boom! Hu Gishan was forced back once again and coughed up blood. Hua Shiyu's terrifying petal dragon was incredibly powerful. He was horrified, not expecting Hua Shiyu to be so powerful. She was clearly exhausted but still able to unleash such power. Seeing that Hu Gishan was unable to block the next attack, Fan Song suddenly took his place to block it. But although he managed to block it with a punch, blood dripped down his hand and he was also knocked back. With Fan Song's assistance, Hu Gishan gained some breathing room. Working together, they managed to block Hua Shiyu. They couldn't bother any longer about the others. At this time, Long Chen was fighting intensely against Xuanhuan, Yan Machin, and the 2 rank 5 celestials. Yan Machin's earth giant was destroyed in an instant by Long Chen, and he was no longer able to summon it for a moment. He could only rely on fleeing through the ground to avoid him. Long Chen forced back Xuanhuan's flame blade, and suddenly used his shoulder to receive a rank 5 celestial sword. That sword pierced his shoulder, but just as that disciple was surprised by this, Long Chen's saber slashed through his head. This was using an injury to exchange for a life. Long Chen was used to doing this. Although they were rank 5 celestials, and although he had heavily injured himself by using the raging flame prison at full power, just with his battle experience, he could easily crush them. Another heavenly genius was killed, leaving behind only Xuanhuan, Yan Machin, and another rank 5 celestial. They were all intimidated now. Just as they were hesitating over whether to continue fighting or run, Long Chen took advantage of that hesitation to raise Bloodrinker to the sky. He activated the 27 divine runes in his acupuncture points. Compared to the first and second forms of Split the Heavens, using the third form required a short cast time at his current power level. Although it wasn't as long as the Raging Flame Prison, such a short time could be fatal in a battle against experts. Such an opening would only bring a person to death faster. Those kinds of battles, where people instantly unleash their strongest moves at the start, were absolute nonsense. They were just used to dazzle others. In real battles, large moves were often difficult to unleash and required careful preparation. Normally, you either had to create distance or use some kind of ruthless move to force back your opponent. There was also another option. That was to take advantage of when your opponents were filled with hesitation and indecision to unleash your ultimate move. Buzz! A huge saber image soared into the clouds. Energy that felt like it could exterminate heaven and earth condensed in the air. The saber image was completely straight. Its power caused the river of stars to quiver. In that instant, Xuanhuan, Yan Machin, and the other rank 5 celestial turned as pale as paper. They were locked down by a terrifying aura. At that moment, it felt like they were facing a merciless death god whose sickle was slowly approaching them. The huge saber image crashed down. It seemed to fill every corner of the world. Whether you fled to the heavens or hell, you wouldn't be able to escape it. Flame seal the heavens. Great earthen protection. Dark underworld shield. The 3 of them activated their spirit blood, using self-destructive moves to unleash their greatest defensive moves. Their defenses had barely formed before the saber image reached them. Chapter 1073, Divine Power Shocks All. Translator Born to Be. The huge saber image contained boundless killing intent. It tore through the air, causing the void to rumble. Boom! It slashed down upon their 3 defenses. The defensive measures they had used self-destructive methods to summon instantly blew up. The earth shook intensely, and a terrifying chi wave erupted in every direction. The ground was stripped of a layer of stones. Even the distant Hua Shiyu, Hu Gishan, and Fan Song were blown back by the chi wave. Hua Shiyu coughed up blood and flew dozens of miles away. She had already used a forbidden technique against the devil beasts. Then she had used it once more to stall Hu Gishan and Fan Song. As soon as she was struck by that chi wave, her aura dropped precipitously. Just as she was about to smash into the ground, Zhao Ziyan flew over and caught her. The chi wave rampaged through the entire battlefield. When the dust finally settled, people saw a huge hole in front of Long Chen. There were 2 people lying in the hole, gasping for breath. The 2 of them were Xuanhuan and Yan Machin. The 2 of them lay in the hole, constantly coughing up blood, all their bones broken. Xuanhuan's head had even caved in, making his current state appear frightening. As for the other rank 5 celestial, he had already disappeared. He had been blown to bits by the attack. Long Chen stabbed his saber into the ground and gasped for breath. That was his current strongest saber attack, but it was also exhausting to use. To activate 27, divine runes instantly consumed the majority of his spiritual yuan. But the worst thing was that it had provoked his previous injury from breaking the limits of the Raging Flame prison. Both he and Xuanhuan had suffered a heavy backlash from that power. Right now, the trees in the primal chaos space no longer possessed enough life energy to help him too much. At best, they were only able to suppress some of his injuries, but they were unable to instantly heal the injuries any longer. After using up so much spiritual yuan, he no longer had the power to suppress those injuries. He felt like his body was about to break down. On the surface, it looked like he was meekly panting for breath, but in reality, cracks had appeared in his body. Those were very serious injuries. But Long Chen raised his saber and slowly walked toward the two of them. The two of them were filled with terror. They could clearly feel the sensation of death descending upon them. They wanted to say something, but as soon as they opened their mouths, they coughed up blood. Just as Long Chen got close, a flame arrow shot toward him. This attack came out of nowhere, and before anyone could react, it reached his chest. Xuanhuan continued to cough up blood, but he had a sinister smile. That was his Earth Flame's trump card. At such a close distance, there was no way for Long Chen to dodge. This sudden attack caused startled cries from everyone. No one had expected that Xuanhuan, who had been on his final breaths, would still be holding back such a powerful move. Long Chen smiled with derision. He was the true ancestor of playing with fire. Was it even possible for him to forget about the powerful earth flame in Xuanhuan's body? The flame arrow was Xuanhuan's earth flame that had transformed into an arrow. Its power was such that even a king would be killed if struck. Just as this arrow was about to pierce Long Chen's body, a lightning dragon appeared and bit down on the arrow. Then the lightning dragon and flame arrow disappeared together. Xuanhuan turned pale. In that instant, he lost his connection to his earth flame. That was naturally because the earth flame was suppressed within the primal chaos space. Within the primal chaos space, it seemed to be suffering some kind of pressure and didn't dare to resist. Xuanhuan was like a magical beast that had been starving for millennia, and it immediately pounced. The earth flame simply allowed itself to be devoured. Long Chen's saber stabbed through Xuanhuan's chest. The power behind his saber caused Xuanhuan's body to explode. The instant his body exploded, a translucent soul flew out. As a flame cultivator, Xuanhuan possessed powerful spiritual strength. His spiritual body had only just appeared and begun to flee when a lightning arrow flew toward him. No, Xuanhuan's soul let out a miserable and unwilling cry. But that cry was unable to change his fate of being completely exterminated. The lightning arrow struck Xuanhuan's soul, causing it to dissipate. Long Chen then stabbed his saber into Yan Machen's chest. He raised him into the air. Yan Machen's bones were all broken, and he was like a lump of flesh. I said that whether you ascend to the heavens or flee to hell, I would still kill you. Now you should believe it. Long Chen's voice was icy cold as he stared at Yan Machen. Everyone on the battlefield was staring at Long Chen in shock. They were unable to even feel their hearts beating. Han Yunchen had died, Wei Changhai had died, Xuanhuan had died, those two rank 5 celestials had also died. Those were all peak heavenly geniuses, but they had been killed one by one just like this. Even Hu Gishan and Fan Song were as pale as paper. They had also misjudged Long Chen. Long Chen was much crazier than they had thought. Seeing Yan Machen hang helplessly with Long Chen's saber through him, everyone was deathly silent. Hu Gishan and Fan Song were both too far to possibly do anything. They simply watched. Hua Xiu managed to stand with Zhao Ziyan's support. She stared at that distant figure. Wild, domineering, a devil who could not be restrained. It was like within heaven and earth, he was the only thing that existed. Long Chen, go ahead and kill me. In any case, you'll also die. Ha ha ha, cough. Yan Machen already knew that his death was doubtless today. He smiled sinisterly at Long Chen. Unfortunately, you'll never see that day. I'll be sending you on your way now, said Long Chen coldly. Stop. Just at this moment, 5 figures rushed over. Those 5 were wearing robes of the senior generation. The one leading them was a handsome and cold man. How brazen, Long Chen! You dare to kill people from the same sect. Your crimes have already earned you the death penalty, so hurry up and release him, he shouted. Seeing that man, Hu Gishan and Fan Song smiled. Even Yan Machen, who had accepted his death, had his eyes bright. He Long Chen, you can't kill me. Senior apprentice brother Xianyang is here. Once you kill me, he'll crush you like an ant. It was unknown whether or not it was because of his excitement, but Yan Machen suddenly had a surge of life. Death penalty, release him. Another bunch of arrogant idiots who look down on others. You're definitely related to the law enforcement hall. How laughable. If I've already earned the death penalty, why would I release him? Is the only thing in your head's crap, sneered Long Chen. Spiritual yuan poured into his saber. As long as he willed it, he could kill Yan Machen, and no one would be able to stop him. That cold man narrowed his eyes, and a hint of killing intent appeared within him. This was his first time encountering someone who dared to speak to him like this, and it was just a sea expansion disciple. In reality, he was one of the top heavenly geniuses of the previous generation. He was at the peak of foundation forging and a rank 6 celestial. Even ordinary elders wouldn't dare to offend him. Long Chen's deduction was completely right. He was closely related to the law enforcement hall. He had already joined their side. In the Xuanhuan Dao sect, disciples could freely join any department they wanted once they reached foundation forging. This could be likened to an application. Once they advanced to the Jade core realm, in other words, the level of a king, they would become elders of that department. For those who had joined a department, their glory would be the department's, and the department would greatly support them. It was also due to this that the Law Enforcement Hall had still spent a huge number of points on Xinyan, despite him losing his earth flames repeatedly. Although Xinyan, Hu Gishan, and Fan Song hadn't reached foundation forging and couldn't officially join them yet, that didn't stop them from receiving the Law Enforcement Hall's patronage. The Law Enforcement Hall's power was just what they wanted. So Yan Machen, Fan Song, and Hu Gishan all knew who this cold man was, and they also felt much more secure in seeing him arrive. I don't believe you dare to kill him. The instant you kill him, I will kill you, said that icy man. The instant he spoke, the world became silent. Some kind of formless energy locked onto Long Chen. This was a spatial lock that could be used once someone reached foundation forging. Through great power, he had compressed space, causing Long Chen to be under immense pressure. Someone with a weak cultivation base wouldn't even be able to move in such a situation. They would be no different than an ant whose life was in the foundation forging expert's hands. This was the difference between the sea expansion realm and the foundation forging realm. Under this kind of spatial lock, each one of Long Chen's movements was sensed by the cold man. As soon as Long Chen used his power to kill Yan Machen, it would be sensed, and the cold man would launch an all-out attack. Release him and you might be able to live, he called. His voice was full of confidence and unquestionable dignity. Who do you think you are to order me? I, Long Chen, never submit to threats. Long Chen suddenly smiled coldly. A lightning arrow shot out of his body and struck Yan Machen. The lightning arrow pierced Yan Machen's head. Yan Machen's eyes widened. Within those widened eyes, the only thing that existed was unwillingness. Chapter 1074 Guilty. Translator Born to Be. Yan Machen was killed right in front of that cold senior disciple. The tension in the air reached a peak. Since you want to die, I'll help you out. The senior disciple waved a hand, and thousands of runic swords appeared around him, shooting toward Long Chen. Split the heavens 3. Long Chen had been secretly circulating his spiritual yuan even before killing Yan Machen. He had activated all 27 divine runes. However, he had less than a third of his spiritual yuan, causing his attack's power to sharply drop. Boom! Long Chen's saber image exploded upon contact with the senior disciple's swords, and he was blown back, vomiting blood. Many faint cracks appeared on his body. Not bad you were able to receive one of my attacks, but you'll still die. The senior disciple summoned a huge sword image. It split into 2, and then 2 split into 4. Their sharpness caused the void to be easily pierced by them. They shot toward Long Chen. This was one of his truly powerful attacks, and there was no way for Long Chen to resist it, especially not in his heavily injured state. Long Chen took a deep breath. A medicinal pill suddenly appeared in his hand, the Dragon Tiger Heavenly Explosion Pill. That was a top-grade pill he had obtained in the immemorial path. Just as he was about to swallow it, a cold shout rang out. Gao Xianyang, you grow more and more shameless. Do you not feel ashamed to bully a newcomer? Sword Chi slashed down, destroying Gao Xianyang's 4 sword images. Su Mo appeared in front of Long Chen. At the same time, a gentle hand pressed onto Long Chen's back. Vast life energy poured into his body. In front of this practically inexhaustible life energy, his injuries began to slowly heal. Many thanks, Senior Apprentice Sister Xuanhuan. Long Chen didn't even need to look back to know that Xuanhuan had arrived. "Sai, I don't know what to say to you. Just keep quiet and use my energy to heal," said Xuanhuan. At this time, the Dragonblood Legion and the Heaven Female Alliance came to stand by his side. The Flame Gate, Hegemon Hall, and Divine Beast Mansion's disciples were all standing by Hu Gishan and Fan Song. The two sides were sharply opposed. Wang Zhen looked at this scene for a moment, and without a word, he went to stand by Long Chen. "Sumo, does a defeated general like you have any qualifications to speak?" asked Gao Xianyang coldly. Sumo shook his head. "You're the one who is clearest on whether or not I have the qualifications. Now that the matter has reached this point, more words have no meaning. This matter cannot be resolved by just my Elder Hall or your Law Enforcement Hall." After Sumo finished speaking, everyone's badges lit up. After a moment of darkness, their vision brightened as they reappeared in the Xuanhuan Dao Sect's intersect plaza. At this time, there were tens of thousands of disciples already waiting. They were all disciples from the previous generation, foundation forging experts. Their bodies were covered in blood, and their clothes were torn. They had clearly also gone through a bitter battle. Not only were there tens of thousands of foundation forging disciples, but there were also over 1,000 elders, as well as various experts on the level of hall masters. Most shocking of all, even the Xuanhuan master himself had arrived. Heavy pressure hung in the air. No one dared to make a sound. With Xuanhuan's help, Long Chen's injuries had been suppressed, but they were just suppressed, they were not healed. That discouraged Xuanhuan. Her wood energy was like a sacred medicine. With her cultivation base, any injuries should be instantly healed. But her wood energy had actually lost effect on Long Chen. Last time she had been able to heal him, but this time she only managed to suppress his injury, making sure it wouldn't get worse. "Long Chen, do you know your sins?" shouted the Xuanhuan master coldly. All the hall masters and elders' hearts shook. In their memory, the Xuanhuan master was always indifferent and leisurely. He never seemed to care too much no matter what was happening, but this matter had actually evoked such thunderous anger from him. "I don't," Long Chen shook his head. "He has guts." The Xuanhuan master icily looked at Long Chen before continuing to shout, "You repeatedly killed members from the same sect as you, but you don't know your sins. There is no way to pardon you now." "Is there something wrong with killing people from the same sect?" asked Long Chen with an uncomprehending expression. "Bastard, what a stupid question. Are you trying to play the fool? Killing people from the same sect is punishable by having all of one's bones broken, muscles pulled out, and soul extracted. Long Chen, let's see how you try to escape your punishment now." The law enforcement hall master smiled sinisterly. "Fuck your mother, you old bastard. Do you think this matter has anything to do with you? What qualifications do you have to interject here?" cursed Long Chen. "You! Luo Fan, shut your mouth. Do you even place me in your eyes? Do you think you can control everything within the Xuanhuan Dao sect?" shouted the Xuanhuan master. The instant he spoke, the world suddenly turned dark. Black clouds filled the sky, flashing with lightning. A terrifying pressure descended. The Xuanhuan master is furious. Even the heavenly Daos become furious with him. The hall master's hearts shook. Just his emotions had affected the heavenly Daos. In that instant, everyone felt themselves to be ants. Looking up at the heavens' fury, even those on the level of hall masters shivered, their souls shaking. It was like the Xuanhuan master could exterminate them with just a thought. The law enforcement hall master shook, large droplets of sweat dripping down his forehead. His face was pale. "Disciple doesn't dare." He immediately knelt on the ground respectfully. "If you don't dare, then shut up," shouted the Xuanhuan master. Then to Long Chen he icily demanded, "Long Chen, what did you just say?" All the disciples beside Long Chen, whether they were from the Dragonblood Legion, Heaven Female Alliance, or any other faction, knelt on the ground. Even Sumo, Xuanhuan, and Gao Xianyang knelt. In front of the heaven's fury, every person would have to submit. That kind of pressure came from the depths of the soul. Only by kneeling could they express their reverence for the heavenly Daos. But Long Chen was still standing. That fierce heavenly Dao pressure was something he could sense, but he had no fear toward it. After so many heavenly tribulations, he had gone against the heavenly Daos many times, and he had never submitted. He could practically ignore this kind of pressure. Seeing that Long Chen could remain standing, the hall masters were all shocked. No cultivator could possibly disrespect the heavenly Taos. Long Chen had to be a monster. As expected, he's a divergent. The Xuanhuan master's expression didn't change. He continued to icily stare at Long Chen. I said, is there something wrong with killing people from the same sect? Long Chen was also looking back at the Xuanhuan master. In truth, he had no fear. The Xuanhuan master's aura might be able to trick others, but it couldn't trick his spiritual perception that came from the 9-star Hegemon body art. His intuition told him that the Xuanhuan master wasn't truly angry. Instead, he was just intentionally acting that way. It was just that no one else was able to tell that. Luo Fan, why don't you tell him if there is something wrong with it or not, said the Xuanhuan master. Luo Fan hastily said, yes. According to the Xuanhuan Dao sect's 1359th section, the 6th paragraph. Are you stupid or deaf? The Xuanhuan master asked you to tell me whether or not there was something wrong with it. Just say yes or no, interrupted Long Chen. The Xuanhuan master's expression was icy cold. He wondered to himself if Long Chen even knew what it meant to feel fear. Fine, yes. Luo Fan's words were spat from the space between his teeth, making them sound very unpleasant. There is good, then I'm relieved, Long Chen nodded. What are you talking about? Asked the Xuanhuan master. Yanmachan received someone's instructions to intentionally draw the 9th-rank devil beast to my Dragon Blood Legion, and even the Heaven Female Alliance was implicated. Thousands of my brothers and sisters were killed. Since there is a problem with killing people from the same sect, then Yanmachan had committed incredibly grave sins. Killing him was cleaning up the sect and protecting the sect from harm. So Grand Xuanhuan Master, I don't know what my sins are, said Long Chen. What nonsense, you didn't just kill Yanmachan. What about those innocent heavenly geniuses? Demanded Luo Fan. Innocent? As the master of the law enforcement hall, can you grow a brain? I was cleaning up the sect, but they were protecting a murderer. How are they innocent? Sneered Long Chen. So something like that happened. Who told Yanmachan to do this? The Xuanhuan master's gaze swept through the disciples. Hu Gishan and Fan Song both quivered. Even kneeling on the ground, they didn't dare to look at the Xuanhuan master. They felt like everything about them was exposed. Reporting, to Xuanhuan master, no one told him anything. Yanmachan acted because of his personal enmity with Long Chen. It has nothing to do with us, said Hu Gishan. Yanmachan's actions had been too obvious, and there was no way that people would misunderstand his intentions. Now that he was dead, the smartest act would be to place all the blame on him. Originally, Hu Gishan hadn't thought that this matter would become so big. The law enforcement hall had only said that as long as he had a chance, he should kill Long Chen. But now this matter had blown up to the point that even the law enforcement hall couldn't handle it anymore. Hu Gishan was afraid now. Now, he couldn't even hope for Long Chen to be executed. All he could hope was that he wouldn't be implicated. After all, 6 top heavenly geniuses had been killed. If he was careless, even his life might be paid as a price. But by saying this, he was testifying for Long Chen that Yanmachan had intentionally harmed his own sect, reducing Long Chen's sins. However, there was no way around that anymore. Protecting his own life was more important. Luo Fan's expression was a bit ugly, but he also had no way to handle this. If there was an investigation, it would be troublesome. It really was best to place all the blame on a dead ghost, but having Long Chen killed for this matter was now becoming unlikely. Then let's put that matter aside for now. Let me ask, how is it that 9th-rank devil beasts would appear on the battlefield of the new disciples, and over 70 at once? The Xuanhuan master's gaze instantly became sharp like blades. Chapter 1075 Ghost Prison. Translator Born to Be. When the Xuanhuan master said this, a few people's expressions changed, especially one of the disciples beside Gao Xianyang. His face was pale as paper, and he began to quiver. The truth was that he was one of the defenders for the channel leading to the place Long Chen and the other new disciples had been guarding. He had been leading a few powerful Foundation forging experts against the 9th-rank devil beasts. They had slowly released the devil beasts below the 9th rank through the channel. That way people would fight the devil beasts most suited for their level, and it was the most effective way to kill them all. But as they had been killing the 9th-rank devil beasts, they had gradually forgotten to look after the channel for the new disciples. They had been focused on killing the 9th-rank devil beasts. After all, this was also a chance to get rich. Later, too many 9th-rank devil beasts had appeared, and they had been forced back. But when one of them suddenly saw a wave of 9th-rank devil beasts charging down the side channel leading to the new disciples, his soul had almost fled in fright. He had hastily alerted Gao Xianyang, asking him what to do. Such a grave mistake was punishable by death. Gao Xianyang had immediately summoned over a few experts to help him kill the devil beasts there. He had immediately set out, leading a group of people to chase after the ones that had gotten past. As a result, he got there just in time to see Long Chen kill Yan Machen. Now that he was asked about this, that disciple turned pale. It was disciple's negligence. Luo Fan, this is one of the disciples of your law enforcement hall. You should know how to handle him, said the Xuanhuan master coldly. Disciple understands, it's the death penalty. However, Luo Fan wanted to plead for leniency for that disciple. After all, he was a rank 6 celestial. There are no excuses. He ignored other people's lives for points. I want to see the results within 3 days. Send him to the supervising department, ordered the Xuanhuan master. Yes. The law enforcement hall master could only agree. That disciple was brought away by 2 others. Clearly, the only thing that awaited him was death. This punishment was truly a bit heavy. After all, that was a rank 6 foundation forging celestial. However, his mistake had almost caused all the new disciples to be killed. That was definitely unforgivable. Luo Fan, that was a disciple of your law enforcement hall. You share both honor and disgrace. As the master, you are also to blame. Starting today, you are demoted half a rank to a vice hall master. The law enforcement hall's decisions will have to be jointly decided by the 3 vice hall masters. The Xuanhuan master's words shocked all the hall masters. The Xuanhuan master was finally giving a blow to the law enforcement hall. Clearly, the Xuanhuan master was using this matter as an excuse to punish them. However, this punishment was a bit heavy. His orders would now have to be discussed and agreed with by others. Although the other 2 vice hall masters would definitely not disagree with Luo Fan's decisions, and it would still be his decisions that reigned supreme, it was a big blow to his face for him to be demoted in public. Congratulations on your new position, Vice Hall Master, said Long Chen at the first opportunity. In any case, they were already mortal enemies, and there was no reason for him to hold back with him. You want to kill me? Well, even if I can't beat you to death, I can anger you to death. The Law Enforcement Hall Master the Law Enforcement Vice Hall Master Luo Fan, was so enraged that his face turned dark and his teeth creaked from being clenched. He had an urge to crush Long Chen with a single palm. He was infuriated. This punishment was too harsh. Even if the Law Enforcement Hall had some blame, there was no need for the Xuanhuan master to give him such a heavy punishment, to publicly demote him in front of all the elders and disciples. However, he couldn't display this anger toward him. Long Chen, although you had a reason for your actions, your way of handling things was too drastic and aggressive. It cannot be said that you were completely right. You are to be imprisoned in the ghost prison for 10 days, said the Xuanhuan master. He waved his hand, and a ray of divine light descended upon Long Chen. Long Chen disappeared. Hearing that Long Chen was being imprisoned in the ghost prison, quite a few elders' expressions changed. They knew Long Chen was about to suffer. Everyone else can leave. If you want to obtain your points, you can go to the Elder Palace. After sending Long Chen to the ghost prison, the Xuanhuan master also disappeared. In the end, it was the Elder Hall Master who took over. Liu Kang, don't be too pleased, said Luo Fan as everyone was leaving. I don't know what you're talking about, said Liu Kang. Stop playing stupid. I admit defeat this time, but just wait. It's still too early to say who will be the final winner, snorted Luo Fan. Looking at Luo Fan's departing figure, Li Changfeng walked over to Liu Kang, shaking his head. I really can't understand why the Xuanhuan master would allow such an idiot to become the Law Enforcement Hall Master. Was it just because of the merit his ancestor contributed to the Xuanchen Dao sect? Don't say such a thing. The Xuanhuan master's intelligence and schemes aren't something we can comprehend, said Liu Kang. Well, this time, Long Chen's going to have some suffering to go through. That ghost prison isn't a good place, said Li Changfeng. No, you're wrong. Long Chen possesses tribulation lightning. What ghosts would dare to approach him? Liu Kang shook his head. That's right, then the Xuanhuan master I've already said that he isn't an existence the likes of us can comprehend. Go and get some people to work. The number of people exchanging their bracelets for points in the Elder Palace is going to keep us busy. After saying that, the 2 of them also left. Long Chen's vision was dark. He had appeared in a sealed space 300 meters wide with no sound, no airflow, no nothing. It was only silent, silent like death. Jay. Suddenly, sinister laughter rang out and the walls of the prison lit up. strange images appeared. They were monsters that had bat-like wings and human heads. They flew back and forth across the walls. Although they had human heads, their eyes were sunk in cavities, and two sharp fangs protruded out of their mouths. Their mouths themselves were so wide that they almost reached their ears. Following that sinister laughing, those monstrous lifeforms actually flew out of the walls and began to fly closer to Long Chen. They revolved around him, their laughter capable of causing a person's blood to turn cold. That sound made it feel like needles were stabbing his soul. It would make a person feel so much pain that they would long for death. Only those who experienced it would know how painful it was. But this kind of spiritual pain wasn't all bad. The benefits were that it could be likened to crushing a person's soul, making it easier for them to expel impurities. But that pain wasn't something an ordinary person could endure. Normally, a person wouldn't be able to last even a day in here. 3 days was a limit. Staying past 3 days would make a person crazy. Shut up. Long Chen's spiritual strength was incredibly powerful, but even after summoning spiritual defenses, he felt a headache from listening to their laughter. Jade. Jai your mother, Long Chen roared in fury, and lightning exploded from his body. Those bizarre lifeforms instantly flew back to the walls and returned to being images. Only then did Long Chen sigh with relief. Their voices had been too irritating, making it so he couldn't even hear his own thoughts. He had also encountered these kinds of strange things in the immemorial path. Yue Zioqian had said they were the result of a person's soul splitting into 3 parts, with the part known as the Mei transforming into this kind of state. However, they were much stronger than the ghost creatures he had encountered in the immemorial path. But the curious thing was, he didn't sense any hostility from them. They seemed to almost have been raised by humans and were in charge of tempering a person's soul. However, Long Chen was unable to bear that kind of tempering method. After scaring them away, he began to look over the walls of his prison. There were only 4 walls, and adding in the ceiling and the floor, there were 6. The ceiling didn't have these kinds of creatures carved into it. Instead, it had a simple symbol written on it. It was like a bunch of random arcs had been drawn together. It somehow looked both random as well as meticulously drawn. Each arc was of different lengths and curves. Piled together, they should have appeared completely chaotic. However, they gave off a natural and harmonious feeling. This image is definitely strange. Long Chen was startled. This complicated symbol made him think of the diagram he had encountered in the entrance of the immemorial path. That diagram had refused to allow itself to be copied. In the end, he had used the primal chaos bead to record it. However, even now, he didn't know how to use it. Later, he had asked the Eastern Wasteland Bell about it, but it had merely said that it was related to the secrets of heaven and earth. With his cultivation base, it was best not to learn about it. That diagram was simple, almost like an ancestor of all runes, but it also contained some kind of mysterious energy. Now, this symbol gave him the same kind of feeling. Was the Xuanhuan master trying to intentionally help him? Long Chen began to carefully examine the lines, but he wasn't able to see any clues. It was like pieces of firewood had been thrown together. It was clearly completely random without any rules to it, but then looking at it, it felt natural and perfect in its chaotic state. Hey, come out, I want to ask you something, Long Chen called out the ghosts inside the walls. Long Chen was confident these ghosts were most likely raised by the Xuanhuan Dao sect. They were used to either punish disciples or to temper their souls. Even after waiting a long time, there was no reaction from the walls. Long Chen clapped himself on the head. He took out a golden coin and tossed it into the air. Hundreds of ghosts suddenly charged out of the walls to the golden coin. They actually caused powerful spatial rumbling. Don't fight, don't fight. I have more for you. Whoever can tell me what the thing on the ceiling is and how it's used will be thanked lavishly by my money. Long Chen took out a handful of golden coins. As soon as those golden coins appeared, the ghosts charged toward Long Chen. Prepared, thunder force appeared around his body, forcing them back. Long Chen laughed mischievously. As expected, money could make even ghosts work. He could feel their greed and desire. Just at this moment, ripples flowed over him. They were actually spiritual messages that delighted Long Chen. He hastily looked up once more.